What? Well. How's it going, chat? Y'all should be able to hear me right now, but I just trying to give our guests a little bit of extra time. You know? Make sure they have all the time they need. Hear me loud and clear? Thanks. We're trying to give our guests a little bit of extra time. In the meantime, how y'all doing, chat? How y'all feeling? Doing good. That's good. We're glad that that's happening. As far as me, I think all right. Pretty good. As far as I can tell. Unless something crazy happened in the last few moments that I don't know about, it's all good. I think we are in for a very good chat today with our guest. About to watch an awesome interview? Hell yeah. I think the thing that I forget is, you know, having a normal 9 to 5 is something that most people don't really think about. And I scheduled this relatively early, so maybe they're at work. Who knows? How are you liking the tunes, chat? Nice, funky, and groovy. Trying to give our good tunes. Thank you. Glad. What do I do outside of content? I have a normal job. Like, I work at a desk. But should schedule a 6-hour groove elevator music? Yeah, I should have. But outside of this, my normal day job is I work in security administration. So when it comes to like, oh, hey, that building doesn't look as secure. You need more lights there, more cameras there. Hey, that wall doesn't look like it was built right. That's me. Very interesting. Because I literally did a course on lighting that was an hour and a half long. And I was like, huh, I didn't know I needed an hour and a half long course on lights and how that pertains to security. And yet, here we are. All right. You know what? I might have to double message them. Real nerd shit? Yeah, a little bit. And then immediately I thought to myself, like, man, I don't think I'll ever need this. And then I was handed an assignment where I'm glad I took that hour and a half course on lights. Pretty crazy how that happened. Goes to show, you never know. Do 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 do. right, so we sent them another message. Perhaps it started too early for them. Whatever. That's why we're hanging out here. That's why we're chilling. The face reveal will happen when I know we're good to go. That said, it's like my face is literally right there on the other side, so I don't know how much of a face reveal that is. You know what I mean? Crazy stuff. Oh, I see a not so good sign. Let's see what happens. Leaving this on while you make food? Go ahead. Make some deliciousness. Do as you need. I'll be like stereo in the background. Like talk show radio or something. All right. It looks like we're almost ready. All right. Well, it turns out she's here. And with that... Hey, how's it going? We are here. We're actually going to start. Thank you all for hanging out, chat. We're here. We're doing the thing. Let me unchain myself. We're here. So, a lot of y'all know who our guest is today. You've seen her controllers. A lot of the GCC stuff. So if you have a GameCube controller, chances are you know her from that. But another crazy, incredible thing that our guest has made is a brand new leverless style controller. It's analog inputs using key switches. This is the Orca. We have the Orca Mother on here, the weed lesbian herself. And hopefully we can get into it pretty deep, where we learn about, her time in the community, her time with making controllers, controller modding, all that jazz, and wherever else the conversation gets us. Maybe we find out Zelda, like Sheik's right there. Literally, Sheik is right there. So let's see how this goes. Let's start the video call. See how this turns out.
Hey.
Oh, you can be heard?
Thank God. What's up?
You can be heard. You can't be seen, but you can be heard.
That's fine. That's good enough.
That's good enough? Oh, you should have sent me. You know what? What I'm going to do is when I get to the actual screeny thingy over here, I'm going to add a little something. This is why we're good at doing things in doing live in studio mode and all that jazz. I'm going to add another image. We're going to add call that PFP. And I'm going to do this. Boom. Okay, so we'll put this over here. So the stream is going to see what is ostensibly just your profile pic. And
Cool,
with
cool, cool.
that, we're actually going to head over to the actual portion. We're going to go to, boom, heading into the interview. Everyone in chat can now see your profile pic as your webcam placement.
Fantastic. I love it. I love it. That's awesome.
How's it going?
Good. Very good. Very good. Just, busy sitting here 2 inches away, not realizing that I had missed my time because I set my alarm for 5 a.m. and not 5 p.m. Normal controller modder thing.
I feel like that is going to be the case going forward with a lot of different people. It's like, oh no, I don't know how time works.
Yeah, I mean, this community especially, my God.
I know. That's why people who say like, oh my God, 10 p.m. pools, it's like, brother, most of the time I wake up at like 4:15 in the morning just so I can go to work.
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, that could not be me. My partner does that. I don't know how anyone does that, but
I mean, to be fair, like I have to do it because I live like about a good. See, miles in SoCal is not a good metric for how to get places. It's always time.
no, not at all. Yeah,
It's a time.
I understand that.
So for us, I want to say it's on a good day, it's an hour to get to leg one and then another half hour. So hour and a half total. On a bad day, in the morning. And then we have usually between that time I get off of work and by the time we pull into the driveway, we're about 2 hours.
Wow. Okay. And please hurt me by telling me how many miles that is.
Round trip, we're looking at about 130 something, almost 140.
Oh, okay. All right. That's a different story then. That's like an actual proper amount of distance to cover in that amount of time. Okay. I was expecting you to say like 20 or something.
Oh,
and just take psychic damage.
Oh, I know. I see. It used to be different. I used to have a one point a drive that was 25 miles, and it took 2.5 hours to get home.
Ugh,
because I had to drive.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I had to drive through LAX. That's why.
Oh. Yeah,
so for the folks that don't know, LAX is probably one of the worst airports to exist. And it's not even it's not even close. It's not even close. Literally one of the worst airports. They designed it terribly. Most like most infrastructure within the United States, terribly designed.
Yeah.
I don't know how it is for you when it comes to like driving and everything, but considering it seems like you're like a forest creature, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of nowhere, so we have to drive almost an hour to get anywhere reasonable. It's like half an hour to like a decently sized town. So it's familiar but not unwelcome. You know what I mean?
I hear that. We've been alive long enough. How's it going, fellas, femmes and thems? I'm straight as your drug-free plays, and we already kind of did a bit of introduction, but please welcome yourself to the stream.
Sweet. So I'm Rienne. A lot of you people know me from Controllers or Zelda or both. Shit, I've been around for like a million years. My first tournament was in February 2002 or something like that, and I've been playing Melee pretty much the whole time, minus a little break in the middle there. Took like an 8-year break and came back, then started playing on these brand new beautiful Smash 4 white controllers, and they played really, really good for like, a month. And then they started sucking. And so I ordered like 10 of them and they all broke except for a couple that were really good. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I, started modding, fell down the rabbit hole. Here I am with my own controller and a character that I built from scratch. So yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy when you think about it. Oh, if the grave comes for us all at any given point.
Oh yeah, no kidding. Yeah, me faster than others.
Listen, Lord. Like I'm more of an ultimate person right now, so like I'm constantly like hearing people, oh my god, my life is over, I'm 24. It's like you still can't even rent a car yet. Not that any of these not that any of these kids have licenses, but whatever.
Yeah, for real.
So it is one of those things where we realize, well, the passage of time is hitting us extra hard, right? And by my age and by me being into it, I technically should have been in the golden era of the Smash, or like that's what they call the golden era with like Ken and PC Chris and all that jazz.
Okay, absolutely.
But like at that time frame, I was like going to like backyards and abandoned steel mills for punk shows, so it's a little. A
Oh,
little
that rules
different what I
though.
was doing.
That's rad.
um, I like telling everyone's story by starting at the very beginning because that is always a good place to start because we can always find out where the journey actually takes us to how we get to where we are right now. So
Mhm.
my question for you is I want to know what is your beginning? Like, is your beginning picking up that GameCube controller for the very first time? Is your beginning picking up that Smash 4 controller for the first time? Where do you say your beginning starts when it comes
Oh,
to this, to the scene?
that's that's interesting to ask actually, because I mean, there's a lot of beginnings I can point to,
Hmm.
but the real beginning I think is it has to be at like my first tournament venue, the one that I went to for the first time, 2002 or whatever. I was just
Hmm.
like a teenager playing Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic the Gathering,
Mm.
and my card shop hosted a Melee tournament, and I was like, holy shit, I rule at Melee. I'm already beating up kids in the Halo tournaments, and I'm way better at Melee than I am at Halo.
Yeah.
Uh, so I entered these tournaments and just won all but one of them for like 2 or 3 years or something like that. Like just didn't stop winning. Pretty much just played consistently at that store until Brawl came out,
Hmm.
and then the people that played Melee like every week or every month or whatever, it was usually monthly, I want to say,
Hmm.
uh, all switched to Brawl, and then they realized that Brawl was bad, and then they all stopped playing, and that was the end of my cute little scene.
Mm.
Unfortunately, and then I got banned out of that store. That's a different story.
Wait, what?
Different story from a different time. Yeah, don't worry about that.
We can go back to it if you feel like if that's crazy.
Yeah. I'd call that my beginning, my beginning. And then like for very many years, there's just no Melee to be played where I was because I was on
Mhm.
like a little podunk sandbar middle of Massachusetts, Cape Cod.
Oh,
And so there's
okay.
nothing to do out there unless you drive like an hour and a half to a major town, Boston or something like that, or at least get off Cape.
Hmm.
And And so I just stopped playing Melee for like a great amount of time and like would take any opportunity to play it. Whenever I got to like, seeing some friends who had gone off to college, they'd started playing Melee. I was like, "Oh yeah, I got to play some Melee up there. Hell yeah, please let me play some Melee with y'all." Pretty much anything I could get until I finally like came around like 2013, 2014, I found out that people were playing online on Dolphin Emulator and I was like, "Oh shit."
Oh.
And that's what really pulled me back in. So it was like, almost a 6, 7, 8 year gap between like me playing serious tournaments. I think the tournament that I returned to was in 2013, also on Cape, called Clash for the Cape.
Mm.
Ancient fucking history for that. And like I still had it, but I didn't win, and people were doing some crazy shit, and I was like, okay, this is wild. So I go and I check the online scene out, and I just get matched against these players that are doing the fucking silliest shit I've ever seen in my life, and I'm like, what did you people do to my video game? Uh, and that really like pulled me all the way back in. So that was like my second beginning, I guess. But
Mm.
the real one was my card shop roots.
Mm. The classic. The classic. It's like, oh, this is a card shop. That's funny enough. That's how. Do you know Jerry, the guy from Top Shelf?
I don't think so. I don't think it doesn't ring a bell.
He's one of the organizers and TOs. That's where he ran his first tournament in a card
Oh hell
shop,
yeah,
and
that's awesome.
it was a like, oh, we're gonna be open for 48 hours to fundraise for something. I forgot what it was. It's like, all right, well, since I'm gonna be doing whatever I want, and you told me I can do whatever, I'm gonna run a Melee tournament. And like turns out like it wasn't even like the standard rules of a Melee tournament. It's just like free for all, items on,
Oh hell yeah.
the way children play when they don't realize that there's rules outside of the rules.
I totally feel that. Yeah, the first tournament I won at the card shop was played on Hyrule Temple.
Nice.
It was banned the week after. So yeah.
The absolute degeneracy of Hyrule Temple can never
Yeah, they saw
be.
me in the fight pit and they were like, we can't let her do that anymore.
That's the thing too. Like I feel like you might have like seen that change with like some of the people who have been around for as long as you have, or at least in the phases that you had, where like, man, we used to go to Hyrule, and now it's like we have 5 stages total.
Oh yeah, I mean, I still miss a bunch of like. I would love to see Brinstar in rotation. That stage is terrible, but I love it. It's an awesome stage.
I think if we were to bring one back, I think the only one that I think the most acceptable one is probably Congo.
Congo, yeah, probably.
I feel like
I'd
that's
be
the
surprised if
most
there's anything else.
acceptable. That is the
Yeah.
most accept. I mean, there was that one tournament. Was it? Oh God, I think it's 2 years ago now. That AMSA won in Texas. It was like an invitational where they had Mute City as a
Oh my
legal
God.
stage. I don't know if you remember that one.
Ridiculously unbalanced. Yeah, I remember that. That was a lot of people were really upset about that. It's really funny to me, you know.
It was actually really fun to like see that. It's like
Oh hell yeah.
how do some of these newer players who've never touched who got used to zero transformations on Pokemon Stadium, how do they deal with the cars?
Yeah. And then I mean, even like the Slippy kids dealing with transformations now that they put them into
Period.
Slippy online once they figure out the issue, like I'm sure that people are just like going through it. It's like my beautiful neutral spacey favored stage is now a mess in places. What happened, you know?
And the thing is, like, especially like if you can use the windmill to your advantage, it's even more balanced in their favor. So I don't know why they're complaining.
Yeah, well, because they don't know how to. That's pretty much it.
They didn't review the VOD, the newest or the oldest VODs where you can infinite against the walls and everything.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's
yeah,
funny.
you know, it's funny because like people always just like treat stages like they're just like corny nonsense, but like this summer, for example, I went out to New England because you know I'm from Massachusetts like a long time ago, and I played a bunch of sets against this Bowser player called Load Spiller. Some people calling it like heavily bruised pelvis. The dude's got 1 million tags. I hate half of them.
I hate both of the ones you just said.
They're horrible. Yeah, they're horrible. I hate both of those tags. Terrible. But like this guy's like old school like I am too, and like loves playing weird stages, and so he will just accept a match where you go like all random on stages. And so we just like picked a bunch of stages we both hated out of the random stage list, and then just mash start. And we played like probably 5 sets this summer, and they were all fucking batshit insane, just like on the craziest stages. I found out that Bowser's very bad on Mute City because of that set. Very, very bad.
I could imagine. Which also another thing I don't even know this. A Smashigami happened. I think there's now only 3 characters that have never been featured in the top 8 from Melee.
That's awesome. I love that. I love that so much. Modern Melee, just like seeing all of this character diversity makes me so happy. Because I used to think back in the day, I'm like, all these characters are viable. Like some are obviously worse, but like I'm sure you could get totally godly with Mewtwo or whatever, and you could go psycho freak out mode with Mewtwo and he's going to be incredibly powerful in your hands. But like it didn't get shown until, you know, more recently, like last 5 years, I think.
Yeah, the whole idea of the skilled Roy is very true, because we literally had the don't test me era of Zane, and him actually just going mostly Roy in a lot of different tournaments where he's like, all right, let's do this. I'm gonna give myself an extra challenge. And like, man, he could have just gone Martha and just like that one, but he decided to go Roy, and he got like 5th
and
instead.
Just took longer. He just took longer to do the same thing.
Yeah.
You know? I respect the hell out of that, honestly. Like, if you just like know the strengths of your character and you play to them, like his fundamentals are just so good, and he's so willing to be patient with that character that he knew the limitations of. And so he could just be patient and take his chip damage until eventually like he found an opening for an F smash, and that's like so much of the flowchart of that character. But it fucking worked.
Yeah.
He beat top 20 players with that shit, so
yeah, in bracket, like when it really mattered.
Oh yeah, big bracket.
In hardcore bracket, I mean, like all the Wi-Fi tournaments or whatever, you can say what you want, but like some of those are still pretty insane. But
shout out to Zelda Fool, beating Dose Test Me from McDonald's Wi-Fi. That's crazy. Horrible set.
I don't know. It must have been something else, because McDonald's Wi-Fi is actually pretty all right. It must have been. God, let's say it's a freaking Target guest Wi-Fi. There you go. Let's just say that.
There you go. That's the
Target guest Wi-Fi.
Tiny food court.
Not even from like the parking lot.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that matches it. That matches it. Yeah, I don't know. If you go back and watch that set, you can just see the life drain out of Zane's eyes as the like 50th lag spike happens as he gets kicked in the face from something that should never have connected.
I don't know. I don't think he's gotten more dead in the eyes since either from when he was trying to get all of the characters into Grandmaster. I
Oh
don't
yeah.
know. I don't know who he was more dead for, Bowser or for Kirby. Bowser because he was cutting it so close to the deadline, but Kirby because it was the most god awful experience he ever had.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Suctua was a rough time for sure.
Yeah, Suck to It was definitely a rough time. Oh, so I kind of want to ask now that we kind of like get like a little bit of a basis when it comes to like your like I guess intro to like competitive, like when you first like really competed for the first time, um how did you like feel? Like did you know like how competition was going to be like? Was it something like eventually struck you, or was it kind of like I have no idea what to expect and then everything else was just like a rush afterwards,
Wow.
especially in
It's
that early
like
time?
in the early time, I don't know. It was a very different mentality for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because like the very old days, I was so dominant that like the first tournament came out, I was like I had 100% confidence. Like I was not worried about it. I pretty much knew the people who played Melee, and I played most of them by that point. And I knew I was better than like all of them. So like it was never a point of stress, and I was already used to competitions from like card games and shit. So it was just like, oh, I
Mm-hmm.
just go and I play, I play a best of three, and then I win. I go and I play the next best of three. Like it never stressed me out. It never like pushed me, honestly. The time that like sticks out of most of my mind, because there was one tournament back in that era that I did not win, and it was a very weird situation. We basically left all the mem cards at home, and so we
Mhm.
didn't have all the special characters unlocked. I was a Marth main at the point, so I couldn't play my main.
That's crazy.
And this fox from MDVA, I don't remember who he is, what his name was, what his tag was, anything like that. He came up to our tiny little card shop called The
Mm.
Gathering and just like laid a whipping on me with bullshit fox stuff that I'd never seen in my life before, and I couldn't like do anything that I was used to doing because I just couldn't play Mars. So I had to play Sheik, who I was terrible at the time.
Mhm.
And I got my ass kicked, and like I literally, like, as soon as that happened, I went home and I practiced reaction tech chasing and chain grabbing like the next day with Sheik, because I was like,
Mhm.
this is embarrassing. I should still be able to win. And it's like 2004, 2005. I'm like, I'm going to find a way to never let Fox do anything again as soon as I touch
Mm.
and just like evolved that like punish chain. But that was
Mhm.
one of the last tournaments that ever got hosted at the shop, because I think Brawl was like very shortly thereafter, like
Mm.
another 2 weeks or something. And that was when the tournaments had like rolled back a little bit. So like that was my point of stress. And so I went out on a weird sour note and then didn't get to play for a long time. And by the time I came back to the fold, like competition was
Mhm.
totally different to me, and everyone was
Yeah.
way better than me, and I didn't know how to relate to it anymore.
That's
And so it was
that's
like a
kind
huge
of like
point of
that
stress.
that's like that Five Gods era, right? And that on that
Right.
return.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was like in the swing of that pretty much that I came in, and I got to learn about, these ridiculous people and all this ridiculous shit. And I was like, okay, well, I'm probably still pretty good. I was not very good anymore. Like I was not good.
By
Um
comparison.
right, I mean I couldn't wave dash. I didn't really know what that was. I had learned about what a wave dash was in like
Mhm.
2006 and tried to do it in my friend's basement, and I could only do it with Marth. I couldn't figure it out with any other character because like I didn't know that there were timing differences for jump squat at that point. I just
Yeah.
kind of did everything by feel. Um but yeah, it was a huge readjustment, like caused me a lot of stress, caused me a lot of like trouble, honestly, in my life. It's just like really bad relationship to competition for a good while too, after I like put so much into it and couldn't get
Mhm.
to where I felt like I should be. It was like, which is purely egotistical. Um, but yeah, it's been really interesting. Really enjoyed it until I started to realize the fall throughs of controllers and how controller dependent the game was, and how if you have a
Yeah.
good controller, it's so much easier than if you have a bad controller. And
Yeah.
it kind of tilted me off the face of the planet. Like that was my Joker moment, like having
Yeah.
controllers that did things better than another. Um,
And this is kind of like
and like
before like modding really was a thing, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Like notches started to be a thing around the time when I started like looking into my controllers and working on my controllers myself and repairing them and replacing components and shit.
Mhm.
But yeah, like that also made competition really difficult. And so like I went from just like perfect godhood to miserable failure, like as time went on, and
Yeah.
had to reconcile so many things to move forward at all.
Oof. Brutal. Is in that like sorrow of the world collapsing around you because your skill has left you, or the skill of everyone else has gone up, in that horrifying sorrow, is that kind of like the shift from competition to like this alternative space within the community started taking over?
I mean, a little bit, yeah. It was more about just like how my time ended up getting divided because all of my
Hmm.
controller work was pretty much for me and it was a means to an end. Like I was trying to play Melee and that was
Hmm.
it. And I was just using my controller work to play more Melee. And eventually just like people just started asking me to do their controller work too. And like
Mm,
it just happened more and more and more. And it's kind of just like encroached on my time that I had to play Melee. And instead of
mm,
playing Melee, I was working on controllers. I was thinking about controllers. I was labbing how controllers worked with Melee or how my character worked. And I got like more into the nitty gritty and less into the like player based stuff. And it did just sort of like take over at some point. And I stopped seriously competing for just like a very long time because of it.
mm. Yeah, there's always like this philosophy of like not everyone's meant to be a top player, but eventually you find your place within the scene. And
Yeah,
that's so
it's real.
incredibly true for a lot of different people. Like, going back to Jerry, he always wanted to run a tournament. So even though he was pretty all right, I think he said he went 3-2 at Genesis 3, and that was the last time he was at Genesis or competed in
Oh
Genesis. So
wow.
he went positive. That's all that matters, right?
There you go.
But he ended up, building up and being a TO, and that's always something. Like I don't know if you know him, Oates,
Oh yeah.
from yep. I know him more from Major Zine than like the time in the community, but like outside of like his interactions with the community and being a competitor, there's also there was that crazy cool, project of Major Zine, which, me coming from more of like a DIY music scene punk background, seeing scenes and stuff like that, there's like that's awesome for me to see. I love that kind of stuff because it is taking the passion for the thing that you like and applying it to an additional medium that can be shared with a bunch of other people. So like doing that,
Hmm.
there's the 99.7% of the rest of the scene who aren't, Zane or Hungrybox, and all of us have our own individual place. It's just a matter of time for you to figure out where it is.
Hmm.
And through like your frustrations, it somehow ended up being the one of the more well-known controller modders and throughout the scene.
Yep. Built purely on suffering building blocks. That's it. Your controllers don't suck because mine did.
Yep. And again, this is also like during that time before like UCF was really
Oh
prominent,
yeah.
and
Oh yeah.
like
It sure was.
there's
Like
the stories of Mewtwo King where he has like 15 different controllers depending on what character he has to play or whatever.
oh yeah, and he'll like yeah, back when he used to like test people's controllers and then just like offer them a large amount of money on the spot for their controller if they part with it. He'd be like, yeah, 150, $200 if you give me this controller right now. Um that started to be kind of commonplace in the scene too. Like I remember when I got started, I used to sell controllers based on their tested statistics. So I would test like 50, 100 dashbacks, 50, 100 pivots, and I would give these controllers a rating based on what they could do and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Without like understanding it as POD, understanding the phenomenon a little bit, but like with the caveat, sometimes they wear out faster if they have POD, and like these numbers mean they're gonna last a little longer. These numbers mean they're
Hmm.
gonna last a little less long. And then I would sell them based on those metrics, and like people love that shit. Then UCF came around, and thank God we don't have to do any of that crap anymore. The controller lottery was a miserable time, and you should not miss it.
Yeah, there's the famous story where Armada uh couldn't find a good suitable controller, so he had to drop out
Right?
of, oh god, what was it? What
Was
did
it
he have to drop
DreamHack?
out of? I think it was DreamHack.
I think it was
So
the
he
DreamHack. Yeah, the one that made Kotaku. Yeah, that article.
yeah. That would have been
God.
Armada being featured as the winner, but apparently not. Oh, poor Armada. It's not
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
he
Oh,
has
my
it in another way.
controller. my controller isn't broken just right, I have to drop out. You know, that's
Yep.
like what it sounds like to everyone outside the community, and that's exactly what it is. And like, it's insanity to me. Like that's the fact that
Yeah.
that's even a thing that we'd ever have to contend with blows my mind.
Yeah, you don't really get that in like traditional fighters or something, you know what I
No,
mean? If
no,
like something's bad, it's just you know, you have a different song button you can throw in, a different
exactly.
lever you can throw in there. You know, now with like the rise of like leverless controllers in general, especially in the FGC, it's like put a new key switch in there that's compatible
Yep,
or whatever. And
easy peasy.
yeah, by
Yeah, and like
comparison.
all that stuff is like digital. You know, it's zeros and ones, it's ons and offs, and so you either press it enough and it goes on, or it doesn't go on right, or it stays on, or it flickers or something like that. And those are like all of the problems that you can have with that kind of input. So like you
Yeah.
don't see this kind of thing happening in other gaming spaces because like the input devices are just not the same at all.
Yeah, that's the problem with analog input, you know.
Oh my god, yeah.
Until again fairly recently, you either have to have a really good control at the highest level, obviously, a
Right.
really good properly modded with everything, with your notches, your whatevers, and it's going to run you like $500
Yep.
at some extremes. And we're not even talking about like buttons and like some of the
Oh yeah, no.
customization. We're not even talking like custom artwork. We're talking
Oh my
straight
god.
straight up just like the guts of the damn thing.
Yeah, it's insane, honestly, and like the amount of work that is required to actually make a controller good, like it merits the prices, but it still blows my mind. Like even as a controller modder, that it's like this is the market that we're looking at for these prices because of how intensive and like knowledge based everything that you're doing with a controller is all of the time.
Yeah, I like the best that I've done. Like I'm a little tinkery, so like if I like tried to learn about it, I probably could at least a little bit to get some of the basics. But like the best that I can do is this right here. This is a Pro GCC.
Oh, nice,
So
yeah.
I can plug in the USB-C to GameCube. I need to get a different shell for that because it has the rounded gate, and I'm like, oh, this rounded gate feels
Right.
weird if I'm playing when I'm playing anything. So, like something like stuff like little things like that, testing, like just the absolute bare bones basic for like someone who's relatively DIY. And then there's like the famous at this point where I keep busting it out uh the classic DIY cardboard
Oh, hell yeah.
leverless. I love busting this
Fuck
out.
yeah.
These
I love
this
it.
this is my first one literally. And then
Bless. That's what
there's
the Orca looked like at first, you know?
out of
Not even
cardboard.
kidding. Yeah, Tiva shoebox, dude.
Hell yeah.
It was a Tiva shoebox with a fob motherboard, and I plugged a bunch of analog buttons, like analog arcade buttons that you'd use for like Street Fighter replacement buttons for like that
Mm,
cabinet, that kind of shit,
hell
into a
yeah.
fob motherboard and just forced to calibrate.
Yes, I mean it's all like invention and iteration and all that jazz, but like when you if you're especially like in the instance of the the creation of just like that idea of like how can we make each input as precise as possible.
Mm.
Like me, I would have never thought, yeah, let's look at arcade sticks and let's try to make that a GameCube controller and try to make that
Yeah,
and force that to work. Like
it's a weird
it's a weird
weird
development
process.
story.
Yeah,
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 like
definitely.
I've like I'm like in my line of work, I am like the biggest nerd that anyone knows, and like pretty much most company that I have at work. So like when I had to explain to them, oh, I got this 3D printer so I can make frames, and there's this style of controller. Well, the way it started was, and then I had to explain how the Smashbox started, but like without all of the heavy details, just like the
Right, right.
iteration all the way across. And before I even get to the point to even explain what I even made, I have to like give like almost 5 minutes of prefacing in
Yeah.
order for them to understand what the hell I'm talking about. And then it said, all right, but basically they're frames for an arcade controller. They're like, oh, okay, that's cool. And then like I'll show them a
Yep.
picture. I'll show them a picture of like my grams or like the cardboard, and it's like, yeah, that's a GameCube controller, and their minds are blown. So like I'm never seeing that ever happen, and like having that develop is pretty insane. And then like the biggest evolution afterwards, and like I feel like we're touching on this a little bit earlier than I thought we were going to, but like the biggest evolution of that is like the Orca, and how that is an even further evolution of that idea, with trying to retain as much as that like original feel for like much heavier amounts of freedom when it comes to it. Because like when you think like
Absolutely.
not knowing, it's like, oh, I can always hit these precise whatevers, but like those absolute like micro movements that you can do when you have something analog is just so different. And like it's a very difficult experience to kind of like talk about if you've never done it. And this is coming from someone who's never touched an Orca.
Man, we gotta get you one of these for real. Like, let's just work out a trade. I'll get some faceplates or something. You get an Orca, everyone's happy.
Hey, let's see. I have my this is a version. This is my iridescent gram controller. This is my first one actually. This has purple buttons made out of like a translucent PETG. Then I have it's like, how to explain this? It's purple and gray is what the frame is. And
nice.
This is actually the matte side. This is technically the wrong side of the iridescent, but I really like the matte look. So I was like, well, I'm not mad at it.
No, that's fantastic. Yeah, the Orca I'm using right now has a very similar iridescent faceplate. Actually, I wish my camera was not just this busted ass piece of shit, or I'd turn it on and show you. Wow, yeah, my camera's from like 2009 and totally ratchet. So man, it's been going out on me recently.
There's the is it Insta? I think Insta has this like $75 webcam. It's like a 2K. Shit. It's like a 2K webcam.
Wow, that's wild. Yeah, I'm gonna get a new one eventually. I need to get into the streaming fold again, especially with the amount that I've been playing lately. It's I miss it. It's just so much energy, and like I've been preciously short of that with everything that I've been doing lately. But I want to get back. I want to play some Melee with folks. I want to talk shit. So
the other thing you do is if you have an old smart device, I want to say that I don't know if you can get it anymore, but it's called the Epoch Cam, and it's basically it uses the camera of your smartphone, then mostly for like Apple devices, especially if you have like an old iPhone. You can plug that directly in your computer. It will power it, but it'll also be the data link in between, and you can use that camera, especially if you have like a 13, where you can take advantage of like the bigger sensors. You can take full advantage of that. And then there's like there's a bunch of different ways like to use like stuff that you have around. All right, I just happen to have a GoPro into a capture card. I have right here on this side a 4K 30 webcam I won from a giveaway.
Oh, nice! Wow.
And I have this top down right here. It's like it's an Elgato base cam, the first one, and it's really cool. 1080-60, good for what it is. Like there's options. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. One day. All my energy is going to this damn controller these days. Honestly, there's so much that I have to do all the time.
I mean, there's all the even like, and we'll go into like the beginning of the Orca, but I do want to bring up like when I had first like reached out and say, hey, would you be willing to let me have your design so I can cut you out a panel? And then all of a sudden people in the Discord were like, hey, can I get one too? And I'm like, yeah, sure.
Unsurprising. Totally unsurprising.
And then everyone was like figuring it out, like, oh, how do I customize this thing? And it's like, well, now we got to figure out how the screws work. How do we make it so that it's more easy to work with? Like if someone who doesn't tinker, they'll be like, I give up. I don't know what I'm doing. Right.
Yeah,
but
it's like, I got some of the posts in there. The rest are just going to stay out. It's fine.
Right. And then and then like from just like the acrylic that I was using, the one I sent you, and then like some of the ones that some of the folks in the Discord ended up getting. Like then there was like the wood panels that like
Oh,
that was so fun to work on.
I love my walnut panel. Yeah, I got a walnut panel one like up on my bookshelf right now. I'm playing on the iridescent one, but the wood panel's tucked away. I love it. I
Beautiful
adore
display
it.
piece. Beautiful display piece.
Absolutely.
I think now I want to say there's of all of the panels that like people had bought off me, I want to say like 8 of them all posted in the Discord their new creations. And I'm
Hell
like,
yeah.
oh, it's awesome.
The Orca Discord is full of chillers. Like the people in there are just so homey. I'm really happy about the community. The devices fixed. Like, what's the word? Fostering. That's the word.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's the
It's easy to be chill and happy when you order a controller. It shows up in a couple weeks and it's fabulous. Like it just breeds happiness, and then people love them and they play on
Yeah.
them for ever, and they never change. So
Yeah.
just pure chillers.
That was the other thing that like I really liked about the folks from Graham. Like their philosophy was the same way. Like it's never gonna be pre-order. When we have the parts, we'll make them available, and they'll get to you within a week of you ordering them. And considering some people will purchase it, and you'll have like it'll end up showing up in 4 days because postage was great that day or that week or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like you happen to catch us right before we shipped one, and so your order went out 2 hours after you ordered it, and it was there in 2 days because you're 3 states over.
Exactly.
Happens. Yeah, happens. Feels good. Feels good when it happens. You order something, it shows up instantly. You're like, fuck yeah, okay, cool.
Oh yeah. And that's like the other. I think that's kind of like a really good advantage when it comes to like. Yeah, that is one of the bigger advantages when it comes to like smaller quote unquote productions, especially of like controllers like this, where like
especially
it's like the parts are like rudimentary, if you want to look at it, or not rudimentary, but like very precise and simple when it comes to like putting things together, having it all set up, and then just doing your packaging. And you can actually like get it out relatively quick. Like the labor involved in it is probably like way less than what you probably did to like fix or like complete a GameCube controller.
Oh, man. You have no idea. I undercharge for GameCube controllers. You could spend anywhere between like 2 hours with one and like 10.
Yeah.
And it's like per controller. Like the easy ones, if you do due diligence, you're spending like 2 hours on. Like if I were to take a brand new controller, crack it open, solder a heartbeat module onto it, replace the springs, and just like tune it up and like fix some common issues with the controller, it's like almost exactly 2 hours, sometimes an hour and a half if I'm lucky and things go really, really smoothly.
Yeah.
And then you compare that to the Orca, and like we build Orcas in 30 to 45 minutes. And they're all the same. Nothing is to order. We just make them up, and then if you want buttons in a different place, we just do it in the software, no problem.
Yeah,
there's no more like German over engineering that I have to worry about, which is just it's taking so much weight off of my soul. Because the controller industry is in like large scale, you cannot get a low turnaround on a GameCube controller unless you literally sell one at a time. You take one commission slot, maybe 2 if you are literally Jesus, and you overcharge for them. You charge what your labor is actually worth. And that could keep turnaround time down, but like you're looking at like $700 controllers then, because it's like you'd want to bill for like, ideally if you're like looking at a technician bench rate, the kind of level of work that you're doing with a GameCube controller, like there's $70, $100, $120 an hour is not out of the realm of possibility for the kind of technical work that you're doing there. But no one's gonna buy a controller that you put 10 hours of $70 an hour labor in. Even if it's the best thing that's ever, graced this earth, you can't pay $100 or $850 for a controller. It's just not feasible for a Melee player, generally speaking, unless you're like top. And so you get these modders, right, and you get these modders that just like have months long queue, and it's just because like you finish the 1 10-hour labor of love, you need a break, you can't fucking look at it for another 2 days. That puts you 2 days behind on everything else. Stack that 2 days up across 15 controllers, you're 2 months behind on everything.
All of a sudden, it's insane. Right?
All of a sudden, yeah, out of nowhere. I don't miss that life. I make controllers and then I sell them and then I ship them and they go out, and I'd never think about having that happen again.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing too is like the going from having to like so many moving parts when it comes to it, right? You have the variability of the production. You have the variability of what needs to be tuned, how it needs to be tuned, who it's being tuned for, right?
Right.
All of
And
these things.
most importantly, is the thing that you're tuning even in good shape to begin with? Like, is it even workable to begin with?
Yep. And like for the average person who's like has zero idea or willing to have like zero grace for what it is that you're doing, they are just going to be like, well, that sounds ridiculous. Why would I do that?
Right, exactly.
Why would I pay for that? And
yeah,
then
and the answer to that question is, 3 pages long in 10-point font or whatever, but I'm not about to sit there and explain that to Joe fucking Blow. Like, no.
It's literally like, listen, I'm going to look like a crazy person with a crazy manifesto, but here's my 800-page document, and they'll give it to them like this. Then they're like, I ain't reading all that.
Right, exactly. And honestly, that concept, though, handing someone a huge manifesto that gives your thoughts and someone being like, I ain't reading all that, that's how we got into the digital controller fiasco that we're currently experiencing right now.
Yeah.
We just don't produce large manuals anymore, I think that we shouldn't do that. It doesn't lead to good things,
We you know what? I think we need to start, like, you can't start complaining until you've handed in your book report on the manifesto for the thing that you're going to complain about.
Oh my god. Yeah.
It's like you need to hand in at least a 10-page thesis on why you're complaining about what you're complaining about. Otherwise,
I need your citations, like I need references, like, MLA format, or get the fuck off my doorstep.
Exactly. Oh man! Again, I come from it with the grace of labor is labor, right? Your labor is worth what your labor is worth, and you set that rate based on what you know about what it is you're doing, right?
Correct.
There's also the specialty of what people do, right? This is not something you can't just like run off to like freaking Walmart and be like, hey, fix this for the thing that I want. They don't know, right? They're not.
No, you're gonna get looked at crazy.
Exactly. So there's that. There's the niche amount of people that even complain about the things that you're fixing in the first place, that like also the ones who think they know what they're complaining about, right? Like, I bet that's one of the things that like you had to like explain to people. No, this is not what you're actually complaining about. What you're complaining about is actually blah blah blah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do have to do a lot of that translation too, because people will come to me with an issue and they'll be like, I feel like this controller is doing something weird. It feels kind of like this, but maybe I'm crazy. And every time anyone has that thought, they're not crazy. The controller is absolutely at fault of that. I can show them on a Smash Scope screen why it's happening and fix it. And like people love that. Like it's nice to know that in fact you are not being like crazy. You were being gaslit by your controller.
Yeah.
Like it's comforting, but yeah, I have to explain that, and it's just hard sometimes.
One of my favorite things is when you were reading everyone's inputs, like the tea leaves of the inputs, is like, that's what's wrong with your stick. And I just,
oh my God.
I saw like 15 of those ones like in a row. And I thought that was hilarious every time. It's like, wow, you can look at an image and tell everyone what's wrong with their controller.
Oh, it makes me so happy. Yeah, that was like custom made for me to like be able to look very deeply into things. That was my tea leaves for sure. I'm just like, I'm too familiar with the things that can go wrong. And so it's like, if I see the things that I know happen propagating in like a visual display like that, I'm like, oh yeah, it's just this. Oh yeah, it's just that. Like,
oh, this is where you need to calibrate.
Exactly, yeah. I was like, wow, your calibration is so fucked. You're like, or screw those fucking stick box screws, and your stick box is obviously tilted across the 2 places where your screws are in. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I know too much about this shit, honestly.
I mean, that's a good thing though, right? But
I mean,
granted, it probably drove you mad because
yes, yeah, I paid for this insanity, like sanity and blood for sure. So
sanity, blood, and God knows what else.
Yeah, that's right. And too much fucking time.
Oh yeah, it was the curse of knowledge. What they call that back in the day. It's like
I wish I
when
never opened Pandora's box.
exactly.
Yeah, I wish it was just me and the controller never had anything to do about it, and it was all my fault all the time. That's it. I wish it was like that.
One of the closest one where I knew something was happening like that like there's no way it wasn't was I went to an Ultimate local and they were using Mayflash
Oh,
adapters
yep.
instead of the official like OEMs, and like there are someone's like I literally just press jump and nothing happens, like that's weird. And then I plugged into that port and it was like, yeah, my up B out of shield didn't work, like what's going on?
Oh my god.
And like a couple months later, that local replaced all of the setups that had a Mayflash and removed all the Mayflash ones and paid an arm and a leg for the OEM Ultimate adapters. Because
Mhm.
God, good Lord, like that's the
It's
crazy thing when it comes to down to it. Because like the extra variable, like for melee, like you're going to be playing on most likely the same kind of setup at every tournament, off of the
right.
same kind of Wii and the same kind of like slippy format or whatever.
Yeah. Even those have a lot of variants too, don't get me
Yeah,
wrong. Like you can
yeah,
get a Wii that someone plugged a fucked up cable into and now the regulators are shot and every fob 1.2 you plug in will have
yeah.
issues, but every fob 2 you plug in will be totally fine. And you'll feel fucking crazy. Like there's a lot of things that just make you feel fucking crazy with
Oh,
controllers.
I bet. But like the as we move forward, like when it comes to uh like the newer Smash games, like the variance is going to be are using Wii U adapter, Mayflash, Ultimate adapter, Smash 6 adapter, whenever that comes out.
Yeah.
Like are using those. And now we have, Pro GCC up in the mix.
That's right. And
Uh
40 rectangles like
40 different kinds of rectangles
yeah.
that you can use, different kinds of leverless, and like the one update can just break it. Like I don't know if you
Oh my god,
remember,
that does drive me fucking crazy. Yeah, I could not believe that. I do remember.
there was the 19.0.1 update or the 19.0
Yeah,
update on Switch where it bricked all adapters,
that's really
and
cool.
I'm like, wow, that's funny. And then there was like brief moment in time, it's like, hey, if you plug it in, you actually get two. You can actually get two. You play as two different players, so you can play Ices as K Rule or
Oh,
Ices
hell
as
yeah.
ZSS,
Hell yeah, that's
or
awesome. I love
you're a
that.
maniac and you play Ices.
Jesus.
so, you, so you can imagine the fun that people had with that one. But eventually that
Oh,
got fixed. So like the Mayflash
yeah,
ones, I think they had like an emergency firmware update. The
right.
Ultimate OEMs, and I think the Wii U OEMs, like they worked. But the one that like kills me a little bit, and I don't know how you feel about this, but I miss this adapter every day.
Holy shit. That thing?
I
Damn.
miss this.
Did that never came back? It's just been dead ever since?
It's been dead ever since, and
Damn, dog.
I hate it because I love this thing, especially because like if I'm uh like if so I drop off I drop my fiance at work, and if it's like a day where I don't go to work, depending on how long she's there, I'm just going to stay there, how long
Mhm.
she's working. So what I would love to do is I would bring this thing, bring my Switch, and bring my GameCube controller or my original Gram when I was playing that, and I would just play, grind, play against CPUs, practice tech, all that jazz. Then the update happened. I'm like, oh, this thing doesn't work anymore. And like
Ugh.
now it's just there. It's just there. Unfortunately it's useless. And there's no one that I think really cared enough to like try to look into it so that it becomes functional again.
Right.
Because the aside from this, the last time we had in the general space in Ultimate for a alternative dock that can be used, standalone as your dock, in handheld or whatever, was God, I'm blanking out on the name of the project, but like something that totally busted. And
Oh
like
no.
no one heard from them for like 6 or 7 months. And like HBox said, no, don't worry, gang. I'm gonna put my word on it. And then it's like, man, bro had to eat crow on that one, unfortunately, because the company Bustard's like, we're sorry, gang. We were not going to be able to do it. Anyone that put money towards the GoFundMe is getting refunded or whatever. And I'm like, oh no. I'm glad I didn't do that, because that would have been the second time I got burned by someone in the Smash community that made a crazy milestone involving something controller related. And then I got my refund. And we're not going to talk about that if you don't feel like it, but hey, I'm just saying.
You know what? At least you got your refund. I'm not going to lie. I have been waiting 5 fucking years for a Smash stick. I've been waiting 5 fucking years. I've paid $500 for this piece of garbage that doesn't even exist. I got to use one last year when I was out east, and it feels like dog shit. And I'm like, wow, I waited 5 years for this? Fuck. Yeah, that's actually one of the things that scares the hell out of me. Like, I'll never do a Kickstarter or a GoFundMe or anything like that, just because I don't want one of these situations to happen. In the event that anything comes down on my head, I want it to come down on my head and not everyone who's already paid me.
Yeah.
Like, that would make me feel so bad. I've seen so many controller, like, engineers, controller modders, like, controller makers fall victim to the same shit. And they just, like, see this giant pit on the horizon, and they're like, wow, I just watched 3 other modders fall into this. I think I'm going to keep walking straight at it and not change anything that I'm doing. And then another one falls in a year, you know, and we rinse and repeat. I refuse to do that.
Yeah, I think the most successful new controller in recent memory literally is just the Orca, because you chose to not keep stepping forward.
That's right. Yep. That's like it's the biggest thing since the fob from where I'm standing, at least. So
yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of like, there's like 4 or 5 different like major controller related incidents, if you want to call them that.
Oh, I will.
Well, controller incidents that, like, if you were like raising your hopes up every time, you would have been so outrageously soured from what had happened, right? You have your rectangle, your 2 or 3 different rectangle projects. You literally have, the Panda controller.
Oh my god, yep.
Which is the Gooms, oh god, that too. Like,
I could talk for a long time about some of like the controversies and the things I've seen in the back end of a lot of these projects. Like, there's so much to say there.
Yeah, I've seen some of the twitlongers, right? Like, you don't have to say anything. I just know that it's a thing. If you don't have to say anything, right? I know there's probably someone's like, I want to know, push, but like, that's not what we're about here. The only thing
if anything, I want to talk about it, but it's probably not in my best interest to talk about a lot of the stuff anyway. So I will refrain from most of it. Yeah.
I know that's like the best approach to do it. I know that's definitely the best approach, because like, as much like negative that has like happened in these spaces because of like some of these apps, like outright failures, like there's no 2 ways about it, they're outright failures. Some of these like projects that stumbled but still made it to the finish line. The absolute like disregard from different parts of the community of just not want to get into it anymore, despite the fact that it's like they got what they wanted, but it was soured by events outside of the maker's control, outside of the community's control. And that's the big one that, like, I feel like most people like get mad at. It's like, it was events outside of the community's control that messed everything up.
Yeah, I feel like that one's pretty rare though. It's usually not that.
Yeah, or just like outright mismanaging and not understanding how the severity of what was going to be taking place. Right. It's like,
I think mismanagement's like 90% plus of the controller failures that happen. Like, just in the scene, that's almost all of it. And it breaks my heart because it's like so avoidable.
I mean, the other thing too is like, at the end of the day, most of us within the scene, we're not like project managers, right? We don't,
Yeah, most of us aren't.
unless like you have background experience in project management, or like you've learned along the way to the point where like I can do something like this at a large enough scale, or to the scale that I know it's going to come to. It's like, it's a little bit different. Like freaking the little local TO, where they have, a 15-person local. If you said, hey, I need you to run Genesis, that and they have no experience doing that, they're definitely gonna like lose their mind.
Exactly. Yeah,
Like,
a lot of controller modders get put in that position too. Like, they just suddenly get incredible success and try to keep up with it and fail.
Yeah.
I think myself included, honestly, the initial boom of like getting your name out as a controller modder, like you kind of become flavor of the month, and everyone wants a controller from you, and they're really really good, when you do them, and then you get too many orders, you get overburdened, you do bad work, and then your reputation falls off. I think that happens to any controller modder that's been in the scene long enough and has seen enough like popular mention to actually get to that point. That is unavoidable. Like you're gonna do that as a growing pain of the industry. But what you do from that point forward, dictates how you're going to relate to the community in the future. And a lot of people get these like bombastic starts and just eat shit, even after learning a lesson about how not to eat shit, a lesson or 5 or 10. I don't get it.
Oh, definition of insanity. Over and over again, expecting a different result.
Right. Exactly.
I think that's part of the reason why like folks like Graham, they learned that as long as we always pace ourselves properly and are upfront and honest when things are available, to let people know they're available, and like that high level of communication, that high level of outward professionalism, and knowing the limits of what they have, and letting everyone's expectations know, hey, this is what's going on. That's something that like will always push, not only just their reputation, but the additional like slack that someone's willing to give,
Exactly.
the who those people are.
Exactly,
right? Like
exactly. I love those guys. Like they're a model for business. I am sad that they're not doing business under that flagship anymore. It's a bummer, but like yeah, they really helped me like shape the direction that I wanted to take the Orca in terms of like how to proceed with product and how to proceed with like interactions in the space. Just role models, like prim and proper, perfectly clean up. Like I love it. I love everything they do. I love both of them.
Great dudes. I wish them the best.
Me too.
I also, if you didn't know, chat, Graham is ending, unfortunately. Yes, Graham, my beloved.
Graham is over, party.
No, so sad. But if you want to buy wholesale from them, they're willing to help you out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm doing that a bunch for sure. I don't know if I'm gonna make grams on my end yet, but I'm thinking about it. And because I literally started selling them before I started like finishing out the Orca, just because I wanted to get a feel for the digital controller space and what to be working for and what I'd be looking at, and just for like myself to actually like play on the format, because like I was going to be developing a product that was keyboard style, so I need to have a good basis in a keyboard controller in order to move forward and develop it in a way that makes sense to both GameCube controller players and keyboard style controller players. So they were huge for me even springboarding. So
yeah, I think especially because they had it built into the philosophy of Graham of like, we are of the community, for the community, by the community, so much so that we're not going to gatekeep our design, our technology, the additional knowledge outside of like what you have. Like that is a beautiful philosophy that I love seeing, again, because I come from that DIY punk background, seeing the nature of open source be a big emphasis within their their practices, it's
Oh
to
yeah.
me a beautiful thing that like it helps push forward innovations in a way that like, yeah, if someone has like hundreds of thousands of dollars for R&D, that's cool and all, but that one small team of hundreds of thousands of dollars for towards R&D is a lot different than, you know, hundreds of people who have passion and a tool set to
Mm-hmm.
start with. You know,
Oh yeah.
that is such a much more powerful way to press things forward in a way that like you wouldn't be able to get to with like definitive direction from like a corporation or whatever. And it's like,
Exactly.
I was at Arc World Tour, and we were talking to me and my brother. We're talking to like the guys at the vendor booth, and we were talking to one of the guys for Hitbox, and they are very aware of how like the open source community is putting things together, and they really do enjoy seeing the kind of things that they can do, and like they want to do some of those things, but I don't think it's something that like they can, despite the fact they do have the passion to it, because they have a definitive kind of direction they have to go with. And if that means they're going to specialize on one or two things at all times and optimize it further and further, that's cool too. But like pushing the format, pushing the boundaries of what we think are just it goes so much further when you allow the passion filled community to create something, right?
Completely agree. Yeah, that's why I'm so excited to like actually get Open Orca out and going. Because I am gonna open source a lot of things about the Orca too. We're probably gonna have like our proprietary like Orca brand, and then I'm going to launch Open Orca, which is just gonna be basically a fork. And just have all that shit available. I cannot wait for that. I would love to see what the community does, and I've been pushing for open source like so strong for so long. Really happy to actually like launch something that is also, you know, open source, moving forward with whoever the fuck wants to fiddle with it.
Yeah.
I worry about rule set when it comes to open source things too, because I do actually strongly believe that the Orca is the type of platform like analog keys, for example. I think it is the most exploitable input system in Melee by no small margin. Like if you wanted to cheat, analog keys are the way to cheat for sure, because you can just do the most insane shit on an analog key if you were to so actually do that. Like do you know rapid trigger like from an FGC kind of thing? Are you aware of that kind of shit? If you're talking like rapid trigger digital style inputs coming from analog keys, you're looking at like the most broken Smash device that has ever existed. So I'm trying to kind of like get a feel for that before I like start to really launch things. And then there's legal issues to actually open source things too, and you know all that licensing shit. So it's like I have hurdles to jump over, but like I'm very very excited to do that shit. It's gonna be great, and I'm really excited to see what people actually come up with. Hopefully not cheats. Hopefully not cheats.
It's like, oh yeah, as long as I'm hitting, what would it be, the thumb? Yeah, thumb and pinky. Thumb and pinky at the same time. I'm just infinitely doing wave shining. Just
yeah, exactly. You literally could do something like that. Like obviously, it'd be like a really obvious banned macro, but it's still within the realm of like possibility. So
yeah, I mean,
but that's the thing. Cheaters are always gonna cheat, and the people who want to play, you know, a straight game are always gonna play a straight game. That's just the nature of the universe. So it's like that's on you. You know, you got to cheat in a video game, man. You do whatever.
maybe have some other things you should be doing if that's what it comes down to. Like, listen, you can like convince every single one to go to your exact Wii setup so you can play Pichu if you want, but that's the
right. Yeah. Yeah, Rognut. Yeah.
That's who it was, right? That was
it's Rognut. Wild ass time.
I think another like crazy aspect about like an encouraging part of like the open source nature of things is seeing what iterations you never thought about like become the next thing, right? Like again, it seemed for a second like the folks, at least the rep I was talking to at Hitbox, it seems as though they were almost slightly jealous of like the independent controller makers of like how freeform they can go.
Oh yeah.
But like, that's them being a major corporation. They can be however, but like when you allow your products to like be available out that way, you can your buddy from, who knows wherever decides, I think I can make a better improvement. And that knowledge just keeps going and growing and sharing. Like Mike from Granola Arcade.
I think so. Yeah, I know Granola Arcade for sure.
So I actually have my granola right here, my big
Oh,
summit.
nice.
My big
Hell
summit.
yeah. I love it.
Also, if anyone ever sees this was based off of Maleficent, the purple, the green,
Nice.
and so I wanted to go with Maleficent thing. So like a funny thing about him, before I invited him to talk, I think almost a year ago at this point now, he had reached out to me after I was talking to the folks from Graham, and he's like, "Hey, I saw you busted out that cardboard controller. Like, how'd you do that?" And I'm like, "Oh, I sent him a video that I found. It's like, so what I did is like, I did that with duct tape, and then I cut it out, and there's a Pico board, and yeah, that's what I did." And he goes, "Oh, well." A guy who I sent a controller to sent me back this picture where they turned the box that it came in into its own leverless, and he leaked to me the designs for what eventually became the supports for the camp kit, where he sends you the supports, switches, keycaps, and some wiring, and you make your own leverless controller and you solder everything together. All it's up to you to just get a Pico board and be able to solder. And like, that's an amazing DIY kit thing that like I love, right?
I adore that.
That's like something like big companies won't really be able to do, but like it's just so awesome. And like again, that is like a example of like when you have like a open philosophy, open source philosophy with these kinds of things, like the kinds of things people think about. Like I would have never thought to sell a kit if I were my own controller maker. Is like, hey, here's a kit where you can make a controller out of cardboard. The same cardboard I'm sending it to you in.
See, this is the kind of shit I'm excited to get picked up and like and swung around once we actually open source everything. Because I'm sure this is gonna inevitably happen in a lot of directions, and like I'm excited to like support those communities, because once people start making shit like that, I'm just gonna start making those too, because that's the best part. Yeah, it's like, hell yeah, Orca kits, sure, yeah, build your own Orca, get something nice and stiff and solid, and then just chuck it on. It'd be fucking awesome.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. I feel like we kind of got in the middle of the conversation what I was going to ask, but for those who don't know, for some reason, can you explain the quick history and what the hell is the Orca?
Okay, so quick history is I hate digital boxes. Let's start there. I hate them. I don't think they ever should have existed in Melee. And instead of just flapping my fucking gums on Twitter.com like the rest of us do, I took matters into my own hands and I said, okay, how do I take this concept and adopt it into the Melee space and make it a Melee device, while keeping the values that I love in Melee, keeping the skill depth and the analog precision without, artificially without compromising or without artificially like boosting some part or reducing some part. And so I just, went into this sort of like theory crafting and research hole, and took everything I learned from controller modding over very many years and playing Melee for very many years, and kind of put those concepts together into a box. And the Orca came out. It has analog directional keys and an analog trigger, so it's like very similar like when it comes to construction of a GameCube controller. Like you got your analog stick, you got your digital inputs, and I just found ways to make that work for Melee players playing at the top level. That's the long and short of it.
So one thing I do like about is, as like the Orca is starting to like be seen and talked about, like I was in what tournament happened? I want to say it was about 2 weeks ago. It was an ultimate tournament, and people were talking about the Orca, and I'm like, the fuck, no one in Ultimate shouldn't even know what the hell an Orca is, and people were just talking about it.
It works.
It's
a Smash controller. It's not just a melee controller.
But like I'm seeing like people like you have to be very in the weeds to know competitive Smash in general. You got to be deep in it. And like even further in the weeds when you understand like, yeah, different people have to get different kinds of controllers. But like you're going down an even deeper rabbit hole when you organically are talking to other people on twitch.tv about the benefits of the Orca while you're watching Ultimate, when people mostly play on ProCon or Pro GCC. But also the fact that people understand the difference between ProCon, Pro GCC, and are trying to experiment with Switch 2 controller, Switch 2 ProCon.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? But like that's how, you know, it's in some ways the Orca's kind of like escaping containment a little bit.
Yeah, good. That's great, because like so much of Smash in general is like word of mouth. Like there's only so much you can do to like put things in front of people and show them things. And no, it's like their friends have to talk to them about it. That is the very lowest level of Smash that has always existed and always will exist. It's like your homies playing some Smash together, and it needs to be talked about on that level. That's how all the change in the scene is made. So like seeing that start to propagate even in Ultimate, it's like that's a great sign to me. Like I'm very happy about that people are talking about it, they're aware of it, that they like the concept of it. You know, a lot of people really just enjoy the idea of it.
I mean, and right now our biggest problem on the Ultimate side is like we're probably going to ban Smash controllers, because I don't know if you've seen the crazy stuff that Kazuya can do in Ultimate, but it is exacerbated by the ability of being able to do it on a digital controller.
Oh, I believe that. Yeah, I absolutely believe that.
Like the level of precision still has to be there, but the barrier to actually execute it somewhat goes down, because you will consistently get the precise input every time as long as you hit that button, right?
Exactly.
And there's
that's the thing,
much less variance when it comes to it.
That is exactly the thing that gets me, because like people think, oh, it's not that much more precise, I still have to hit my inputs. It's like, okay, yes, you have to hit your inputs, but you have to hit your inputs in the right amount of time. But when it comes to space, when it comes to like physical space, like you don't have to manipulate a stick across an arc in a gate within a certain time frame. No, you just roll 3 buttons. You go 1, 2, 3. There is no like physical overhead that's even comparable.
If you're trying to do an electric, right?
Okay.
Electric is if you're facing going this way. Electric is, you know, it's the DP input. So down or forward, down, forward, and then A.
It's the worst input.
Yes, but the DP input has to be hit at within 2 frames. Within 2 frames. If you don't hit it just right within 2 frames, you will get Wind God Fist instead of electric. You don't actually have to do that in Ultimate. That's
an Ultimate. Wow, that's flabbergasting to me.
It's a 2 frame window. And Tekken it's a little different. It's forward, neutral, down, forward. So it's DP with a neutral input, and then
so you have to hit neutral.
You have to return the stick to neutral.
Oh, wow. So that's also crazy.
That's the only reason it's a little bit easier on leverless. But in order to hit, is it 1? Yeah, in order to hit 1 to get perfect electric Wind God Fist, it's a 1 frame window. So you have to hit it on precise frames. So you have to hit down forward 1, and in this case it'll be down forward 1 at exactly on the same frame. So it's you get a little more, you get a 1 frame of leeway in Ultimate, or you just hit down forward, mod Y and then A.
There you go.
And
that's the driller killer. That's the one.
Just do that on standard.
God. Oh my God.
Then there's
So yeah.
rapid wave dash, where it's forward, uh, or rapid crouch dash, if you not mix up the terminology. Forward and then roll almost of down and with neutral SOCD at the same time. So it's like this, almost a slight roll,
Oh
but
my
you're
God.
hitting
Right.
down and the opposite direction in order to get rapid wave dash.
Holy shit. Okay.
Or you downloaded a different firmware where you press forward and you just do that.
So yeah, there's so many logistic problems with adapting this kind of digital format to analog video games. Like this is the thing, because Ultimate is also a very, very analog video game. And so like same problems.
Someone down here, it's crazy because Kazuya comes from a game where the hitbox won the controller war. Not necessarily, because the best Tekken players are still playing on stick. They're still playing on stick. There's a handful that are playing on pad.
Best melee players are still playing on OEM. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like, you know, still on GameCube controllers. So
yeah. So I mean, I want to say, did Xiaohai win Fatal Fury? I want to say Xiaohai plays on leverless, and I think he won Fatal Fury. I don't remember. It's been a little bit since EWC, since I don't remember who won, but someone did win on leverless recently.
Nice. Yeah, I'm very disconnected from FGC. I don't pay attention to like any of those games or tournaments at all. Almost like every once in a while, I'll poke my head in and stare at Guilty Gear Strive, but otherwise, it's like
there's a homophobic joke I can make about Guilty Gear Strive and the fact that you watch that exclusively to be made, but I don't know if I want to make it.
Just call me a slur, man. Like
I think the slur would have been less offensive. Like
probably, actually, yeah.
So yeah, like the where were we? So we're talking about. I was trying to make a point here about electrics, and I think I kind of got lost in that one. Whatever. But one of the points I wanted to make is like that adaptation for like going out and permeating the Orca into that word of mouth and putting it into like the consciousness of people who probably would have never thought about it. Like it's starting to happen, right? Going back to Graham for a second, Graham, like when they released their mainframe, that was like a cool, huge drop. And within a year, they were being featured at Genesis.
That's right.
And that's when they had the red Temptation, the regular Temptation, you know, Wisely ended up getting one. That's one of his main controllers now. Slime apparently has a Graham. So like Graham is like, it was in that space where if you're going to get a digital controller, it's probably going to be a Graham.
Absolutely.
Because of the reliability of their responses, the reliability of the controller itself, the essential open door policy they have to ask questions in their Discord for everything, and how relatively low key they are in order to actually, and the inviting nature of them as well, right?
That's right. Yeah, I think a lot of their success was like really directly attributed to the fact that they're available, you can talk to them, they're available, you can buy the controllers, and they're available, they're cheap. You know what I mean? Like the price of a Graham was like, I think even when I was selling them, they were slinging for like 130 or something like that. And they've done so many amazing wizard things to get the price to stay that low. And I love that. That's one of the best parts about them for me. Like, and I'm hoping to get the Orca there too. Like probably not down to like 130, but like I keep banging the price down as I get my my manufacturing roots good and square. Because like at the end of the day, I just want I want everyone to have a good controller. You know, and that's what they wanted too. They wanted everyone to have a good controller. And so they built something super solid.
And like I think like now like their FGC, whether now kind of like looking at the time frame of when it happened, whether it be like they were trying to like phase them out or whatever, but like it got down to as low as $100.
That's right.
Right.
Yep, absolutely.
Like the big summit is probably one of like probably another one of those controllers that like is real low for the price. That's like how did he call it? How did Mike say it's like almost like a boutique controller. It's still only $130 for what it can do. And that is amazing. Like the grams, their permanent low end price became $200. And when they went on sale, you can get them for even less. That's right. That also doesn't include all of their B stock and B sides and like, oh, it turns out they printed the artwork upside down or whatever, which I'm mad I didn't get like some of the faceplates for that. Damn. Like having like the inverted like tsunami or something like that would have been awesome.
Yeah, I got a B grade from one of their sales. It was like a transparent panels on a white motherboard, and I just like Sharpied art all over the white motherboard, and it was the coolest thing, and it literally cost me $100. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was exactly one of those, pretty much.
You can't see it very well, but you can you can sort of see that I made shine, but it says straight edge on there.
Hell yeah.
That's from that X-Tool P2. Nice. I guess so. That if you're looking for a laser cutter, that's the one. The X-Tool P2. It's pretty decent. Payments are pretty low if you need to finance it. It also comes with a bottle of antifreeze, depending on where you're going to put it, so it doesn't like freeze up in there.
Fucking great! That's awesome. Yeah, I love that. Wow. Yeah, stuff. I have my eyes on a cutter. I'm probably going to drop like 5 racks on one soon. It's gonna be a big sucker too, because I cut orcas out of, I think, what is it, like 24 by 48 sheets of acrylic. So I do like almost 7 orcas worth of parts out of one sheet at a time. Just because it's like the easiest way to chop it up and per price. Yeah. So I'm gonna be getting a big fucking laser cutter soon. I cannot wait.
Hell yeah. The one that we have is relatively small. I can only do one panel side per acrylic sheet because of the size constraints, but still like relative to like what most people get, that's still large enough for the scale of what people would want to have, right? Like, yeah,
and you can make orcas or like other similar device cases out of that. Anything in that shape or size, you can just do that with for sure.
Yep. I mean, the first time I cut panel, like we had this panel cut, that was like the first one for myself, and I ended up like losing my mind at the fact that it happened. Like I was trying to experiment, because eventually if all things work out the way that I want to eventually start selling all of the open source controllers and telling them, this is where you find it, this is who you can talk to if you want to learn about it more. Because like I have like a small Etsy shop where I sell frames, and especially now, because Graham is closing, once those frames are gone that they have, they're essentially gone forever, unless the community picks it up and says, no, I'm not going to let the dream die. We're going to have Graham or Graham adjacent looking controllers for as long as I'm willing to put in the time and money for it. And it feels strange, like, to think that like that is a weird byproduct of like them closing and me trying to sell like some of these frames, that like that might be something that I'm a part of, keeping the Graham controller alive in some way, in that way.
Oh, yeah.
Which is another good, like, amazing thing about open source. Like in the description for the frames, I literally said, it's based off of this is where you can find it, blah blah blah, this is who you reach out to. I'm gonna have to change that description in Etsy because Graham's closing, but that's neither here nor there. And eventually, like, again, that is my that is my like dream if I were to like pursue like controllers even more, that I find as many of these open source projects so that like people know some of that history, because someone did like message me on Etsy. It's like, hey, what the hell frame are you talking about? And I had to explain to them, because apparently the last time they played Melee was like in high school during what was considered the golden age. And they
wow, okay.
recently, and like they found my my Etsy shop, and I told them, it's like, yeah, this, and they're like, wow, like I never knew like Smash like went like so far so deep. Like I had no idea. It's like, yeah, it's crazy how far the tech and the technology have come. And like I'll you know, we will end up being like the lore masters of like these projects that have come and gone like over
Oh
the
yeah.
years. And
Yeah,
like
that's real. You know, you can't talk to anyone about the Goom Wave anymore unless they were like on the ground floor. The most you're gonna get out of most people about the Goom Wave is like, oh yeah, that was the controller that I waited a year for that sucked at the end. Like that's the most you're gonna get. You're not gonna get like an inside story anymore. So yeah, like I feel that. Like if you're doing like long-term support for a Goom Wave, it's like, here, this is a flasher for a Goom Wave and firmware. People are gonna be like, what the fuck is a Goom Wave?
there's people now like the Goomwave project, you know, ended, failed, however you want to put it, like not too long ago. That was only like what,
No.
2 years ago? That
Yeah,
like right? Like so
yeah,
it's
this
like
this
not
is
even
the
that long.
platinum age of controllers. Like, this is the best controllers that Melee has ever had, bar none. Like, it is the best era to be getting into Melee and getting a good controller, in my opinion, just because of the last 3 years of abject fucking nightmares, honestly. Maybe 5 if you wanna really say it. But
Yeah.
between like the fob getting picked up too early by the community at large, and the
Hmm.
Goom Wave fiasco, and all of the drama in the rectangle space, like all of that pushed us so far forward in such a short period of time. I'm like really
Hmm.
grateful for it, but it was not without serious tribulation.
Yeah, like even things as like uh what some might think is inconsequential, like the spark plates, right?
Oh, that's huge. Oh my god, that's huge. Like,
Like
don't get me wrong.
some people would
Yeah,
think that's
that
so inconsequential, but like
it's
the
massive.
level of precision that it had to take to like think of like, I need to literally make my own top shells so that like the variance of like filing and finding a good person that knows how to notch
Yeah,
like that level of like that artistry obviously is now going to, I wouldn't say gone forever, but that is
it's
going to
nowhere
be a
near.
relic of an older time.
I don't even think
And
so. I'm not gonna lie. I've used a bunch of gram play, or not gram plates. Oh my god, spark plates at this point. I'm
Mhm.
staring at the gram on your desk. But I've used a bunch of the spark plates, and like end of the day, like they're okay. They're okay. If you want notches, like top level notches, you're still gonna have to pay for them. But like when it comes to like a lower entry barrier, that's
Mhm.
fantastic. Like, I'm so glad that there exists something that you can get to just slap onto a fob and have some good enough notches.
Mhm.
If you want like high level artisan shit, you know, you need to look somewhere else, and you're not gonna pay a $35 ticket price for it. It's not gonna be extinct by any means, but it sure as fuck is gonna be a lot less in demand, and people won't feel so pigeonholed into needing to spend that much money on it. And I think
Yeah.
that was a lot of people's frustration with notches for like a long time too.
Mhm.
I never understood it because I just learned to do it myself, literally from scratch.
Mhm.
So it's like, if you really want notches that badly, just fucking do it yourself. I don't know. Maybe that's privilege to me or whatever, but that's what I did.
I think the other thing too is like there we're now like in this space where like in maybe in like 2 3 years down the line, we're not gonna like see how good we have like the state of controllers, like you're saying. Like this is a very
Mhm.
very premium time to like find a lot of the things that like on the lower, if you're on the lower end of like the spectrum like I am, where like, oh, I can get a spark plate, oh, I can get my own board. There's very minimal there's very minimal like soldering involved. Like a lot of this stuff is
Mhm.
becoming you know, plug and play. And like obviously there's, you know, the high level artistry and boutiqueness of like some of the stuff, but like if someone's just crafty enough, they can make themselves a pretty solid controller for, a couple $100 less than they would have, at any other frame and time frame, right?
Completely agree. Yeah, you can make like a $150 controller nowadays. They'll
Mm-hmm.
have a full set of notches and anything you need it to do in terms of electrical output. Literally,
Mm-hmm.
like if you are clever, you could get a spark plate and like have a homie make you $100 fob or make it yourself for like 50.
Mm-hmm.
And then like have a donor controller and then bam, you have like top of the line, the best possible hardware you can get. You learn from some
Mm-hmm.
outside source how to set the settings on the fob to be equivalent to like a top level controller, and then bam, you're done. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
150 in and out, minimal intervention from anyone else outside of you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Again, the DIY nature of it all is something that like I love seeing, right? Like when you lower that barrier in some ways, it might invite people to do things that they never thought they would have wanted to. Like
Absolutely.
for all we know, 5 years from now, like the next, high level, controller maker, modder, whatever, started because they were able to get a spark plate. They were able to get, maybe they were able to get a cardboard and that's what they wanted to use,
Mhm. Love the
and
cardboard. I
yeah,
love the
like,
cardboard.
maybe this is how they get what they get. Maybe the next handheld legends, controller comes out, where like have you seen like that controller that handheld has put out?
Yeah, absolutely. I've played on one like actually a lot at this point. I think I've stopped by one of the booths and stayed for like half an hour just hitting shit on them. Just because like I have to feel out new controller projects. It's good. It's good. For
I
someone
love
who's so picky about controllers, I have precious few complaints about it.
I love the fact that like the gates can be changed depending
Mhm.
on your preference, and like you have access to create essentially two different controllers just by three simple screws, you know what I mean?
That's right. Yep, I love that. I tried to put that same kind of design philosophy into the Orca. Like I really wanted it to be something that people could mod and tinker with and upgrade and work on. And
Mm-hmm.
so like in theory, like if you want to talk about equivalence to a gate, if you're on an Orca and you want, a normal octagonal gate, you take the second stage switches out of it and then you lose your notches, but it feels more like, an 8-directional GameCube controller where you have all your diagonals and you
Mm-hmm.
have all your cardinals, and then you can just like kind of, feel it in between. You don't have any guardrails or anything like that. And like,
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I love that. I want that for every controller pretty much. Like you
Yeah.
should be able to tune it based on what you want to do and have some adjustability.
I think the other thing too now is like I think the Orca is now out at a perfect time because there are now more and more analog keyboard switches that are starting to come out
Oh
that I'm
yeah,
hearing about.
absolutely. Big
That
market boom for that.
I want to say like when I first heard of the Orca, I want to say there was only like two, maybe three different
Correct.
switches.
Yeah, it
And
was mostly just lacquer.
yeah, and it was also like some of them were proprietary.
Right.
So it's not like you could have done anything with them.
That's right.
And now we're getting to the point where like you can probably find a very decent price for a set, and you can like start really actually experimenting for what works for you as far as your Orca, like
That's
different
right.
travel lengths, different travel resistance, and all
Mhm.
those things are starting to happen. So this is actually probably the best time for the Orca to have come out.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think I've been through 20 different Hall effect switches now, just as time has gone on. And that, like, when I first started developing New Yorker and we were first doing it, like, I got to choose one switch because there was one switch on the market that wasn't pulled out of a Wooting keyboard. It was the Lecker switch.
Mhm.
Um, and then they released a lighter version of the Lecker switch, and then there were two. And for most of the development cycle, that was all you could get. And then in the last like 6 months or something like that, they have
Mhm.
just exploded, and there's been like 20 of them or so. And I've tried like every one that I could get my hands on that like seemed like it was a decent fit for the Orca.
Mhm.
And we eventually settled on basically a new like third party switch that is in
Mhm.
every Orca now that just is exactly the right balance for what I think the average player will want in the Orca, and I'm very, very happy with it. But yeah, you gotta
Yeah.
do that. You gotta tune things. You gotta do due diligence based on what's available for like both yourself and the people that you're making controllers for as a modder.
Yeah. And now like I talk about Graham a lot because they're so amazing, they're fun, but like that's also like my frame of reference for a digital controller. Like it was choosing the particular switch that they have, right? They're running the KLV1s, low profile switch. You know, it's the 50 grams. I want to say that the pros, only hearsay from Grammy. Okay. Okay, never mind. I'm reading the chat. I missed a message, but
Oh, you're good. You're good.
like they eventually landed on this after like a bunch of different kind of experimentation, and some of the ones that they've looked into really was like, oh, even though this is a great preference, like this is probably your best like overall experience like switch to go off of. There's also these silent switches that they sent me as well that like I still haven't tried. Like these are also, I believe, 50 gram switches, but on my original DIY, I am running on some 25 gram purples, and like the difference feels it's so different. As someone who like never thought about it, like the feel is so different. Like I realize I have a much heavier hand than I thought I did, which explains why I probably broke so many like of my keycaps on my 3D printed one.
I broke a ton of those. I snapped fucking so many stems.
And I think it's because of a result of like me thinking like maybe this might work out for me. And as I just started watching like more reviews for just like general controllers in general, like 50 seems to be like that sweet spot for most people. Some people who have light hands going down to 25s. Some people who have heavy hands might want to like bump up to, I think like a 75, I want to say is what the higher weight on them are. Like especially if you rest really heavily, like with that, like almost like a heavy piano hand. Like those kind of little things of like over time are like developments that most people would never think about until they're actually messing with the things themselves. And like I found out through that firsthand experience of realizing the difference between the 25s and the 50s. I'm like, oh God, this is way different.
No, I've been up and down that so many times just with like every step of controllers too, because I've always preferred like chewier things, heavier things, with like a couple of exceptions, like triggers. I really like lighter trigger springs, so I made my own. But yeah, like when it comes to the Orca, the analog buttons are like I think they're between 65 and 70 in their current deployment with the new switches. So they are chewy. Like they got a bit of weight to them, but it's hard to not have weight with this kind of a device just because like A, the physical construction of it, and B, it's like you need to be able to differentiate pressure zones for your analog inputs. Like if you want to do a tilt, you need to be able to like hit the first stage switch or hit a little bit extra without overshooting or undershooting too hard. And that's really hard to do at like smaller force profiles. So that was like one of the biggest hurdles we had to get over the Orca and stuff in terms of like balancing what the main switch would feel like against what the secondary switch would feel like. I don't know if you're aware of the construction of these suckers even, because there's basically a pad inside of the button that sits on a disconnected switch when it's being pressed, and that acts as the notch point. And so it's just all about the relationship between the main switch. It's actually a magnet going up and down and being measured, and then the secondary switch, which basically just acts as a spring system for the entire button.
Okay.
And so you have like even more customization when it comes to the Orca for like, how do I want my first stage to act? How do I want my notch to act? Like, do I want the notch to be stiffer or lighter so I can go through it easier? Do I want the main phase to be stiffer or heavier so I can press with less force or more force? Do I even want a notch at all? It's awesome. I love it. That's like what I wanted the device to be able to do. Just like extremely tunable and customizable based on people's like preferences. Really happy with how that went. But like finding a default that works for everyone, that's hard. That is really hard.
Because for all you know, your default is like outrageous for other people.
Heavy. My default
Yeah.
is so heavy. I learned that when I was doing prototypes because like I was playing on, I think what would be the equivalent of like 150-gram buttons because they were very heavy. I have a grip strength like a fucking animal. Like I could probably crush an apple in one of my hands just because like 20 years of guitar play and other like hands-on work. So
Yeah.
I'm extremely heavy on all of my controllers and
Yeah.
I always have been. And other people do not feel that way. So all the early Orcas that I was using, I was like, people were like, this is way too heavy. This is way too heavy. Like the piece of feedback that I kept getting over and over, and I was like, okay,
It's
I
too
think I just
heavy.
got the grippers, and I gotta chill out. Like,
I mean, listen, it's really impressive when you can like rip the apple in half, and then that's cool because like I've done that. But I also realize I don't have as much grip when just trying to like just do whatever. I realized like I had that problem when I was in middle school. My hand would hurt from writing so much, and it wasn't because I was writing so much. It's because I was just trying to do this, trying to like
oh yeah, me
squeeze.
too.
I'm trying to
No,
squeeze
me
the
too.
thoughts out of the pen.
I've been death gripping since I came out of the womb. So.
That was something one of my firearms instructors had said once. Is like, listen, when you're holding a weapon, you want to make sure you have a nice good grip, something that ain't going to kick back, but also don't be squeezing so tight that you start shaking because that's when you're going to start missing. I guarantee you can't squeeze it harder and get more gun juice out of it.
yeah. I've been trying to get more controller juice out of all of my controllers all the time. So you press the input harder, it goes through better, you know.
Right? That's a well, technically yes. If you're playing, any of the FGC characters in Ultimate, because
right.
or Ryu or I should say the Shotos. If you play the Shotos in there, they literally have heavy and medium built in. So you got to control that, otherwise you're only going to get heavy, and then there's no point of it.
And then like the original Street Fighter game
Mhm.
had a pressure sensitive button, and so if you wanted to hit a strong move, you had to smack the shit out of it.
Yep.
And so like, yeah,
But then again, I think that's also like an American thing, because I had found out that like the levers that we had here in the US had to be manufactured in order to be more resistant. So they had to use a sturdier build design, a sturdier or heavier resistance, because Americans, we're just very heavy handed. I was like, I have to like throw all of my force, because if I DP harder, the punch comes out harder.
totally. Yep.
And like we're very abusive to our tech here, which is why like in Japan you can get like a 35-year-old controller and it still looks like it's brand new. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, that's very worn. And we're like, what are we talking about?
For real, I have noticed that for sure. A lot of the imports that I get are in like amazing shape for these ancient controllers, and like, I don't even know how this happened. Little Takahashi must have treated this like a feather. Like,
and again, like, and that's like, oh, I'm sorry, that's heavy use. I'm like, okay, that's what you think.
Yeah. Shout out to Takahashi, man. That whoever that kid is who gave me that last emerald with his name scrawled on it, that thing was fucking perfect. Like, absolutely.
That's funny. Oh man. So I kind of want to ask, like, there was a point where you're working GCC, you're working on the Orca, and like at what point did you like finally see that like something tipped and you either realized or you kind of saw the writing on the wall that like my time really working on GCC is starting to come to an end because I want to work more on this Orca? Like, has that really happened yet, or did it happen?
Absolutely.
And like, where were you when you kind of like saw that tipping point, or did you even see that tipping point even happen?
So, I mean, it's very, very specific time, honestly, because GameCube controller making will definitely just suck the soul right out of you. And so basically, as soon as I pulled the trigger on my like order of my production line of boards,
Hmm.
That was when I really pulled the plug on it, and I said, okay, one last batch, and I'm fucking done. Buy them or get out. Sold the batch, and then went basically completely into Orca production mode, getting all the parts ready, getting all the shipping route square and the production route square, and then just like shifting into manufacturing. That was pretty much like the moment. I opened up sales for the Orca because I knew that I had all the parts and that I could start building them, and the controllers in the last batch that I had done just like slowly trickled out. And so that was like pretty much exactly like I think October or November of last year. Um it was basically like flip one switch off, flip the other on, and we continue and the lights stay on in the shop, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
But it was a
It,
very hard moment, like a defined moment in my mind.
it's one of those things where like, was it very, I I see the essentially the finish line, and it's like everyone else is going to have to brace for it in a different way than I'm going to.
Yeah.
Oof, dang.
Yep.
What did that like moment feel like? Like, do you remember that last controller that you worked on?
Hell
That
yeah.
last
Oh,
GCC?
so distinctly. I remember it because it was probably about 3 weeks ago that we like finally wrapped up everything with the last part of it, because it was one dude who ordered
Mm,
2 controllers that were really intensive, and I had one finished, and I was waiting
mm,
on parts for another one for like ever. And so
mm.
it pushed into like the 9 month territory, which is like that's my no-no zone right there. I have a strict policy at my shop called no babies. If a controller is older than 9 months old in terms of an order, I either fill it on the spot or offer to refund, because there's no
Yeah.
reason it should ever take any longer. No, as soon as I finished that shit up, it's like liberation, baby. Like the shackles are fucking broken. Like I'm free. I can go frolic in my field now. My orca filled field.
Oh man, so it essentially just barely happened then.
Yeah, absolutely. Way sooner than it should have happened. It should have happened a long time ago, but controllers are fucking hard.
Yeah.
And yeah, just doing all that stuff. Like I've been burnt out on making GameCube controllers for 3 years now, honestly, and like I've just soldiered on through it because people need them, and I need to make a living. So
Yeah.
um, so I kept at it, but now I have something I like more.
Like, at what point did like the 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 dread or the drudging nature of making GameCube controllers start like weighing on you? Did that
Hmm.
like influence what like starting to think about the Orca, or was it like something that was kind of just happening in tandem? They weren't necessarily related.
I think I conceptualized the Orca probably in 2019.
Hmm.
It could have been in 2018, but it was just like born out of the want to see something more suited to Melee than a digital controller. And so like once that idea started kind of festering in there, like
Hmm.
it got harder and harder to work on GameCube controllers, especially with like more that I learned about GameCube controllers and them just being terrible. I think the moment that burned me out was the Goomwave project though.
Mm.
I think the Goomwave hit and I never recovered.
Oof.
Just because like I was one of like I think 3 or 4 modders that they were even allowing to buy boards and make Goomwaves under their flagship.
Hmm.
And so I had, exclusive access to this industry, which means that everyone went to me and everyone bought Goomwaves from me. So I
that's
immediately had a lot of orders to catch
that's
up on.
definitely a burden.
Yep. And I was one of the only people that was like getting them out in a timely fashion too.
Hmm.
Or at least like getting them out working.
Hmm.
Certain controller modders that I've had a lot of beef with that were also on that short list. We're not doing such a good job
Yeah,
of exactly that. So, but no,
I.
that's what did it. Just buried in Goomwave orders. Goomwaves were miserable to build. They were miserable to troubleshoot. They had main stage
Yeah.
firmware, and that was a huge mess. And I had to rewrite the firmware with my developer, who basically got shafted by the Goomwave project too.
Ugh, brutal.
Um, I could go on about that, but like that's probably a story for another day. If you want to have me back to talk about the woes of the controller industry and some of the people that like, that did some of the shit, what happened behind the scenes stories, we can talk then. But
Listen, I have
It
at
was a lot.
least, I think 2.5 or 3 hours. So
Okay, cool.
whatever you want to talk about is fine. Like, I don't want you to like feel like I'm trying to extract anything out of
Oh, no,
this.
no,
I
no.
just want like I want to know like at the very least like that kind of like headspace, because like thinking back on it, like again, someone who was like, I have no business like trying to think about not the politics, but like think about like the consequences of something like the Goom Wave, where like, well, like one
Right.
of the things that I remember was like, you can change your zone. So like you'll never up smash, you can only tilt, you'll
Oh my
never be able to
god.
jump, but and you're still full travel up, like
Yep.
those kinds of things that like it's like you want tap jump, like play PM, like
I know. Tell me about it. No, you're preaching to the choir. Holy
just
shit.
start playing
That was
PM.
one of the things that drove me the most crazy about the Goom Wave. It's like they were so caught up on whether or not they could that they never asked themselves if they
Whether they
should. You know,
should.
one of those situations, straight up. And like that was part of why I had to, make my own firmware, because it's just like one of those situations where I so strongly disagreed with so much that they did and how they implemented what they did implement, that like that I couldn't even take it. Like in my from my perception, the device that I was trying to sell to people was fundamentally
Mhm.
broken. Like it was fundamentally either not working the way it should or literally overstepping its bounds as a device. And so they had a developer that they basically like ignored, King Curb, also known as Adawada, uh who also wrote Smash Scope and stuff. They largely ignored this incredibly talented developer and like wouldn't
Mhm.
really let him contribute when he could just very easily solve all of these issues pretty much at a drop of a hat.
Mhm.
Um and so I went off with him and we wrote our own firmware. Like he basically did all of the legwork of the code. I guided the actual rewrite and like what it would do and how it would process inputs and how it would handle everything.
Mhm.
And we just like wrote this code together over the course of like 2 or 3 weeks or something. And
Damn.
yeah, it was crazy. And then we came out with something much more stable and reasonable
Mhm.
than the Goomwave project. And it's like this is what I felt like I had to do to just like sell these things that I was burdened with, because I paid $10,000 for 100 motherboards, so $100 per board. Paid basically in cash up front. It was fucking insane. Yeah, and like you think about a fob motherboard, they're like $11. The cost to produce one of those things, especially on that cheap ass fucking cardboard PCB that they had, was probably in the realm of like $15 per,
Jesus.
upcharge to 100. So I
That's
had these $100 pieces of shit that couldn't even dash dance without dropping your wallet. And I'm
yeah.
like, what do I do with this? I have to do better by the people that I have. So like, yeah, that whole saga, that's what burnt me out, like bar none for sure. And then like the fob project was kind of similar, where I had to just like bark at the people who took over the project for like 6 months in order to get
Mhm.
them to even understand the things that they were missing to get to a point where they could make a product that was good enough to use by a professional player.
Mhm.
um because they had so many issues with small things, like bizarre things with their Kalman filtering and their
Mhm.
snapback algorithm, and it just like caused so many problems. And like, so I just kept hitting these roadblocks that were artificial roadblocks made by people who didn't know what the fuck they were doing or wouldn't see to the people that would know what the fuck they were doing.
Mhm.
And I just like hit it over and over and over, these men that think they knew better.
Ugh. These
And
M
that on
words.
top of, yeah, right. And that on top of everything else that I was already dealing with like the up to 10 hours per controller for every fucking
Yeah.
controller I making one controller a day on average for, all of my life, never really taking a break. Like it wears on you. It's a lot. It was a full-time battle for a part-time bitch, so.
Ay, ay, ay. God, good lord. Yeah, I could see how. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't just delete every social media, just like disappear from the face of the planet.
Unfortunately, I have to sell things through my social media, so.
That's the only reason.
Yep,
That's the only
literally.
reason
Yeah,
still
I would
around.
have I would have
I,
hidden the I would have hidden the walls a lot sooner if I could have.
you're already deep into the middle of nowhere now. If only you could have done that digitally.
Right, yeah. That's alright. I'm okay with being present digitally. That's usually what I do. I exist in the fringe of society, but I'm extremely available on the internet, you know?
There you go.
That's just my vibe.
The best way to do
Like,
it.
mushrooms, they're in the middle of the woods, but they have a huge connected network, and, that's
which is I remember I think I found you on Blue Sky, and like that was like all you did on there, just to like look
Yep,
at different mushrooms and post about
absolutely. Yep,
that.
I kinda miss doing that, but Blue Sky is once again more towards the sales end of thing nowadays. But I do have actually, like, an Orca page on there too, so for that. I can be a little bit more myself.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I made the mistake of branding my controllers under my name originally
Yeah,
because like everyone wanted a Rienne controller, and so they went to my name, they went to my page, they looked for my information and me. But now the Orca is a little bit distant from that, thank
a little
God, and
bit.
I have
Yeah,
more people in the flagship. So
I think making that like separation too is just like it could have like, I guess like when you're doing it at first, like you don't have to really think about it too much. Like it's
right,
like, oh, this is how the way people already know me. They might as well just come to me, and I'll just slap my name on the blah 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 whatever.
exactly,
But
yeah,
like it becomes like this burden after a while. Like when you move on, like if you ever move on from Orca, Orca can still be Orca as long as you entrust it with someone, right? But
that's correct,
like,
yeah,
but like if it's literally your name,
right.
you're
It doesn't
you're
make a lot of sense.
you are now the inverted pyramid, right?
Yep, that's right.
Like
We get it, yeah. It was
yeah.
rough, and so, like, I think that was part of the sentiment too, because, like, I had more technicians with me doing controller work and helping me fill orders and stuff, and they're like, "Well, is it really still a Rienne controller if it's being done by technicians under you?" And it's like, "Yes, absolutely. These are my techs that I trained from scratch. They know this
Mhm.
better than anyone else." But, like, that's not what the community feels towards it. I mean, like, it's like, "No, you have to do it. It's your name, your fucking controller." And, that also led to some of the difficulty too, for sure.
I think I don't know, maybe it's because like I think about the concept of like people's like labor and the value that their labor brings to any given anything, and like as a collective group of people that have a great understanding with their, and there's zero exploitation amongst everyone that's working together. I see that as like a working group that like is in the best version of society, how we're actually living, right? That's
Right, right, I
the
agree.
you're paid, we're getting to like socialist and communist like ideologies and everything, but somehow, god damn it, that happens every fucking stream where
Cool.
where somehow
I
I talk
love
about
it.
where I talk about socialism and communism, but like that is also again funny like hidden theme that like has been permeating for years I hear, but that is like what we would want to see. Like we don't want to have a major corporation like throw things in assembly line that is faceless,
That's right.
soulless, where
Yep.
the people that make the work are exploited for their labor, exploited for their knowledge, and they have no sense of fulfillment in doing the thing that's supposed to give them fulfillment, all
Mhm.
because they have to produce a product with their excess time and labor, and someone else reins in all of those profits.
Yeah.
in
That,
in
that sucks.
in this instance, it's like, this is the banner, we are the collective, it's my name, but it's everyone here, and they are still here for a reason, type of deal, right? Like
Right.
it may be your name and your face that everyone thinks of, but it is also your soul through these people that believed in being and working with you, right? Like
Mhm.
otherwise, like if they were slaving away the way you were, because I'm pretty sure you were in those mines at the same level, at least from what I'm able to gather. In
Yeah.
some instances, probably a little, maybe even a little bit more, to try to
Much
like
more.
relieve that burden on them, which is the sign
Yeah.
of a true leader, right? Like it's literally the same, right? Compare that to like these mass market like makers that like take the whatever parts, not do the same level of quality control, not do
Yeah,
the same
controller
level of.
chaos.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm glad somebody said it.
I'll fucking say it, man. Fuck controller chaos.
All right, someone said it. All right, cool. I'm glad we're heading to the same location. Like, for me, again, I first saw controller chaos and I'm like, or something like that in general, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, a mass production company that like can make these cool specialty controllers. And then like I dug a little bit underneath and like look at some of the discourse, and I realized you might as well just like try to find something at Goodwill, because more, it's just the only difference is like this is going to look prettier, but it will probably function just as like good as like the chewed up controller that looks like it has like, I don't know, how the hell did you get nicotine stains in your controller?
That's generous. That's generous. You get an OEM at a Goodwill that's like a regular Nintendo controller, it's gonna be better than a controller chaos controller.
You know what I mean? It's like, listen, the stickiness of the nicotine for some reason makes it better than the.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, these.
Yeah, I don't know, the maple
gamers,
syrup
man,
from that one pancake breakfast just really adds to the stick action. You
Hell
never
yeah.
leave, like your thumb never leaves it. You know, it's great.
Hell yeah. Let's also be real. These degenerative gamer boys, like they don't know how to do anything. That's why
nightmares.
It was there was the I don't know how you feel about shit fart customs, but like that little shit posting's great.
Love shit fart.
Like,
I love shit fart.
Like that video where he's like, oh yeah, you wanted the spicy thumbsticks, this is what I have to deal with, and like a thick layer, a look of like the most moldy looking filth that was being ripped off of the spicy stick cap. I'm like, oh god,
it's foul. Yeah, it's fucking foul.
Like, again, I'm not really one to say much. Like, my controller's right here, but every couple of weeks I take it apart and like I wipe the inside crevices with like an alcohol wipe at the very least, you know. which I think is like 1,000 times more than some of these people.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen live insects inside of controllers before. Like, God. I've seen some nightmares. I've seen some cool shit too, but it's mostly not cool. It's mostly not cool. Mostly not. The coolest thing that I've ever found inside of a controller, I had a controller that was just like gifted to me, I think, because it was dead and like no one cared to open it up or anything, like totally dead. I think someone got it secondhand, just like as a pick up, like a $10 controller at a yard sale or something, and it didn't work, and so he didn't think about it. So I open it up, and I see a lot of like dark red, black, orange, like rusted deposit, and I'm like, what is this? And I look around the other side of the stick, and there's just like an entire cat claw stuck inside of the stick box. And so I'm like, oh my god, someone's cat was like fishing around in this controller, got its claw stuck inside of the metal stick box, freaked out, bled into the controller, shorted it with its iron containing blood, fried it, and left a claw. And I used parts from that controller and the claw in my controllers for like 3 years after that point. It was so tight.
So insane.
It was wild. That was the coolest thing I ever found. I ever found, for sure. The least cool thing I ever found was like book lice.
Oh, we hate that. That's it. Oh god, that's so crazy.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not as bad as that one controller that someone in the modder server found. I think Shitpart reposted this eventually, but it was a Procon that was full of like teeming live insects. You remember that one?
Yeah, I saw that one. I remember that. That was so fucking gross. It was like these freaking children, these. And like, let's be real, it was definitely a man. These M words, these men with the hard R.
They're boys.
These hard R men. Oh, these people. Oh, that's so gnarly. Oh man. So you've seen a whole lot. And like you've gone through this like crazy journey so far of like leaving behind the thing that like uh is that actually a fair way to say it? Leaving behind the thing that like a lot of people know you for, the GCC. Is that
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people can perceive it like that. I don't feel that way personally. I think that is in large part because like I feel like I'm just on the evolution of the platform. Like I feel like I've made the next step in the GameCube controller, like just something in between the digital, rectangle style controller and a GameCube controller that like I don't feel like I've departed from it. I feel like I'm still doing the same thing with just my own shit.
It's just the new thing, the new portion.
Right.
Like,
right. It's still a GameCube controller to me. I play it. I feel like I'm on a GameCube controller. Like I don't feel like I'm on a box.
I tell that to people like when I show them the gram. I'm like, hey, I don't know if you know this. That's a GameCube controller, and they're like, what?
Hell yeah.
I tell them it's like, no, that's a GameCube controller, and then I explain the whole thing. Like kind of like I guess the best way to say, from the outside, right, you have left behind the thing that people have known you for the most. Yep. Like, is there like a kind of like is there a kind of feeling where like you may have left behind that thing? Like I'm sure like there's onesie twosies where like you'll help someone out and like do something for them. Like I'm sure that's probably the case, but like in general, do you see yourself never going back?
So the things that would need to change for me to go back are very specific and very unlikely, and I think that it's probably not going to happen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, if the things that happen that would need to happen to bring me back into it did happen, I would be needed a lot less in that space than I have been historically. So I'd be even still less likely to rejoin that kind of line of work, that fold, if you would.
Is it something that like can be like, you don't have to explain it, but like is it something that can be easily explained to someone who doesn't know, or is it kind of like an inside baseball type of deal where like it's for the knowers?
So no, it's definitely not for the knowers. So the things that we need to change, the biggest thing, number one thing, is accessibility of like raw material. If there was a way for me to say, I can go to this place, I can buy $30 brand new factory made Nintendo GameCube controllers anytime I want, in any quantity I want. That is a huge part of it. That's most of the struggle when it comes to like making GameCube controllers, is just keeping a supply chain of actual workable parts. And maintaining that, because that is near fucking impossible. You have to buy so many more controllers and controller parts than what you actually put out. And so you're always left at a huge surplus of unusable parts. I hate that. I hate waste in general. And like I've got still a workshop full of like
unusable parts,
thousands of dollars of unusable parts of GameCube controllers, just because it's like little fucking Timmy's doggo chewed on this shit, little Timmy chewed on the other one, like they may have chewed on it at the same fucking time. This control stick was wiped on the pavement out the back of a minivan once, like this kind of shit. Like, and you just have to go into like the controller lottery yourself as a controller maker. I do strongly believe that a controller modder's number one job is to slog into the controller lottery swamps so other players don't have to. When the controller lottery is a more guaranteed win, there's less need for controller modders to do what they do. For example, like that beautiful era where we were able to get $35 ultimates at the drop of a hat from overseas anytime we wanted. That was one of the golden eras of controller modding, but it also pushed the industry way down, because since controllers were so accessible, you could get a decent feeling controller for much cheaper from some fuck on Etsy. And then it would end up having problems down the line because it was built poorly. But that's like the number one thing that would have to change. The number two thing that would have to change would be like sentiment around the controller modder's place in the community. Because recently, I'm sure you're aware of just like how much people talked shit about controller modders for like a good long period of time,
I
especially
don't.
like the
I
last
don't.
2 years.
Again, I don't get it.
Etsy fobs, man. It's all Etsy fobs.
Etsy
It's these
fobs.
motherfuckers. Yeah, Etsy fobs. These motherfuckers that just like pick up a soldering iron, think they're hot shit, make this garbage can controller and sell it for
Yeah.
$100. Suddenly they have 40 orders for shit controllers.
Yeah.
They ship them out and they think they're God themselves, and then like 40 people have these fobs that are falling apart.
Yeah.
And then, you know, everyone's unhappy. So it's like the average person goes and pays less for a worse controller and is less happy with the result. And
Yeah.
therefore the overwhelming sentiment is that, you know, fewer people are getting good controllers made by good modders, and so
Yeah.
it's just assumed that modders are less good at what they do, and the controllers are garbage, and it's not worth the money you're putting in, which is not even a lot of money to begin with.
By
And then so
comparison.
people are just like, yeah, and so people are like, oh, you're either overcharging or you're making dog shit, and so it's like that perception that kind of boiled in, like it's happened a few times in the community, like here and there, where you know, oh, there's like a downtick of modders. Like a bunch of people got a bunch of bad controllers from a bunch of bad modders. It's a huge mass modder culling. Nobody buys controllers for a little while, especially not from controller makers who have had bad reputations. And then people slowly trickle back into like the controller modders who maintain good reputations for that. That usually happens on like a 4 or 5 year cycle. This 4 or 5 year cycle was catastrophic. This was a fucking disaster. Like there was more blood in the market than I've ever seen before, and like no one bought controllers for like a really long time. People started doing them themselves more, which is like good for a new generation of modders, but bad for everything else.
I think, and it's also exacerbated by, you know, the what people thought was going to be like the I wouldn't say the end all be all, but like the hopium that everyone was huffing with that Panda controller, you know,
Oh my
like
God, dude,
as far as like the average person who's all like, I don't have to pay $250. I can just pay $100 once, and it sounds like it'll get support from modders. I'm in. Like,
yeah, and they never think about the fact that controllers just don't work like that, and you're gonna have to do your wear.
Like, yeah, like I think it comes from a standpoint of, I don't know if ignorance is the best way to say it, but like,
yeah, it is.
I
think it is.
Yeah, I think it probably is. Like,
I don't think there's a way to chop it up anywhere else.
I want to be more charitable, but I think you're right. I think it is only ignorance of like not knowing how much like technical knowledge is needed for something that like most people don't think about at all times, right? Like you probably like, if you didn't say it already, you probably like had times where you're losing sleep about like the most minutia part of like modding a controller that no one will ever know unless they read that 800-page manifesto, right?
Right.
Like,
yeah, and I
that
sure
kind
as
of
fuck am
thing.
not writing that manifesto either. Like, I'm gonna suffer in silence. Like, yeah, people don't need to know how much stress I went through over 2 milliseconds of rise time and a fob filter. Nobody needs to know about that at all. Like I spent like 50 hours of my time trying to figure out what to do about a 2 millisecond window that I didn't enjoy. Like something like a 10 value difference that I didn't enjoy, like 10 out of 80, you know what I mean? Like it's insanely small things when it comes to GameCube controllers.
I think that's that's just like that unknowingness and also lack of charitability for the people that are directly involved. And again, that is a lack of understanding. That is, you know, the individualism and American exceptionalism that we live in, the world that we live in. It is, you know, that hyper individuality that like in some instances part of the United States is the reason why we ended up where we're at, but it's also the reason why we ended up where we're at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That same kind of mentality landed us where we are right now. And, you know, I think most people understand what I'm trying to say when I say that. But like,
yeah, it's tricky because like there's a lot of very valid complaints in a lot of the people's experiences when it comes to like controller modders and shit, and it makes it a lot harder to like refute or like, you know, say, oh, it's not like that. You can't just be like not all controller modders, because it's like, you know, where does that get anyone?
yeah,
even though it's explicitly true, but like there just were a lot of bad actors, and there's no way to cut that any other way. Like, it's not about the people downstream, like the consumers of that product. It's about the product makers themselves. So it's like there's only so much like personal responsibility that even comes into it when it comes to these players. They're just getting totally fucked with bad controllers because they gambled wrong on the wrong modder or whatever. So it's like it's hard for me to blame them for that sentiment when it's just like very rooted in truth and personal experience of suffering through a bad controller and bad experience.
Yeah, I think, and again, me seeing it as like someone who is relatively removed, seeing it from the lens of my worldview and the upbringing that I have of like the ones that like do the thing and do it well will always come out like on top.
Right.
There will always be, you know, the person that will vouch for that, like, hey, if I can't get this service from this person, I know they'll recommend me to someone that is more in line with what I'm asking for or what I can provide, because that is the community aspect that I believe, or I should say I thought that we would have, like, considering how grassroots we always end up seeing the Smash scene and platform fighters in general always end up being. Like, you're never gonna see Smash at EWC. Also, a lot of people wouldn't go to EWC because, you know, politics and everything. Other people have no idea, but that's just them not being a knower, right? But like, we're never going to be on EWC. There's a chance we'll never be invited back to EVO, right?
That's right. Yeah, I doubt it at this point, especially not that honestly the scene would even really want to with everything going on. But
yeah,
that's neither here nor there. I'm not getting into that for sure. Like, I'll talk about controller politics all day, but not actual. Holy shit! No, I'm out. Fuck that.
Like I said, the knowers know.
Yeah, we know.
The knowers know.
That's right.
Like, if you want to watch the Brian F video on it or the Sage Jam video about it, right? And if you know who those people are, you're already more of a knower than you thought.
Dude, it's rough though, because it's like even now, if like someone's like, hey, I know you're not making GameCube controllers anymore, who do I go to make me a controller? I don't have a fucking good answer.
Yeah,
that's one of the things that's been paining me so much in the industry right now, because it's like, if someone asked me for a recommendation who I would go to if I had to have someone who wasn't me make a controller, I'd be like, I don't fucking know, man. Like,
not anymore.
Nobody out there meets my standards. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, tell him to go to Cardano? Like, that doesn't help anything at all. He also makes controllers probably about as frequently as I do.
Yeah.
That boy got a deodorant empire now. He's like the only other person on the planet that I would consider, like, you know, in the ballpark of what I'm making, which is just so frustrating. It's like sometimes I refer people to like people I know and like trust pretty good, and then they have a really bad experience or get a mid as fuck controller, and I feel personally responsible for that. So it's like I can't even point people in a good direction. So it's like that's another like reason why I'm like more willing to forgive these people talking shit about controller mods, because they're fucking right. They're right. And like, I can't even say, it's like, yeah, man, like, look, these people are fucking up, like, straight up. Like, like I am so big on due diligence, and I have such high standards for like every controller that passes through my workshop, and I just don't see due diligence being applied, and I don't see controllers that are good enough passing my way, period. Like, I think the only other group of people that's doing work like to the caliber that I would like to see is like Spark and Violence, because you know those two are basically, you know, cranking out things, and even that, it's like it's still not to the level of like a fully fleshed out high custom controller for top level players. Like they get most of the way there, especially for like the lower end builds, but it's like I even for some, like, for my personal needs for controller, I couldn't go to anyone else on the planet except for maybe Cardano.
I think and even then, like, the Spark had put something out that, like, listen, I know a lot of people want my controller. I have other obligations beyond this. This isn't my thing. So like, if one of your references is someone who says, I can't take you on ever half the time unless I know you or whatever, like, that's not really, it's not as helpful. Even if the quality is even better than something you could ever produce. If
That's right.
if that's not someone who can be there for that market, for that scene, for that portion of the scene, it's you might as well not even bring up the person's name half the time, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, like accessibility is huge, and so I like tend to bump people towards more accessible modders than like high quality modders. And there's no way I can avoid doing that.
Like, let's be real, like your average like 3-2er doesn't have to pay $750 for a controller.
Fuck no. No. Honestly, like nobody needs to pay $750 for a controller. But yeah, it's like even finding like a decent controller for people, like it's just hard.
Yeah, I think the other thing too, and like this probably is a additional driving factor, again if we haven't said it or it hasn't been said, an additional driving factor why something like the Gram, the Orca, and like these kinds of specific types of controllers are in some way have a lower barrier for the possibility of needing to be worked on. Like the way I see it, as long as you can plug the controller into a computer, as long as you can you learn how to like unscrew everything properly and screw it back in place, as long as you know how to pull a switch,
right?
That's like 80 to 90% of the problems that can be fixed, that doesn't have to come back to and I would say a manufacturer, but like come back to you, come back to a modder, because it's very self-sustaining for you to fix on your own, as long as you have just like that small hint of knowledge, and a little bit of willing to tinker with it. Other than that, it is very user-friendly to mess with and fix with. Right.
And that was a huge design point for me too.
Yeah.
Like I want people to just be able to be like, oh, my jump button is missing sometimes. I'm gonna take my switch puller, I'm gonna pop the jump button out, I'm gonna put a new switch on, put the button back on, done. And like this never needs to come back to me. So many parts of the Orca are designed so that you don't even need to like take it apart. You don't need to unscrew a single fucking thing to fix like the vast majority of issues. I think I've seen one Orca so far that actually needed like a board replacement because of like a physical issue, and it was probably because it was stored in a backpack with a cable plugged in. That's the only time I've ever seen anything, and it's like, this is just a physical issue that's more of a user error thing. But because it's so rare, I still covered it under warranty. Just because it's like I wanted to do research on the part that broke, and see how to avoid it in the future. And I actually already made updated changes to my design to avoid that particular type of break in future revisions. Even though it's like literally 1 out of like 250 controllers that had this particular error caused by physical user habits.
Yeah. See, like again, like this is like one of those philosophies behind design, like having a really great design philosophy, and like being able to allow people to essentially do most of whatever they want to it, that like makes something like this seem like a great evolution to where a lot of this groundwork has been placed. Like again, a lot of people are still going to go back to a GameCube controller, but for the ones that want to push how they want to play, this is probably the best step forward, right? In that regard.
Right. Yeah, I think I built this more than anything else to be something that someone could just like use for a long time without it changing and without being frustrated at like the natural ebb and flow of the controller's inputs. Like I wanted that whole process to be as small as possible when it came to like wear and like things that you have to deal with as the controller ages. Like that was like my number one focus. Like I wanted to make something stable that would feel the way that it felt for as long as possible without user intervention.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest upside I can think of, especially, you can freaking ship of was the ship of Theseus
Oh yeah.
The ship, whatever the ship is called, ship your
Yeah,
controller.
Ship of Theseus, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one. Ship of Theseus.
Yep.
You can ship a Theseus your controller, right? Like my direct example is literally my DIY Graham
Yeah.
controller. I only bought the board and my initial set of clear panels from them.
Perfect.
The original frame was done through JLC PCB along with the original keycaps. Then I had some red keycaps that I made from when I got a 3D printer. Then when I got the hang of how these 3D printers works, I had gotten some glow in the dark filament, so that was my controller for a while. Then I got these different colors, and then I eventually got the current frame, the filament that has the current frame, and then eventually got the acrylic. And this is the only thing that's remained the same are the switches and the board itself. Other than that, it's more or less a completely different controller than from the very first time. Like I recorded myself putting the controller together and uploaded that video to YouTube. It's more or less a completely different controller. And like,
but you know, it's also not.
Exactly. That's the thing.
Right.
It's also not. And
you got the same board, you got the same switches.
Yeah, same board and same switches. And like that's the thing that like you can do with something like that, like the Orca. Like you can have be everything completely different except for maybe the board. And it's still the same controller that you got, in this instance years ago.
That's right.
Like,
and it'll still like, despite the like, except for the physical things, it'll still play exactly. Like you can change the force curves for your buttons. You can change how hard they are to press or what they do when you press them. But like at the end of the day, when you press that analog button 1.5 millimeters down, you're gonna get a fucking notch value, and you're gonna fucking like it. Like period. That's what's gonna happen. And it'll never stop doing that.
Which I think is like is a evolution that like I don't think people fathom until they're actually like messing with it. Like I caught the stream way too early, but Bob Wolf from Wolf Den, when he was playing on an Orca, like, oh man, I caught that stream way too late, and apparently he was he didn't have the right adapter, so he couldn't play Smash Brothers on the Switch for it. And they ended up playing something else, but like,
well, we fixed that shortly thereafter, but too late there. Yeah.
Like I don't know, months down the line, for all you know, he makes a video on it, and then the new nightmare begins. Like, man, now I have to make all of these Orcas.
Oh, I hope that happens. I love that. We're set up to make so many more Orcas than we're currently making that I'm almost like bored with the amount of workload that I have, which is good though, because I do have to still focus on like doing coding and shit like that. But it's good because it's like I'm used to having such a work debt that I have now a work surplus, and I'm like, what do I do with myself? Like, what do I fucking do here? So I basically just have to learn programming from scratch because I don't code. I'm a hardware engineer. Like I'm a techie bitch. I'm a bench monkey. Like I don't talk to computers in that way. But I've had to learn to like do the Orca stuff because my developer got a big boy job and has not had the time to devote to the Orca that we've needed. And so I've done a lot of like the later stage stuff myself. Like I did the notch adjustment algorithm and getting all the stuff set. We're halfway through GUI. We're working on a GP 2040 fork so we can have like some open source repository that will work for X input on the Orca. And like all this stuff I've just been shouldering without having any fucking clue what I'm doing. I'm science dog in the laboratory, like just figuring shit out as I go along. But yeah, honestly, it's good. It's nice that I'm able to do that without stressing out about, what controller I need to finish today or whatever. I go into the workshop, I say, okay, we make a batch of Orcas today, and then I'll sell them over the next week or two. And then that's all I have to worry about, and then I go code.
And then I go code.
I think the thing that people truly won't appreciate about the Orca until they've had their controller for like, 6 months to a year is that they're going to just like realize one day halfway through a Melee session, they're going to look at the controller that they have and they're going to be like, wow, this feels just like when I got it. And it feels so fucking good. And the more I play on it, the better it feels. It doesn't ever start feeling worse. So like, I think that's the thing that's really going to push the Orca for people. It's that like, they're going to be on the same Orca for, years, and it's just going to work exactly the same as day one, and they're not gonna have to worry about shit. And that's that's what's given me the freedom to like go and compete again, because it's like I have a controller. It works the way it works. It never does anything unpredictable. That's it. Like, that is all I can ask for in a controller, and apparently it's like the steepest thing I can possibly fucking ask for, because I've never had it until I made my own controller, period. So it's just like, I think once people figure that out, it will get a lot more popular as an input device, because even things like even like frame 1 had buttons pop off and switches go out, and because they use like shitty switches and like all of this stuff, and like the box has Sanwa's die, and they're constantly in and out. Manufacturers like just waiting for 1,000,000 years to fix a controller they've been holding onto for 6 months, even though it needs one switch. It's just like shit like that is not going to happen here. And the more time goes on, the more people will appreciate that, and like the better the word of mouth is going to be. And like that's what makes a difference for me. I just don't want a controller that will crumble to dust in my hands after a month because I monkey it. Like I go apeshit on it, and it dies. This one doesn't die. I pound on this fucking thing. Like I literally did a stress test on the Orca that was throwing it down a flight of wooden stairs to see what happened. I did it with a few of them. Nothing happened. There was like a ding in some of the aluminum. Like, oh no. Crazy. There's a chip or something like that. Like nothing. And it was like a flight of stairs. Yeah, you want to do that with a fob? Good luck, dude. Enjoy putting that back together from scratch. Like,
I mean, I think if you drop it from like more than like 2 centimeters, it like completely destroys it, right?
Oh my god,
that's what I hear.
I mean, yeah, it reminds me of the early days, like the official fob guide being like, "Here's how you mount a tweezer pair rubber banded across 2 chopsticks to get your super glued magnet to fit perfectly on your stick box." Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Like, what are you people doing?
Listen, I'm a tinkerer, but god damn, that's much. Just a little too much.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my god.
I didn't need to take a YouTube course like that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then you drop it, the magnet dislodges, and not only do you have a broken fob, you have a stick box you can't reuse, covered in super glue, and a magnet that'll never go back on, right? Because it's covered in super glue.
Jesus Christ. Good lord.
God, yeah. Like I said, I have infinite controller frustrations when it comes to a lot of that kind of shit. I don't miss any part of that shit.
I mean, after everything you've discussed and everything that puts into context like a lot of the surface level things that like people saw, like I can see that 100%. I can see that 100%. And the fact that you made this your living for a while,
oh yeah, I mean, I've been full-time since the beginning of the pandemic, almost, like just doing only controller modder shit the whole time.
That's insane. Like,
so yeah, it's been like 5 years of full-time controller work.
How does how did that feel? Like, what was that like?
It's awesome. Almost exclusively amazing. The only difficulty in it is like, oh no, I have to get up and do the thing every day for myself because no one else is making me do it. You know what I mean? Like ADHD just says, I'll do it when someone really badgers me about it, and like I can wait a little longer. It's like you can't fucking do that if you run a business. You can't do that if you're beholden to yourself and everything that you're trying to do. Yeah. And I appreciate that. I do really like that. So it felt good. Yeah. It's stressful and hard sometimes, but like the freedom that it allows me is just absolutely incomparable. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Oh man, that's crazy. I'm assuming the stress was like a different kind of stress, but it definitely wasn't the same unbearable nightmare that it is being part of the office world or some bullshit, right?
Right. Yeah. Like I did computer repair and IT before I went into controllers, and every single IT job you're going to get into is going to be a different bag of bullshit depending on what you went into, and like you're never going to have a peaceful time doing any of it, no matter what.
Yeah.
And this is just much more peaceful for me.
Yeah. And you can do it deep in the woods.
That's right. Yeah, middle of fucking nowhere. I just need an internet connection and a workshop. I can go anywhere in the country I want to. I can go to any country I want to. Like, I'm not bound to geographical location anymore. Super valuable. If I feel like taking a month and just fucking off to the East Coast and hanging out with the homies, like I can just do that. Maybe I'll build a couple controllers while I'm out there for like pocket change or whatever. The work will continue at home. I'm good.
That's fun. That's good times. See, that's also the ultimate goal, I guess, for a lot of people, that level of freedom that like you now have with that, and it has been consistent. And like It hasn't dropped off clearly because you've been doing that for 5 years now.
Yeah, exactly. It feels pretty well established at this point. The Orca does feel like a brand new thing that I'm doing. Like a lot of people still don't even know
That
what
it
it is or how
exists.
it works or anything like that, or that it exists at all. But we're getting there. You know, new projects are always going to have those growing pains, especially like first year or two. But the
Yeah.
more time goes on, the better it's going to get. So
I think the other
yeah.
thing too is the if you end up like, you know, using that goodwill, which, you know, you are definitely, and people like, I always wanted to try this. Maybe this is the only one that I'm willing to try, because they know you, they know your reputation, they know how you are with the GameCube controllers. And it's like, if they're willing to put that on a rectangle, I'm in. You
Yeah,
know,
absolutely.
it could be the driving force.
I think I think that's actually true of like a lot of the people that have bought one already. People just like know my work and trust me, and they know my stance on like the type of device that I've built too.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, oh, if she's gone out of her way to make this thing, then she's probably pretty fucking serious about it, and it's probably pretty fucking good too. Because I've been
Yeah.
playing on an Orca myself since the first second that I could. Like as soon
Yeah.
as I had a prototype that would input things, I was playing on this shit with like random ass controller keys that I had laying around. Like my thumb was a shift key, and all my fingers were like I think I had a caps lock, an enter, and a tab for my ring, middle, and index finger. And I was just hammering on this like aluminum piece of shit in like a open frame one format.
Yeah.
And so I've just been running it, and like it's been like a year and a half of me tinkering with my own controller to get it to where I want it personally for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Just like
Mm-hmm.
I've always done with all the rest of my controllers for my clients, I get them to where I want them to be for me, and then that's amazing
standard.
for other people.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. Yeah. My very high standard. But yeah, I think they do see that. They a lot of my clients are just like, yeah, she made it. Like her controllers are great, so this thing's probably great. I had someone recently basically say like, I've been using your controllers for 5 years. I don't trust anyone else. You have a new project. I trust it. I'm gonna use it. And so I'm like, fuck yeah, dude, let's get on it.
I think the next big one that like where you've kind of like truly 100% cemented it is either taking an established rectangle user or taking an established like GCC user to just at the very least try it like consistently on stream, because that's what Cody did specifically with the Gram. He did that thing where like, all right, I'm gonna play on the Gram, and we're gonna try to make it to what did he say he wanted to try to make it to Grandmaster?
Grandmaster, yeah.
Yeah, that was the challenge. See if he can make it on Grandmaster without really knowing how to use it.
He was supposed to do that with the Orca too. But I think the weight of the deployment that he has, I think his girlfriend ended up being like, "Don't use that. It's bad for your hands. It's too much weight." And she wasn't wrong. Don't get me wrong. We've adjusted that deployment since then, but I think that was the thing that stopped him from actually doing the same exact thing. That's something that I would like, but I don't think it's worth focusing on to the same extent, because like, yes, that would get me exposure, but like it's such a giant risk. Like this is something that controller modders don't talk about. It's like, yeah, top players can potentially be your biggest like but they can also be your biggest
detriment.
Downfall. Like and yeah, exactly. And like almost all of them are very, very difficult to work with. They mostly know what they want. Sometimes they don't actually know what they want. You'll give them what they're asking for, and they don't want it. And they don't know how to ask for what they want either. So it's really hard. That's actually far and above my most difficult controller clientele, and I've tended to avoid them in general, which feels really weird, because it's like you know, it's like it's the top of the craft. It's the people who do the most things. Like what I like to do with top players is I like to see them in an event. I like to sit them down and I want to talk to them for like 30 to 45 minutes, and I want them to test things. I want there to be a conversation and a back and forth. And like, I want you to test this. You don't like it for this reason. I adjust it. You test this. You notice something else about it. You bring it out. You adjust it. You know, you test this. And then like once you have all the settings set up the way they like it, and they're like confirming the things that they know like you're both on the same page about what they want,
Mm-hmm.
that creates the good experience. I don't even like really want to do a top player's controller without that level of interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Like you need so much information to make a controller for someone playing near the upper echelon of the game that it's like
Yeah.
it's so difficult. A bunch of top players have Orcas now. I've just been kind of slinging them around to get people like comfortable with the idea of it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's like that's not the market I intend to
Yeah.
capture.
I think I mean, let's also, I mean, I'm going to say this, I'm going to be real. It's not going to, the people have become too precious with the GameCube controller. It's the same thing of like, when the hitbox came out for the first time, it's like, this is monstrosity. We have to maintain tradition. We have to play with a lever. And like at this point, like they're very ubiquitous, right? But that like that mental fight that the FGC has of like leverless versus traditional versus pad, and it's like an infinite cycle that will go to no end, and that fight with GameCube controller versus any alternative. And that fight is so entrenched in all of Smash, and so much so it has permeated through every platform fighter that like, oh, can I use my GameCube controller on it? And it is, despite the fact that like most people like will probably play on an Xbox controller. Some people are psychos and they'll play on a PS5 controller for platform fighters that like are not Smash. Like,
I love my DualSense, dude. I love the PS5 controller. Fucking thing rules.
Would you play Rivals on that though?
Yeah, I think I might. No, I play Rivals on the Orca.
But you get what I mean, that like it is,
I do.
It's so ubiquitous. The only platform fighter where like the GameCube controller is still the default is literally 64. It is literally the only other game that I can think of that it's not the default controller that people think of.
Right.
Like,
right, absolutely. That's like the only one. That's it.
Maybe Brawlhalla.
Yeah, that's true. Brawlhalla, that feels Xbox centered to me. I think the vast majority of people I see playing Brawlhalla are on an Xbox controller.
Yeah, and I don't know the folks from Brawlhalla, right? I don't know their deal, right? I'm not freaking Wisely, who has the 10 layers deep in the iceberg for literally every platform fighter, but like,
yeah.
Which shout outs to Wisely, who keeps getting brought up.
Hell yeah.
I'm not like him, so I don't know where they stand on controllers. I know Sandstorm, he plays on keyboard, which is my understanding kind of unique. So like, if anything, we can grab him and I'll put him on digital controller.
Yeah, I think a lot of other games in the vein are just like much more controller anarchistic. I think Smash, especially Melee, is like some of the most like puritanical controller stances in the gaming ecosystem anywhere. Like most people don't really care. They'll do whatever they want with their favorite input systems. Like I'm sure there are retro gamers out there that if you handed them a third-party SNES pad, they'd tell you to get fucked. Like I would definitely do that, but that's a different story. So I guess it's like it still boils down to like this is still retro gaming, especially in 2025. This fucking game's like more than 2 decades old at this point, and so it's like you're gonna do the thing that you did when you were a kid when you played this game for the first time. I can't fault anyone for that at all, but I will definitely provide them with a more stable and reasonable alternative.
Yeah, like this is the next logical step that is actually a bridge, right?
Right.
And exactly. I feel like that's the philosophy behind it. Another philosophy behind it.
Yeah, it was very much intended to be a bridge, not a moat. I wanna like unify these ideas and kind of stop these camps from fighting a little bit. Which to some extent I'm doing, but I'm also seeing people use the Orca as like a wedge in an argument. You know what I mean? It's like, why would digital controllers ever be legal if the Orca is legal? Why don't you just buy an Orca and like there's a little sneaky goblin part of me that's like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's right, motherfucker, yeah. But the rest of me is like,
The true
this is
moral
not
part of
supposed to
you.
be like a divisive thing. You shouldn't use this as like a bludgeon in an argument. You should be
Yeah.
just like, not that I, don't disagree with what they're saying, but still, it's a weird feeling. You know what I mean? Because like I did build the Orca in large part to provide an alternative to a digital controller in that format that I felt like was more fair without, blowing your hands out or whatever.
Hmm.
I think that was a huge part of it, but like, it's not like I want people to play Melee instead of not play Melee. Like at the end of the day, if you want to use a digital controller and it's like the only thing that's comfortable to you, it makes sense to your brain,
Hmm.
like whatever, man, do it. Like I think that there do need to be rule set, applications to them and things to rein them in to make them more in line with the rest of the devices that play in the ecosystem. But like, yeah, dude, play on whatever. I will not be doing that because I fundamentally disagree with it. But it's like, I'm not gonna fucking not eat pork and then tell you that you're eating pork is amoral or whatever. So
True. Or
it's
you
that
could
kind of
be
shit.
like oh, who is it? Rosebloom. That's that's the name. Z? I don't know neo pronouns. I'm so bad.
Not aware.
Rosebloom posts like crazy upsets from like locals or smaller regionals, but the controller is insane. It's a Razer Kraken keyboard using the keyboard GG.
Oh wow. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, the have you ever like messed on that? The keyboard.gg?
I don't think so. I don't think I'm aware of it actually. Yeah.
So what it is, it's interface that you plug in a regular ass keyboard,
Oh, it's
and
this
then
thing. Okay, I've seen this. I've seen this.
yes, it is the wildest thing I've ever seen because it looks like a low rent capture card aluminum body. It says keyboard GG, and then all of a sudden you see this person walking out, busting out a pink Razer Kraken keyboard, and they're doing crazy things with Robin.
Oh my god. I fuck with it. There's a person in the Washington scene who played with this like chopped as fuck keyboard with like custom firmware on it, and it's like missing most of the keys on the keyboard too. So it's just like this shell with like a ton of open space into a board and like just a few keys in it, and he's like ripping on Falco and Puff, like this local player, and it's always just like super amusing to me. It's like I don't think that's less valid than anyone else doing anything else. Like,
Yeah.
I think you should be able to do that. Like,
I mean, there's also like the freaking what's his name, Coiled Over, who aside from
oh my god,
the Guitar Hero controller, my favorite, and I saw it at Wave Dash. I was there. The keyboard GCC.
Oh yeah,
where he turned the keyboard into a digital controller.
That shit was real cool.
And his girl was sitting on his lap while they were playing doubles.
It's so cool. Yeah, I do fuck with that super heavy. That is super cool. I will say, I fucking hate the Guitar Hero controller, and I think it should be banned. I do think it should be banned. There's no reason you should be able to dash dance at 800 inputs per minute. Like you can death strum a dash dance 800 inputs. You can literally do fucking like 10 dash dances in 1 second with one of those things. It's so fucked up. But they like carved out an exception to the rule set for that just to make it legal, and I'm like, what are y'all doing? Like, it's hard. It's hard, but like this is like it's one of those things where it's like the philosophy is just like failing to be applied for like what is fair and equivalent. I think it's objectively really cool. Like I love the idea.
What?
I used to play Halo with a Guitar Hero controller when I was like 16. Yeah, hell yeah. You know how hard that shit is too? You have to use the whammy bar as your like x-axis turn, and you have to hold it in place to look straight forward. And so if you want to turn right, you let go of it, and if you want to turn left, you push it all the way, and then you have to find the perfect medium to actually shoot people with. It's awesome. It's
Oh my
awesome.
god.
Yeah.
I want to see I want to see that like I want to see that footage.
We played a tournament with that once, like, way back in the day at the card shop I was talking about at the beginning of this shit. We played a
Yeah,
tournament with only Guitar Hero controllers playing Halo. I
that
did
is
not win. I did not win. That was very hard.
You think all these people who play fucking Dark Souls with wild shit is
Oh my
crazy. That's
god, yeah.
funny. Oh, it's almost crazy as like people who I got. I think what was it? They put Doom as a PDF, and Doom was playable as a PDF.
Fuck
But
yeah.
the funniest one was I forgot the exact brand, but it was a pregnancy stick. They put Doom on a pregnancy
Oh my
stick.
god. Yep, I saw that shit. That was real cool. That was real cool.
Can it run Doom? Yeah,
The answer
apparently.
is almost always yes.
It's almost
Yeah.
always yes.
I've seen people run Doom on, like, you know those fans that output messages, like digital messages? I've seen people play Doom on those. It's fucking awesome.
Oh, that's so insane. It's like, do we have enough pixels to play Doom? I think that's the only thing you
Yeah.
really need to ask. Does it have
Pretty
enough
much,
pixels
yeah.
to play Doom? Oh, good lord. Um, so right now, I think it's kind of, I don't know if you think about it this way, but I feel like right now is still the earliest stage of the Orca.
Yeah,
It's still
absolutely.
very
We're in
much
year 1.
yeah. Like it's been around, the concept has been around for a while, but as far as like it really getting out there into the culture, we're in its infancy.
Mhm.
Have like have you gotten to a point where like I think I'm ready to think about the iteration? Or are you still very much in that, like, I need to look at what is properly first edition Orca before moving on? Or like,
Okay.
are those ideas like starting to formulate?
I've had plans for other iterations of the Orca since I think well before the first like proper Orca shape ever actually took place. I'm pretty sure I started iterating on the Orca once like I got the first prototype boards working and what I wanted in the future. I'm eventually going to be making an Orca that's just exactly the same layout but mirrored.
Mm,
So you can like have your
a
movement buttons
southpaw.
on your right hand instead. Yeah, exactly. And I'm also working on an Orca version that's tinted like a prism. That's another
Mm,
huge focus to me. Both of those are well in the works. I'm also working on an FGC style Orca,
hell yeah.
where you have like the thumb bar being like a horizontal kind of space bar kind of thing that you can hit with
Mm,
both thumbs, but you'll still have analog action. That'll have rapid trigger and stuff and be like an exclusive like FGC thing. I think people will go ape shit for that. That's gonna
hell
be a
yeah.
big deal, but that's still a little ways off. We
Yeah.
need to get the groundwork software ready for that first, basically, because we need to get the X input mode working so it's actually compatible with all these fighting games that exist on
Mm,
PC and whatever else.
yeah.
But yeah, no, what we done been iterating. It's just a matter of getting the snowball big enough to the point where I feel comfortable pivoting to that kind of design space again and
Mm-hmm.
that kind of investment in a new line of product, because it's a considerable investment when it comes to both time and money to like
Mm-hmm.
develop this shit. And I know for a fact I could do it since I've done it before, and it would be a very easy pivot. But it's just like I'm not there yet,
Like
in
the
terms of
time for it
volume.
to happen, right?
Right, right. Right now, I'm very much focusing on getting this off the ground and all of the features that I would want to see on it that we've been, selling the platform on. Like, we need a GUI remapper and we need X input mode, and those are like the number one and number two priorities for me right now, above anything else. So.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a chance for timing being the real major factor then, right? Like that's going to be the
Yep,
real thing, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. There's something that like Mike from Granola had said that like iteration on iteration is very easy to do
Yes.
when you're the one in charge and you have the specific vision. Like Granola's like iteration upon iteration was a lot easier because the enclosure is fully 3D printed. He has his bamboo labs. He can make his prototypes real quick. All he has to do is wait about a day or so after he, spends days or so to, make a design. And all of a sudden he can create a new thing all out of nowhere. And like, that is a major advantage that someone like you with this, like, definitely has, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. The more you can do in-house, the faster things turn around in general. Like, if we were to like prototype a new design, the thing that would take the most time would be probably the actual fabrication of a new board, because I do all my prototyping on like fresh boards that I've designed, and then do a batch of prototypes boards like 5 or 10 deep from JLC. It gets here in like 2 weeks, or whatever. And that 2-week lead period is like the longest lead period we have in the business. Otherwise, it's just like I get my laser cutter and I cut the file, and the file is doable in 30 minutes. I just literally invert the file, bam, done. There's a Southpaw version. The hardest part is getting a board fab for that, but everything else is like prototypable in-house and like a like less than 5-day notice, pretty much, as long as we have the raw materials for it. So it's like super valuable when it comes to doing that, because our prototyping process was like, I think it was about a year long, because Modder Summit, more lore for probably another time, that it did happen, but it was a complete disaster. That kind of birthed the Orca in September 2 years ago. In Minnesota of all places, and I think we went through 6 iterations of prototypes through there, and then we had a launch version on the 7th, which was exactly my prototyping time frame. I'm like, we need to get through 5 revisions, and then we'll have a final revision for actual sale that will have a couple things ironed out for final release, and maybe one more revision on top of that. And it was exactly that timeline. So it was very, very
beautiful,
very smooth sailing. Yeah. And it was still like a 1-year development cycle for everything to go back and forth. And we had so many people like boots on the ground testing things as beta testers, as like product testers, and bug reporting and bug fixing and all this shit. But it was still like, that's a 1-year turnaround, and this is such a small team that we can get away with it. Meanwhile, things like the glyph, I don't know how aware you are of that project, but they got their Kickstarter fully funded around the same time that the first Orca like prototype round launched, and the pre-order round launch, and we got that product out the door on a much smaller team, much faster than them.
Because the glyph, it didn't officially launch until earlier this year, right? Because I know
it never officially launched.
Launched, really?
Show me a glyph in the wild. You can't just go buy them.
Yeah,
they don't really exist yet. Almost all the Kickstarter backers haven't gotten theirs yet. There's like some prototype floating around in the wild. Mass production like is hitting snags or something. I don't know what's going on that's preventing them from doing this for this long, but like it's happened, and they have a much bigger team, and frankly a more capable team than ours.
Because I know, oh god, Esam has one, and that's what he was using, because he was first on Smashbox, and then he was like, no, I need something different, so he ended up with the glyph, and that was his main controller for a very long time, up until recently. I think he went back to GameCube Controller. And so he's like, to me, the most high profile person who had one just readily available for him for his normal everyday use.
And he's like the only one that I'm even like aware of. And it was a prototype. It's just like a shell prototype model. I think Leffen may also have one, but never plays on.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even play on leverless. Again, he plays on when he plays FGC. He plays with stick.
Yep.
So he plays with his lever, and I know he wanted to play on something, but I don't think he ever committed. And I want to say when he does play Melee, he's playing on GameCube Controller anyway. There was a little bit of saga where everyone thought he was going to switch over, and he was going to get outright banned. For a little bit, if I remember correctly. Again, I wasn't fully in the discourse about it, so I don't really know. But yeah, no,
consider yourself blessed. That's never enjoyable.
But yeah, no, I think now that you say that, I think I don't think, now that you're saying it, damn, the glyph never really officially came out.
No, it sure didn't. Yeah, and a lot of the people that are on the glyph, it's the same like shell team as the people on the Panda controller.
Really?
And so Oh yeah, absolutely. No, they won't
That's
ever
crazy.
tell you that. Yeah,
That's
and
insane.
yeah, that's I posted on Twitter a while ago the Lucy from the Peanuts meme with the football.
Yeah.
And it said Panda Global employees and the football was a Kickstarter. That's all I have to say on that.
Oh no, not like this.
Yeah. No, it's just like it's more of these things where it's like these groups of people who are otherwise fully capable and confident in their abilities and should be able to execute and deliver are failing to execute and deliver for reasons completely foreign to me, especially from the position where I am. Because like if I was able to execute and deliver almost as a one-man show, within 1 year with a completely new device, unlike anything that's ever existed. What the
Legitimately.
fuck are the rest of you all doing? Like, what the fuck are the rest of you all doing? Honestly, like, I don't feel like I'm some special like piece of hot shit. I just like am some fucking tinkerer
Yeah.
who's doing her best. Like,
I want to say it is the bane of existence for everyone. It is venture capital at the end of the day,
oh
despite the
yeah,
fact
absolutely.
it's it's crowdsourced in some way, crowdfunded. It is venture capital that is at the forefront of why a lot of these like what seem to be smaller smaller teams, they got tapped by a venture capitalist who wants to make their way in. That's very likely the case. You're
probably very correct about that. Actually, it has all the hallmarks of it.
It's happened already many times over when it comes to like the bubble of esports, right? It's venture capitalists,
oh my God.
venture
Absolutely
capitalists
everywhere.
expecting a return, and you have like the downfall of like even the most recent thing right now, the downfall of Luminosity. Like, what the fuck happened to them? Where are they? People haven't been paid out for things that they should have been paid out 6-7 months ago. All these things. You had venture capitalists trying to come in and try to like make a splash on the scene, but all they do is have money. That's where Thunder Gaming was, right? You have all of these you have all of these like people who are probably well intentioned in that like hey, but like they are looking at from the framework of if we build ourselves this way, we can get the good confidence from the team, from the community, and then we can use it as a springboard. It's like that's not going to work.
It's not going to work. No, it's just not how the community works at all. It's like it never has been. And like I've seen a lot of things do exactly that, where they just like come in with good intentions and end up just serving absolute nightmares to the community on a silver platter. Like look at Panda, and they basically ended up being Nintendo like lapdogs that ended up like just going at the end of their chain until they decided, Nintendo's like, well, these dogs are too dangerous, they no longer serve me anymore, jettison these fuckers. And then they burned all of their goodwill with the scene, they burned all of their goodwill with Nintendo, and they're left with absolutely no one. They were forced to shut their doors forever. So
I think the other thing too was like you had, and this is like a separate discussion, right? Is it the fault of Panda, or is it the fault of someone who was a ruthless but really good businessman that they could have just ousted, right? Like,
I think neither. I think actually neither. I think the fault almost exclusively rests for that particular situation in Dr. Alan Bunny's hands.
Yeah, that's what I meant by like ruthless business person,
right?
But like did good enough business that they were able to establish what they established, right?
Yeah. I think that's it.
Yeah, like I years down, years removed now. We're now 3 years removed from Panda Cup, the end of the Smash World Tour. We're 3 years removed from that, and it is clear that the reaction from the community was the reaction from the community, and it was very likely the fault of one very visible person, and there was no way to correct because these fucking children fucking children, right? Like Giuna, he was one of the head content, I want to say he was one of the head content guys for Panda FGC right? You know, the guy who's out of Japan.
Mm.
If you know which guy I'm talking about, not
I think
Majin,
so,
like,
yeah.
yeah,
Rings a
Majin
bell.
Obama's like counterpart. You know, he had a video where he was repping the last merch drop that they had of the Letterman jackets, or one of the last ones that
Yeah.
they dropped, the Letterman jackets. And he's like, "Hey man, I'm still fighting the war. What's going on? You see this?" And then he turns the screen off. That's all we had to do. That's all y'all had to do, and let them handle it.
Yeah.
And it seems that, like, and again, now 3 years removed from that particular situation, had we let them handle it, and not make them rush out these bad statements, it probably would have been a little bit different. It probably could have ended up
Yeah, a little
same,
bit.
but at least some of that goodwill might have stayed, because when they came
Right.
back to say, "Hey, look at all this merch drop we had. There's things coming to," that went very sour for people.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Because it came off as, hey, we're desperate for money. We have shit that we made for the shit that we fucked you with, and we want to
Yeah,
get rid of it now. And it's like, that's cool, man.
it's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's cool.
cool.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. And then again, there was decision after decision that was like made very much out in the open. A lot of the stuff has been aired out multiple times. Like,
Yeah.
again, like, the one thing about like hardware that like people were really burned on, that like I think might have contributed at least to that, some of that like controller monitor you know, witch hunt, so to speak, that was happening around that same time frame,
Mhm.
was because of the Panda controller in some way, because
Yeah, definitely.
there was so much emotional promise to that, and
Yes, absolutely.
it raised almost like $2 million in the matter of like 3
Yep.
weeks.
Yep, 2.2.
Yeah,
It blew
there you
my
go.
mind. And then they canceled the Kickstarter, citing what was it? I think it was like citing like a failure to establish manufacturing lines in the pandemic. And let me tell you, as someone who had to establish manufacturing lines in the pandemic, that's fucking bullshit.
uh,
That is not the reason they pulled the Kickstarter. There was something else going on under the hood. There's something boiling. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if the Nintendo ninjas kind of yanked their chain a little bit at that point in time. Be like, hey, no, no, no,
I
no, 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 bad dog. Like,
I don't know if you ever saw the interview. Oh God, what's his name? I want to say his last name's like Wolf or something. He was like an esports correspondent for ESPN. He actually had a conversation with Mr. Panda himself, and he did
mhm,
cite that there was specific Nintendo based guidelines for manufacturing hardware
right,
that the Panda team essentially violated.
right.
And it
Yeah, that
was
doesn't
not,
surprise me at all.
it wasn't fully malicious uh on the Panda side, at least at least the way that he was trying
No,
to make it seem. He
I
made
don't
it
think it
seem,
was.
yeah,
No.
he made it seem like it was definitely like we thought we were doing what we were supposed to, and all of a sudden we're like at the point where we can start doing the thing, and all of a sudden Nintendo comes in, says, "Hey, there's these guidelines, you're not abiding by them, and now we're not going to let you abide by them, so you have to cancel the project or risk being destroyed."
See,
Right.
this is news to me, but it 1000% tracks with everything else that happened in that entire saga. Like, this doesn't surprise me one fucking bit. It was kind of my pet theory to begin with, and seeing more information that kind of supports that, like, it
uh,
fills in the gaps there. Um this is another reason why I've been like actually very content to be small for a while when it comes to
yeah,
like the Orca launch and just like rolling out steadily and slowly and building word of mouth and stuff like that. I don't want corporate interests
yeah.
controlling the narrative here. Especially not something like Nintendo. Oh my god, that's like the worst thing you could possibly do. If you get in bed with Nintendo as like anyone in the Smash scene, you
It's
are
over.
digging your own fucking grave. Yeah, it is over. It's
Yeah.
so over.
1,000%, 1,000%. I mean, I didn't mean to make this like a hashing over of, you know, of like a lot of that Panda stuff. Like,
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, from that, like, I don't even know how long ago that Twit longer was. Like, there is like a lot of stuff like from that like I remember you had put like there is some personal experience you have with it in some of the behind the
Oh
scenes
yeah,
things, but
absolutely. Yeah, I
like,
was under a Panda NDA for a while. I can say that now, thankfully.
yeah,
But
Yeah,
Yeah, they put
like
me under. They put most of the modders in the scene under an NDA, trying to get as much information as possible out of them without paying a fucking cent.
yeah,
And the
and
Panda controller was built on the back of stolen labor from day one.
yeah, more than just stolen labor, and
Right.
especially based on like what I like read, like, and I've I I know I have more grace for the modders than like the average person
Bless
because
you.
of be especially because again, DIY background, understanding of the value of labor, the value of like how your excess labor value gets stolen from away for you at every given time.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
like, listen, I haven't read all the Marxist Leninist theory, but I know enough about it and can speak to it in a way that like it makes sense for a lot of people, like people who are totally against like socialism. Like I can get them to, as long as I let them keep talking, they arrive at my point anyway.
Right, exactly. No, I totally get
Right.
that.
So like
Yeah,
me seeing
yeah.
that and like from the outside is like, no, there was definitely a high level of exploitation, whether it be
Hmm.
maliciously intended or um uh as a byproduct consequence of not understanding the true essence of the labor value of like the technical knowledge, the
Hmm.
philosophical knowledge behind the makings of a competitive piece of technology that is being used by essentially a micro niche of people, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, like they were even in talks to hire me for that project too, and I gave them my salary requirements, and they basically laughed at me, and like not like explicitly, but they treated my offer as being so high that it was a joke.
Yeah,
Um, when it's like I knew exactly what my labor was worth, and people fucking hate when you know what your labor is worth. People fucking hate it if they're trying to exploit you. That's the number one thing, because like
yeah,
I actually found my rate extremely like reasonable for what I was bringing to the table. Especially now, 1 year later, I've launched a controller basically solo, with the help of like one other person when it comes to the actual like design and coding of it. And it's like, no, this was absolutely my worth, what my value. The numbers I gave them were perfectly reasonable, and they're just like not willing to play ball fairly. So
yeah. Again, the going back to the theory of one person who was well-meaning on the community side but a ruthless business person on the other,
yeah.
it's very much like that is a very high likelihood for the full downfall, right?
Yeah, I think that was just endemic in the organization too, because I saw it in Gearhawk. That was the
Hmm.
studio that was actually like bringing about the Panda controller. I saw it in higher level Panda. Like it seemed just like every tier of that organization had that flavor as like a central hallmark, and it was like selected for. Like it was something that was desirable internally.
Yeah, like listen, we turned him into Steve Jobs, but everyone, did you not pay attention who Steve Jobs was?
Yeah, for real. Exactly. Exactly. It's insane.
He's like, no, I will cure my cancer with organic juice. I think is what he said.
Right.
I think
Yeah.
that's what
Exactly.
happened. Like, okay, man,
Oh my
you can't
god.
just let him. You can't just let him do that. It's like also, man is a freaking doctor. He can hand the reins to somebody else.
Yeah.
It's
For
just,
real.
which I don't know. That's a
Yeah.
whole separate thing. We've gone pretty deep into it, but it's still considered a very
Good.
separate thing.
No, I'm glad. Like I'm glad. It's like getting an opportunity to talk about this stuff outside of like, my internal circle here at home is always like a welcome relief, honestly. And like, I didn't get to rant about my Zelda play or whatever too much today, but I don't mind at all. I think it's much less important than the state of devices at a large, like,
Yeah. I've always maintained that like some of the most important like aspects to like having conversations like these are having the conversations that no one thinks about, telling some of the
right.
stories that people will never know, right? Or hearing the story of someone that like everyone knows, but like you don't know where they come from.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know who, how they got to where they're at. Like some of my favorite ones are like the commentator Momo. he at the end, near the end of our conversation, talked about his experience as being a Palestinian. When was talking to Dr. No, and we touched on, her experience, choosing her name and coming out, and how the community came to her and like, hey, whatever you need, we're here for you. She doesn't go by Gwen anymore. She realized that was like phase one, phase one of transition, but like she's now Ramona. And
Word.
yeah. So like her being able to let that story out, right? Graham, their history, Granola, like and the philosophies behind all of that. Like all of these stories are very important, and they're worth being heard about, told. It could be the therapy session you need.
Yeah, God, for me it's just like I just want to put every fucking controller modder and device manufacturer on blast and just be like, do fucking better. I don't know, it's a lot. Like I could sit here and talk a lot about like, my place as a minority in the scene, but like it's just so much shit that like I feel like defines me in a more secondary fashion than being a controller modder at the forefront of the craft, honestly, just because it's like that's my battle, that's my struggle, that's what I've put the most time and energy into, like bar nothing else. And it's also the area that I've seen the most pushback and harassment and strife and bullying and all of this shit. And it's like, it's insane to me that any of it happened at all. So like it's nice to be able to just like rant about that for a little while and like complain about some of the projects and the people that have just given hell to the entire community for so long. Like
I was gonna say, is there like, is some of that frustration also coming from like people who can perform but just aren't?
I think it's a lot of it. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that. Some of it, like, it's less that people I know can, or that I know that people can do the performance, then it's just like, they don't think to begin with. Like maybe it's not that they can or can't do it, it's that they just like never consider doing it in the first point. I think that's the root of my frustration more than anything else. It's like due diligence. I've said this fucking phrase like 6 times since starting this shit. Due diligence. Do your due diligence. like that's got to be the fucking free bingo square on the I talk to someone at length in a format like this bingo sheet. It's me saying the phrase due diligence. It's like fucking do it. If you're not doing it, like you're just failing everyone. It's just like you got to think about more than just like the first 2 steps into something and then stop there. Like that would solve a lot of issues for everyone all of the time.
I can see that. And again, if there was a even more communal aspect in my perfect hand canon on how we would have had it, these would just be the weekly meeting that everyone has. It's like, hey guys, like everyone, these are the problems. Here's what I think yours ones is. Can you tell me what mine are? Are we fixing it? Cool. Can we not fix it? Oh, this is going to drive a wedge. Oh God, please not that happen.
Right.
That I don't know. That's me being me.
That'd be
being,
nice.
Yeah, that would be nice, but we know that ain't happening.
Right.
Oh, good Lord. I think the last thing I want to ask here is, you are again that bridge to what the next evolution of this type of gear happens to be. You might be the only one for quite a while until the open source kicks in, or like someone tries to like reverse engineer what you're doing or whatever.
But they're getting that fucking C&D real quick. I got that patent slapped on that shit. That's only coming out of my hands when I fucking say so. You want to make an Orca? You're going through fucking me until I launch that shit. You can do it afterwards. Give me a while. You know what I mean? Like I hate I hate doing that shit. I hate like being litigious about intellectual property. I've spoken out about
Uh,
against that a whole lot. I'm a huge proponent for open source, but like when it
when it's
comes to
ready.
early development of something like this, yeah, when it comes to early development, you can pry the shit out of my cold dead hands, motherfucker. Like if you try to like come to me as a corporate interest,
I
or you
have
try
them.
to like grab something, yeah, if a corporate interest, God forbid, decides to make their own analog box for Smash, I'm
Yeah,
gonna take them to the fucking cleaners.
do it.
Um,
They can afford it.
yeah, and then once the actual open Orca comes out, there will be a non-commercial clause into it. I will not
Yeah,
be enforcing that for any small modder, but the second some big scene motherfucker tries to show up and flex the
yeah.
muscle, I'm coming down on them like a fist of God. I don't care.
There you
Um,
go. So the thing I was gonna say,
sorry, tangent.
no, good. We love it. We love it here. We're built on tangents. The thing that I want to go say is like, since like this is going to be the bridge going forward, like, do you foresee another evolution happening, at least in your immediate, I guess not immediate, but like, let's say short term. So let's like 3 to 5 years, somewhere. Do you feel like there is a short term of any real next level innovation, or do you think we are too close to where some of the limits are to find out whether or not we can even move past them, at least in the moment
So
with what we have right now and what you're developing?
I think I'd be very, very, very surprised to see something that truly takes the Orca and like improves on it in a significant manner in the next like half decade. I'd be shocked. And if it did
Mm-hmm.
happen, I would be so excited that I'd probably be switching to whatever it was immediately. Basically, like we're
Mm-hmm.
just slowly pushing forward to like bypassing a controller altogether and going to Neuralink. You know what I mean? That's always been like the meme. It's been the meme of the scene for like so long, like just playing Melee with your brain instead of using a controller. I think that's the frontier that we're gonna eventually be pushing in, following things like the Orca. Like I'm
Yeah.
sure that someone's gonna like take a side route and make some weird other analog device, and maybe it's got a weird like centered lever for left and right and a weird centered lever for up and down, and like maybe you fiddle around with two levers or something like that to get your specific angles or something like that. I don't think it's gonna surpass the Orca or take its
Yeah.
spot or like even perform better than that. Everything that I could foresee being a quote unquote advancement over the Orca would just be less functional than it.
I mean, like, the closest thing that I can think of as like pushing that format is like the swirl.
Right, and that's like
Obsessively, it's the same thing of like,
you
it's
do it better
just,
with the Cubstraption. Like the
yeah,
Cubstraption is a much more reasonable adaptation than like the swirl in the context of Melee and Smash in general. Like
yeah.
I do think the swirl is super cool, and I could see people using things like it. I don't think it's gonna break ground in the way that like the Orca or the Cubstraption have.
Mhm.
I don't foresee it.
For competitive plat fighters and stuff, right?
Yeah, I don't expect it. And anything that's gonna be like different than this is gonna be just like real fucking weird. Cause with devices like this, there's definitely like you can invent new shit and it can be real bizarre, but it's a matter of like how usable is this to the layman? It can make perfect sense to your weird little mind, like something can
Yeah.
make perfect sense to my weird little brain, and it will not make sense to everyone's. Making something that's like adaptable and understandable and intuitive is like so fucking difficult. It's deeply hard. And like I
Yeah.
do wish that you had like sat down in front of an Orca by now so you like kind of understand a little bit more
Yeah.
about that. I'm just gonna get you. We gotta get you an Orca, man. Like let's work out a deal. Let's hook it up. You'll be able to like see what I'm working with. You're gonna be like, oh, okay, I do get
Yeah.
this now.
I think
Um,
that I've thought about like, if I had actual like real skills in anything, I'm thinking about like, there is definitely like the Kazuya tech that's in on a digital controller. There's very specific tech for that. There's very specific tech for the fighting game characters in general. Like, this is not something, I'm pretty sure I didn't discover it, but like easy power geyser on my gram when I'm playing Terry, it's like a little thing like that, but like that little super micro niche tech that like people can do, like figuring out how they can do rapid crouch dash without having to do the specific forward dash, C stick down, neutral while moving back the forward dash to neutral to get the rapid crouch dash on a
God.
GCC, and then turning that into an Orca. It's like, oh, so it would look like you're playing like you're playing reggae. Like you're playing reggae on a keyboard, and that's how you're doing rapid wave dash or rapid crouch dash. Things like that. Like, and I want to see stuff like that permeate, right? Because even if I'm not the one doing it, even if I don't have the ability to do it, I want to see someone be able to do it, right? Like,
right.
All these tech advancements happen when just someone's willing to do it and someone has the time. I unfortunately don't always have the time.
That's real.
Like I told you, my drive time in the morning is an hour and a half on a good day and 2 hours on the normal coming home.
Yeah, that's a lot of time.
Yeah. Hey, is that Grammy down there? Yeah, it is. How's it going?
Shit, you missed the part where I've been glazing you this entire podcast.
Same. We were both doing it.
Yeah. Like,
yes.
I do like that kind of like specific tech shit. I kind of designed the Orca to not have anything like that. Like, there's no shortcuts on the thing. Like very much by design intention. Just because it goes against my philosophy of the game. If you want to hit something on the Orca, it's very available to you. You can do it. You can rip it. You will definitely be able to input it. There is a way to do it. It ain't gonna be free, and you're gonna have to hit that shit yourself. That's it. Like, you want those perfect analog values, you want those lovely fucking turnarounds, fucking get it. Like, all you, no shortcuts. You don't get to hold mod X and then cheat out your pivot angle or whatever,
hold mod, tap mod for perfect electric every time.
Yeah.
We're gonna do something slightly different before we fully end it. It looks like we have someone that has some questions.
Okay.
Let's see what questions that can be asked. Maybe it was answered during the conversation, maybe it wasn't. But let's see what the question the chat has right now. And right now it's just I think right now it's mostly Grammy. Let's see if he hears the call out.
Yeah, let that shit rip, homie. I'm curious. Not that you can just, ask me in Dripcord chat or in a deadlock server or anything like that.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Just straight up in DMs or whatever.
That's totally okay.
Let's see.
I hope it's just a question that roasts the shit out of me indirectly. That'd be awesome.
That'd have been funny.
That'd be great. I can see that. I'd love it.
It's like, you have questions. All right, now's your chance to do it. Let's see if we can get to it. I changed the my settings in OBS, so there's a little more lag than there normally is. So
that's not bad.
To YouTube streaming. So let's see what happens here. Let's see how long it takes. But while any questions are being queued up, I do want to thank you for your time here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, for real.
It's been awesome. Now I've officially closed the loop on like a stray DM I sent on Twitter like 2 years ago.
Nice. Hell yeah.
And it finally came to fruition. Didn't think, I sent it. I was like, all right, if I get no response, I don't gotta worry about it. Because it's like the very beginning of me like talking to people in the scene in this way. But it's
too bad now I'm your fucking problem.
Great. More problems.
Hell yeah.
I think this is a decent problem to have, I guess. But I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for, chopping it up. Thank you for just letting out, I guess, some of the stress that you had built up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, honestly, yeah. It's really weird coming from a position where it's like so much of my craft and so much of my work is like just born of suffering and carried forward by my want to remove the same suffering I went through from other people. Like, it's bizarre how central of a theme that's been, but it's inescapable, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
So let's see if Grammy actually ends up answering a question. But is there any shout outs you want to give out anywhere, anything that you want to shout out before we see if we answer the questions or go to the last portion of this whole broadcast?
Ooh, shout outs.
Shout outs
I'm
where they can find you,
sure.
all that
I'm
stuff.
sure there's a million shout outs. Okay, so where you can find me, my Twitter is slash Rienne Zelda, RIENNEZELDA. That's where I do most of my yammering. If you want me on Blue Sky, I'm just Rienne over there. If you want to follow the Orca on Blue Sky, it's at theorca.gg. If you want to pick up an Orca, it's just theorca.gg. Go grab one. They're on sale right now through the end of the week.
Ooh.
You're not going to be disappointed for sure. You're going to love this fucking thing. I know I do. And that's good enough for most other people too. In terms of other shout outs, let's see, shout outs Cardano for being such a foundational father in the entire, like, the controller science as we know it would not exist without him in the context of Melee. Shout outs King Curb, Adawada, best dev in the entire industry, bar none. Kid's a fucking legend. I hope he has more time to fucking chop it up with me soon. I miss him. Shout outs to all the controller modders for sure. I adore almost all of you. Some of you fuckers can get bent. But if you're a real one, you know I fuck with you.
The knowers know.
Hell yeah. That's right, the knowers know. Love it. Shouts to my lovely partners and business associates too, of course. I don't know if they'll ever watch this, but they can probably just hear me from the other room. I love you guys.
Or they can catch the broadcast, catch the VOD.
That's right.
Catch the
VOD.
VOD.
Listen to me yammer for a billion hours.
If we would have started this like 2 hours earlier, I think we'd still be ending at this time. I'm just like
that's possible, yeah. I will never shut up. I have always too much to say.
Same.
I didn't even talk about my fucking character, which is usually what I do.
Zelda.
I know, right? Yeah. Zelda fucking sucks. Don't play her unless you're full of swag bursting at the seam.
Or Jmu, because apparently he... Yeah.
That's my boy. He gets it. See, he's full of swag, like
he
bursting
knows.
at the seams. He can play Zelda.
He knows how to do. That's his counterpick for Icy's, right?
Oh yeah, and it should be too. Icy's Sheik is fucking miserable. Icy Zelda is free. I punch above my weight class in that matchup constantly. I've beaten a lot of people I should not have beaten.
That's fun. Oh man. I was trying to burn up more time, but I guess he's not going to be able to answer. So
if I even pinged him, so we're good. Yeah,
all right. So if he doesn't get to it, he doesn't get to us. But we'll break to answer his question if he's in the middle of this last portion. So the very last portion that we have right here is 10 rapid fire questions. We each ask one back and forth until we hit 10, and it's going to be a matter of like, whatever it is you want to ask, it can be Smash, can be Melee, can be controller. It doesn't have to be about anything. It could be literally about anything as long as it's not out of pocket. Still to this day, no one's asked anything out of pocket. Thank God.
Sweet.
So I am going to ask
Maybe
you.
I do that. Maybe I fucking pop a seal on that shit. Get out of pocket. No, go ahead.
So, all right, is it going to be heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails? All right, so here we are. We're going to hit flip again, and we are getting... Oh, an actual winner, tails!
Nice, let's go.
All right, so do you want to ask the first question, or do you want to ask the last question? So you want to ask the last question? All right.
Yep.
All right, so let me go first. First question I have. Ooh. Let's see. If you decided you're fed up with where you're currently living, what's the number one and number two place that you would want to move to live out the rest of your life?
Let's see. So like, I'm assuming this is like not the state that I'm in right now.
Yes,
I
correct.
think number one, if I couldn't be here, number one is probably going to be Western Massachusetts, like Pioneer Valley area, just somewhere in there. Unbelievably beautiful. Number two is probably BC. One of those two things for sure. I'd be like deep in the woods in the middle of New England, or I'd be the fuck out of this country in Canada, probably.
Oh, but then you'd have to be Canadian.
I don't mind. That's fine. Whatever. I'm Hawaiian, actually. Nobody knows that shit, but
Holy shit. How did they wait? Hold on. Side question. How did
I grew up there. I grew up there.
Okay. You were born there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not actually, not like functionally. Functionally, I moved there when I was 4 months old, so
Oh, okay,
I might as well
okay.
have been.
Okay. It's Islander by proxy, right?
Exactly, and that sentiment has never left me at any point.
I think it's kind of evident with, like, again, the philosophy behind everything, the sentiments that you have and the beliefs that you hold. Like, I like it. I like it. I like it. All right.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Who's your favorite Melee player of all time?
I think. That's a hard one because I feel like this answer changes a lot.
Good, yeah.
And
should.
I think that's a good thing.
All time, everything, whole big picture. I want to know.
I don't know if this is like a weak answer or like a very just like very surface level answer. But I think, at least for Melee, I think probably I want to say maybe it's Hungrybox.
Okay, nice. That's such a respectable answer.
I feel like it's Hungrybox.
I'm a big one enjoyer.
Yeah, and I think it's not just because of like, oh, Hungrybox is, the Five Gods person, the, one of the longest running Melee players or whatever, multiple eras kind of guy. Like, I think it's like, it's a very difficult kind of like gameplay personality to maintain that has been relatively consistent the entire time. It has to do, obviously, the kayfabe of a Hungrybox is hard to like not like. And if you say you don't, I think you're a liar and you've never watched wrestling. Never enjoy wrestling, never enjoy kayfabe, and have no whimsy in your heart.
I feel that.
And I think that's like the gameplay that he has. It's like very slow, very methodical, and it's so hard to like keep up. I think it's part of the reason why I like Sonic's, the Sonic player from an Ultimate.
That makes sense.
That's one of the reasons why I think Aquila is also one of the greatest like Smash players of all time as well. The Minecraft Steve player from Japan.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why I think HBox is probably one of if not my favorite Melee player.
Hell yeah. Good answer for good reason.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Sweet.
All right. Next question. You know what? Let's see. I want to know. What about who are some of your favorite Ultimate players?
Oh wow.
Can you name
favorite
any?
Ultimate players? Yeah, I can probably name a couple. I'm trying to think because I don't watch a whole lot of Ultimate. I'm usually not kind of captivated by that stuff. Honestly, yeah, it could be a toss up. Like I might say Ikola actually, just because it's like I really understand and identify the amount of like stress and trouble that he's been through in his position. Like he's just like this young kid doing his thing that happens to be like so like almost divine, like compared to the rest of the equation, and he's just like absolutely fucking hated on because of like the manner in which he's doing it. And like, yeah, the thing that he's playing might be strong or whatever, but he's still like head and shoulders above like everyone else doing anything like it. And it's always impressive to just like watch him stay strong through all the bullshit and like navigate that space even as like someone who's like younger
so young.
Yeah, like I'm always really impressed when like someone can just like fight through that adversity despite like everything they're going through, their status or position in the community. Like that's always inspiring to me,
Mhm.
especially because of like how much shit that I've seen in my time playing a character that people view as, you know, ridiculous or like don't respect. Because
Yeah.
people's response to characters they don't respect, regardless of whether the character is good or bad, is very similar.
Yeah.
So I can really empathize with that whole process that he's gone
Yeah.
through.
Yeah. That's definitely true. And I think also people forget that like he's beaten people with like weird secondaries at a high
Oh
level as
yeah,
well.
dude's incredible. No, yeah, he's just a good player. Like it's not just about Minecraft Steve or whatever.
Exactly. It's like it's not just that he can minecart because it's strong. It's just, you know.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
All right. Go ahead. Your question number 2.
Okay. Who is your favorite guest that you've had in this segment? In this thing you doing? You can't say me,
Favorite
even if it's
guest?
true. Favorite guest.
Oh, that reminds me of when I got Lyric on, and she's like, "Who's your favorite caster?" I'm like, I'm like, wow, you just set yourself up for like failure on that one.
Yeah, putting the gun on you right there. Yeah. No, I'm giving you the gun.
But it's reversed, so it only points at yourself. God, it's hard. It's hard to say because I think about like who are my favorite in terms of like what they've meant to me being able to speak some of these stories. And I think probably the most important one are my 2 with Oates.
Mhm.
Because whether he's willing to take the credit or not, or he knows or not, my conversations with him are the reason why I've established being able to take people's stories and have them be talked about and have them be moved to a medium where some people might have never thought to like express themselves about it. And I think my conversations with Oates might have been uh, the most important ones. I think I should say more than just like a favorite. I'm pretty sure those are the most important ones.
Cool. Hell yeah.
All right. Let's see. Let's go with a very much non-Smash related question. This is one of my favorite questions to ask because I ripped it right off of the Goods from the Woods podcast. Shout outs to them. Shout outs to Rivers Langley, who's had me on a handful of times. My favorite question when he asks people who are from like random places, favorite thing from your childhood that isn't there anymore.
Oh shit. That's probably, excuse me, a little bit of an easy pick for me just because my childhood was so distinctly divorced from all of the rest of my life experience.
Mm-hmm.
Southeast Asian culture. That's really all that boils down to it. Southeast Asian and Polynesian culture. It's largely absent from my life now.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in it. I feel a part of it, and it's just not there anymore. And I see little fingers of it here and there. It'll pop up every once in a while and just cause me like immense joy. Like I'll be like going around to a local shop and they have like, you know, the particular sauce that I used to eat in Hawaii that I know specifically just by the vibes of the jar alone. I can't read anything on it at all, but
By the vibes of the jar, that's a good.
I know that all my aunties in Hawaii used to feed me this shit and I loved it so fucking dearly. And there's like hundreds of things like that just like throughout my life, and like every once in a while one will pop up in the most unexpected place and bring me so much joy. Like I'll find my favorite jelly from when I was a kid and I haven't seen it in 15 years, and I'm very happy for the time that it's around. So that's definitely it for sure. Like it's a wide thing, but that's absolutely for sure what it is.
It's so wide but so incredibly specific, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's awesome. All right. Your question number 3.
Okay, this is a boring one, but like
All
maybe you
right.
have a good answer for it. What is your favorite food? Like it's your birthday. What is the most like
Mm,
common thing that you would reach for as your special day meal?
so I've actually had this as a birthday thing. So shout out to the love of my life. Uh she did this one year. We got Chinese food, but specifically from the San Fernando Valley, because when we want to eat Chinese food, we have to drive an hour and some change, probably about almost 2 hours round trip, just to get one tray of Chinese food from one of our 2
Intense.
spots that we eat, because that is part of like the Chinese food places we ate growing up. And
Hell yeah.
like,
Okay.
there's no place out here where we live that like is even equivalent to it. So it might be that, or the tamale place that I had growing up, which was technically, until I didn't know until like way later in life, that they actually had an actual store. I thought it was just a lady who sold it out of the back of her van.
Nice.
And then I found out years later, as I was entering adulthood, that they had an actual like spot. Like wait, what? They've been here for years.
Wow. Hell yeah.
So it's either specifically Chinese food from the San Fernando Valley, or tamales from the same place, San Fernando Valley.
Nice. Okay. So
So
something in there.
yeah,
Excellent.
specifically one of those 2 places. And it's like
Sweet.
it may not be the best, but it is a part of childhood of food that we very much enjoy.
There you go. Yeah. I don't want the best. I want your favorite. So
Yeah. Like I said, it's a very specific flavor because of it
hell
being
yeah.
where it's at. All right. Question number 4. Ooh. Ooh. What is your best worst customer story that you can think of?
Oh, can you elaborate just a little?
Best worst?
Like the worst experience is the best story?
Yeah, I'm talking about like, when I mean best worst, it's like, you could think of it as like, it's comical how bad this experience was, or like, it's so insane how this experience was. It's like you could have processed the horrific trauma that you went through with the customer, but
Okay,
what
I
is your
see.
best, like anything along those kinds of parameters? What is your best worst customer experience that you had dealing with your time with in the scene?
Wow, okay. I feel like a lot of these I've probably memory hold just because I don't want to think about them. So let me cook here. Best worst.
Yeah.
Fucking best worst.
Yeah.
Most of my clients are pretty good, which I'm really thankful for.
Yep.
Okay. No, I know. I know. Just because of what it spawned. I wouldn't even call it a particularly bad experience, but
Yeah.
it was a really difficult thing to like actually go and repair. It was like a particularly fucked up controller. So I'm where was this? I don't remember what major this was, but there was this really horribly fucked up fob that came to me. It was like a total disaster, like one of the worst controllers I've seen. Like we had to do a lot of back and forth, and like the dude was not happy a lot of the times. But it was he's this French guy named Raoul who I adore, and it definitely wasn't his fault that it was a
Yeah.
difficult interaction, just because it was like it was a tough controller and it was like a lot of
Yeah.
things wrong. Like no fault on the guy at all, but like when he brought me the controller, like it just because of his accent, it spawned so much internally, because he came up and he's like, Rienne, my fob is broken. My fob is very broken. And so to this day, like so many friends, even friends that don't play Melee, like they'll hear one of my partners talking about this, and then they'll pick it up as like a vocal stem, and they'll just be like, Rienne, my fob. Method, and it's like evolved this whole thing. The controller was a fucking nightmare. Like I had to resolder like the whole damn thing like twice, and it broke. I think it broke at least 3 times over the course of the event because of different things that kept happening. And every time he would come back and just be like Lien Method. But like I loved it so much, and it's like very dear to me, and I loved the guy like a lot. But it's just like that was probably the best worst, just because it was a really tough controller, but everything about the interaction was like so pleasant and funny. That like it carried on into the future. I think that's gotta be the one for sure.
If you know what, I think if you ever run into him again, record it into your phone, and then when you start streaming, that could be that could be your like your sub notification or something.
Fuck yeah, Lien Method.
Oh, that's a good one. I think that's what you should do.
Hell yeah. All
right, go. Your question for it.
Okay. Let me think. So out of your childhood retro gaming console experience, I'm assuming that you had like some video games growing up, like as a small kid. What is your favorite retro game from like back in the day? Like if you were to just be like, I'm feeling nostalgic, I'm gonna play that favorite game of mine, like what would you reach for? Like what would you go for in the SNES cabinet or what have you? I don't know how old you are, so I can't even put that that old as dust shit called the SNES on you.
I'm trying to think what would be the game. So I think it's the game that I definitely go back to the most, but I don't think it's the game I go back to the most, but I don't think that's the game I want to go back to the most, because it's Pokemon Red and Blue, right?
Okay, fuck yeah.
It's definitely that. Like that's the game I play in any given context. That's the game I would play every time. But I feel like that's not really the game. I never got very far in Sonic. I think I got to like stage 3, maybe. And I don't remember anything past like 1-1, like Green Hill. I had the sense memory of playing Street Fighter 2 with my cousins a lot.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I was like freaking 4, so I didn't really know what was happening. So or whatever, however the hell old I was then when I was playing that. But like, I think if I go back to like my prime gaming as a child, it has to be Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1.
Let's fucking go. What
it has to be Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1.
Yeah.
Which I think that's how I ended up going down the punk DIY thing.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Hell yeah.
That makes a whole lot of sense.
Whipped. That's generational. Like the first 3 games have generational soundtracks. That definitely has like a lot to do about my current music taste.
Even 4 is really good. Underground, amazing. That was
that one. I missed that one. That one didn't make it to me.
You didn't play Underground?
That was on the Xbox, right?
That was PS2 era still.
Okay. Yeah. I only had Nintendo. I think that didn't make its way to a Nintendo console, and that's why I didn't get to.
I could have swore it did, because 3 and 4 was definitely on the GameCube.
Absolutely.
I want to say Underground did make it there.
Oh yeah, okay, no, it did. It launched on the GameCube. It looks like. It just missed me for some reason. I'm wondering how that happened. Actually,
yeah,
that's strange.
Like I highly recommend playing it. It was like the first. It's so I love the soundtrack. You can cut up the soundtrack by genre there as well. All of the punk and rock music on there is really good. I didn't know this, but Machine Gun Kelly is on that soundtrack.
Are you serious? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
apparently he's the Machine Gun Kelly's in the hip hop section of Underground.
That's wild.
Didn't realize that. But yeah, I think has to be Pro Skater 1. If I can go to my peak game in Pro Skater 1. And I want to say maybe the second closest. I mean, I don't know if no, God, it's considered retro now. God damn it. Gears of War. Gears of War is now considered
Yeah,
retro.
Definitely retro now. Yep.
It's
Totally.
retro now.
Yeah, we're fucking old, man.
But it's retro now.
Yeah.
It can't be retro. It uses HDMI.
Yeah.
Even though the aspect ratio is solely fucked. All right. My question number 5. Ooh. If you had to pick up a fighting game, which fighting game would it be? And do you think you could get you would be able to get the Chipotle card at Evo with it within 2 years?
Okay. So is this like if I were to pick up a fighting game like competitively, right? Like
Yes.
To sweat out? Okay.
Yeah, like
I think
the unfathomable amounts of deodorant you would need.
Right, okay. Let me think.
Which game would it be,
Evo.
and do you think you'd go positive at Evo within 2 years?
I think if I was forced, I would be picking up Strive. And I think I could get that fucking Chipotle card, yeah.
Hell yeah. Yep. We're going positive at Evo and getting that Chipotle card.
Yep, I think so. Mostly because I've played a shitload of Strive already. Me and my partner play it together like somewhat often. We haven't in a while, but we used to do that like all the time. And their first major, I think they ended up going 2-2 for the first event that they like ever played.
Nice.
And that gives me some hope and confidence for my own ability in the game because we're like pretty closely matched.
Yeah.
And so I think that I think I could do that. I have enough of a basis there to be able to get that burrito.
Hell yeah. So all you need to do is go positive, and that's I think
easy.
No, yeah. Easy. I think it's cool. All right.
I can do that.
Guilty Gear.
I'm nasty with it, you know. I used to play a shitload of Soul Calibur too. Like I got some chops.
Ooh, damn, Soul Calibur. God, I haven't heard anyone organically bring up Soul Calibur in a very long time.
Delicious.
The last time I heard someone bring up Soul Calibur, I was watching this stream. Well, they're not really a streamer. They're more like an investigative journalist. Do you know who Dead Domain is?
I don't.
So they're like an investigative journalist. They like first blew up with the video that said I infiltrated a hate church as a trans person. And that's how they initially blew up.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm like, that's crazy. Oh, they're gonna stream? Let me hop into chat. And then I made the joke is like, hey, hold on. You are playing a fighting game and you claim to be trans. How come I don't see you playing PM or Guilty Gear Strive? And they lost it for a second. And of course, the NB is going to be playing, wants to play Testament.
Yep. Hell yeah.
So I thought that was funny. But I forgot where I was going with this. God, I had a point, but I lost it. Damn it. It involved Dead Domain in a funny way. Someone else said the way. Never mind. I lost it.
Not Soul Calibur?
Oh, okay, yes. Okay. There you go.
Yeah. There you go.
Then afterwards, so they bring up, it's like, yeah, I'd probably play Bridget, but more likely Testament. And I'm like, I don't know. That seems a little on the nose, but okay. It seems a little bit on the nose that the NB is going to be playing Testament, but maybe that's just me as a filthy cishet. I don't know. That's just me.
See, my ass is out here like I'm going to be a Lucy player. Like, oh yeah, that's my girl right there. Edge Runners was like so defining in my like my growth in the last like 4 years or so, I'd say. So that's my girl.
Hell yeah. So they bring up, it's like, oh yeah, my Astaroth is nasty. It was like,
Fuck yeah,
oh
let's go.
whoa, someone brought up a Soul Calibur character and just without being asked about Soul Calibur. I'm like,
Fuck yeah.
yo, and they bring up
Real one.
Astaroth.
Real one. Knowers no. Knowers no.
Damn, like I forgot every character's name, but for some reason Astaroth it like triggered like something in my brain that brought me back to like Soul Calibur 2.
Fuck yes. I love that. Yeah, I was a Voldo player. I fucking love that freak. That's my boy right there. I
He's
think.
freaking running like on like an arch and shit, right?
Yep, the claws, the freaky movement, the little wheel thing, and the
Yeah.
crab grab you could do, dude. I love that character.
Oh
What a
yeah,
freak.
that was fun.
Hell yeah.
Oh man. All right, cool. Guilty Gear. All right,
Yep,
cool.
definitely.
All right, you was that question number 6?
That's 5. That's 5.
That was 5. All right, so
it's me.
So
Yeah.
what's your number 5?
I'm gonna be fucking so lame here. How's your day, man? Straight up, how was your day?
I woke up earlier than I thought I was going to, and unfortunately, I got Dutch Bros, and they messed up our Dutch Bros order, and we're like, oh, we'll tough it out, and then it wasn't as good as we thought. So we ended up saying, you know what? Let's get some Alani news and get some energy drinks and buy some pants. So after that happened, it went pretty all right.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Like, anything can fix with a little bit of caffeine.
So real. Yeah, that's like the Orca was built on a mountain of coffee beans, so I completely understand.
I can see that. I can see that. All right. Question number 6 now.
Are we doing 10 total?
Yes, 10 total
10
each.
each? Oh, 10 each? Okay. Oh my.
Yes, that's why. So that's
Okay,
10.
okay. I thought you meant 5 and 5 for a total of 10. All right, all right.
No. Number 6. Okay.
Oh, shit, I would have saved that for longer, man. Fuck. All right. Whatever. Keep going.
All right. I like asking this question to Mike from Granola, and it turns out he ended up asking me the same question because he prepped all of his questions ahead of time because he knew this was happening. My question to you: if you were to create your own platform fighter based on like a weird like amalgamation, in the vein of like Nasby or like PlayStation All-Star, if you remember that.
I do, yeah.
What property or set of properties would your platform fighter be? Or crossover fighter in general?
This is one of those questions where I'm almost afraid to answer because I worry that I'll speak it into existence with some corporation. Let's see. I think platform fighter.
Or traditional fighter, whatever, however you.
I know for sure. Show me a Ubisoft platform fighter. I want to throw hands with Rayman. I want Rayman Arena 2D. And I'm the only person who has ever said that phrase ever. No one has ever asked for Rayman Arena anything. I want it in 2 dimensions as a platform fighter. Like, let me play a stack of 3 teensies right now. Like, I'm being so serious. That'd be fucking awesome.
These words have never been uttered on Earth ever before.
Exactly.
That combination of words is not found in the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, you could just say, I like Rayman Arena, and that would also be a totally unique phrase, so.
I want to say that's the second time any amalgamation of those words have ever been said. And the only precedent was the first time you said it.
That's right.
Oh, that's a good one. All right, your question number 6.
Okay. Do you play any instruments? And what's your favorite if you do?
Mm-hmm.
Or what's your favorite instrument if you don't play an instrument? Like, what's your favorite instrument to listen to if you don't play any?
I feel like I can say I don't play any instruments anymore.
Okay.
Because I learned guitar, by proxy I learned bass, and by proxy from knowing some of my friends in high school, I learned stand-up bass, but specifically for psychobilly.
Nice. Okay. Sick.
Same thing for drums, by proxy, because you don't need to be that good to play punk,
Right.
unless you want to like be playing like technical grindcore, or like listen like bands like Iskra or Against Empire or something. So I was good for a punk drummer. Trombone was fun to like learn on my own, and by proxy also trumpet. I don't remember very much of my keyboard stuff.
Hmm. I mean, you're saying that you don't play instruments, but it sounds like you play instruments. You just haven't in a while.
Yeah, I haven't touched an instrument in like what feels like 20 years.
Oh
But in
wow. Okay. So a
actuality,
minute then.
it's been about 14 years since I've
That's
touched
a
an
long fucking
instrument.
time.
Yeah. So like my fingers aren't calloused anymore.
Gotcha.
From guitar. I think though, out of all of it, I think it still has to be guitar. And I feel that's kind of in some ways it's kind of lame considering everything I've named off. It's some ways
I don't
lame.
think so.
It's kind of lame because like it's like, oh my god, everyone wants to be the guitar player, but everyone knows like the secret to always being in the band is knowing drums or bass.
Yep, true.
Never
Yeah, I
not
learned
being a band.
I learned bass before I learned any other instrument beside the flute because I was like classically trained in the flute for a long time. But yeah,
Mhm.
you always need a bassist. Everyone always needs a bassist.
Yep. Everyone needs a bassist or a drummer. Like
Right.
there's no escaping that. But yeah, I think it's guitar of all of those.
Hell yeah.
I think mainly playing like crust and grindcore, and like Los Crudos style hardcore. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Hell yeah.
I was never like I will sweep and I can play like Suicide Silence or Beneath the Massacre, but like I listen to it and I would definitely go in the pit, but like I was never that good enough where I can like play their stuff. Maybe was that song Born of Osiris, Bow Down? Maybe that's probably the closest I got, but
okay. I haven't thought about that in a fucking minute. Oh my
Born
god.
of Osiris?
No, that song in particular, yeah.
Fucking Bojo.
Hell yeah.
I knew a guy who got a 7-string and then he like drop D'd his A string. I was like, you didn't have to do that.
Oh man.
I was like, bro, you're already playing a 7-string. You're good.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta drop it further. I get it.
I guess. I mean, that's how you ended up with the At the Gates until Korn came along.
Yep.
All right. My question number 7. Ooh. All right. The next Smash game comes out, and for some reason, Nintendo contacts you. And they say, I need you to choose our next our first DLC character. But it can't be from a well-known Nintendo collaborator. What character is that going to be?
So, if this actually happened in the real world, they would not get a response from me. I'll tell you that much.
Obviously.
I don't negotiate with terrorists. But if in an ideal world where Nintendo isn't so deeply fucking evil to everything that I love, I'm gonna say fucking Rayman, baby. Give me Rayman and Smash. I don't give a fuck. We're throwing it back. Hell yeah.
Rayman is in the icicle. Rayman is in the icicle during a small battlefield. You can see his shape.
Wait, really?
No, that's just a conspiracy theory.
Oh, okay.
The ice glass in the background, it looks like the tuft of Rayman's hair and the purple of the body.
That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny.
So the conspiracy theory for a long time, they announced Rayman, and that's where he breaks out of.
That'd be sick. That's
the trailer reveal for Rayman.
Yeah,
Rayman. That was a conspiracy theory
right
for a while.
That's it.
Injected into your veins.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Okay. I got one for you. What is your favorite official GameCube controller edition or colorway? If I could just snap my fingers and give you any color of GameCube controller right now, which one would you pick?
Ooh. Either what's the green one? The Seafoam? Is that the color was?
The light green or like the blue green?
The light green.
The light green is a symphonic.
Symphonic.
Yep.
Either that one or or maybe maybe no. Was there ever a pink one? Was there an official pink one ever?
Nope. Never.
No. I could have oh no, that was just the one that my brother got from someone who like was practicing like painting. And then yeah, so maybe that's where that came from. Fuck it. Just because it's so funny. To get the Panasonic.
Nice, hell yeah, okay. That's
maybe
real.
The Panasonic. If I were to get just like a regular like colorway, like the Panasonic, I think that would probably be.
That one's tight.
I think that one would be my number one. Like if you were to say like GameCube controller, the funny thing is the keyboard, obviously.
Right.
Or the chainsaw.
Yep, I was wondering if you were gonna bring the chainsaw up, just raw vibes alone.
It's like, or the chainsaw. Like, but I think for some reason the Panasonic is more funny to me, and I don't know why.
Hell yeah. Trivia about the Panasonic controller, actually, that controller was produced early enough in the GameCube's life cycle that it never saw any of the further revisions that a GameCube controller saw after the fact. So they're only T1 stick boxes. They're like the very worst internals you can possibly get.
No way.
They're disintegrating dog shit. Yeah, you have to rebuild them if you want to play on them for any length of time.
Oh my god, I can't believe they're T1s. You know what? It makes a lot of sense, right? Like
those, it was like Panasonic Q, like
that it wasn't around for very long anyway. Like that's why it's like so rare, and that's why it's so difficult to get the DVD player to work. It's so difficult to like, just that layering of it is so insane. Yeah, I think so.
Sweet.
Hey, Calico, how's it going? Been waiting to get into leverless Smash for a bit, and the Orca was a controller I had scoped out. Cool to see you on the show. Hey, Calico, thank you for stopping by. That was the whole crazy thing. Like that, the fact that ever existed, the Panasonic GameCube thing, that's crazy.
It's super cool. It is crazy that it ever even like spawned into existence at all. Yeah.
Oh, all right. So now we're on question 8. I want to say, is that right? Is that accurate? I'm losing track.
That sounds right to me. Yeah. Yep.
All right. Yep. So question 8. Question 8. I'm gonna say, if there was a course to bring modders to your standards, what is day 1 lesson of the lesson plan that people will have to watch the YouTube video for, or be in person for?
Okay.
What's the day 1 thing?
Okay, day 1 has to be.
I would say let's make the assumption that they're competent enough that they know how to actually solder.
Right, of course.
let's put that like
So
let's
this is like modders that have like made a couple GameCube controllers, right?
and like it's time for me to start my internship.
Okay. So it's definitely easy. Day one would be introduction to Smash Scope and GameCube controller waveform output. Day one would literally be I sit you down in front of a fucking CRT with Smash Scope. I make you do pivots on like 8 different controllers, and I make you stare at the waveforms and explain them to you as for what you're looking at for each pivot. If you don't know how to pivot, you're learning on the spot. That is day one, for sure. You have to know how the pivot input relates to the output in Smash Scope, why it's important, and how you can use it to diagnose a controller. Because you can check a controller's health with a pivot input on any controller, basically at any time. You do a horizontal one and you do a vertical one, and it will tell you everything you need to know about the X and Y potentiometers on that controller, what you need to do to tune them, and like the overall health of the controller.
Nice.
Yep, nobody knows that shit, but like it's super important. That is day one for sure.
That is day one. All right, yep. Beautiful. Side note: if you had to sell the course, do you think you would?
No, I mean, like, do you mean like if I had to offer it because no one else will?
Yeah, like again, it's modern university.
Okay. I mean, like, I've already considered doing this. Like, I think at some point when I'm done with the Orca and everything's in place and I have a few revisions out, I'm going to turn back towards that type of content for controllers because I believe it should exist, and I don't believe that anyone's in a place to do it outside of me or Kadana.
Fair.
I absolutely think that should exist, yeah. And like, you know, I wish it was like me tooting my own horn, being like, oh, I'm so good or whatever. It's just like I strictly don't believe that there are people that like can produce the content that the community needs to actually get them on the page that they need to be on. It's really upsetting, actually.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I mean, again, there's a reason why like the world wept when you moved away from GCC. It's like, I don't know, man. Right.
Yeah.
I think at this point you're kind of just stating facts.
Yeah.
At this point, you're kind of stating facts.
Well, I do want to do that at some point, though, for sure. Right. Just because, like, of all the things that I've done, I feel like I owe it to the community to document my work, my research, and my time, and that would be a really good way to go about documenting it. I think that's like not an unrealistic possibility. I would like to do that, you know. And yeah, like I said, day one, that will be it. First lesson, that's the first lesson. Straight up, 100%.
There you go. Well, now you can start the lesson plan and start with the day one.
Fuck yeah.
Start mapping that out later, and then you can buy that really good Elgato webcam to.
Oh my god, I just need to do that and like actually fucking do that. I'm so far behind on content creation. If I made some content for the Orca, I'd be selling far more of them. Yeah. I am such a slacker in that regard. I just like have such limited energy for things now. But yeah, that's real.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Like, so I will recommend though, if you do want to like actually like purchase equipment to do very relatively cheap top down gear, you can get that. You don't have to buy like the Elgato stuff. You don't have to buy like the custom everything. Like you can get some relatively cheap stuff. Insta 360 has a really good webcam that has multiple access. The OBSBot also has a really good one. It can do 4K, so you can record in 4K, and they also have the tabletop mode where it will angle the camera down on one of the accesses, so you don't have to like worry about like fully. So if you get it like 90% of the way, you can adjust with the controls, and you have a really good top down
very cool.
View for that. And for lighting, I would recommend, if you want to get good connectivity for relatively cheap, the Elgato has a Neo, which is like they're supposed to be like their lower end but like business friendly lights. They're really cheap by comparison. They're like $70. Get 2 or 3 of them. They have the screws, and they also just mount to the top of a monitor, so that's also really good. Or you can do a DIY with like LED strips inside of a box with like aluminum foil on the bottom end, and then put like put
I've
some
considered something like that too.
and
Yeah.
put some like some white tissue paper and tape that over, and then you have like a really good, very bright diffusible light because the LED is on the inside and not pointing at you.
I see you. Nice.
I have the video somewhere. I can send that to you if you want to make your own.
Yeah,
like,
please. If you just got it, definitely. Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, why not? The smart LED lights will cost you like $30, and then you can have like something better than like most people.
Perfect. That's definitely worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have it readily available, but I can actually show you it. I used a box for Monster for that, and that was my original
That's
light.
Awesome.
Yeah, again, super DIY. All right. Question number 8. Is that what we're at? No, we just did number 8.
I think it's my question.
Yes,
9.
your question.
I think it's my question. I don't remember if it's 8 or 9.
No, your question. It's your question 8. That's what it was.
Okay, my question 8. How do you feel about the kingdom of fungi in general? And if you know enough, do you have a favorite mushroom?
I don't know enough, but like the reason my brain was starting to like make gears turned is as soon as you said the kingdom of fungi, I'm like, oh, are you talking about the black or the green, or the relationship between the black and the green from the different kingdoms in the life sources in DC? So the green is all greenery. All right. So all plant life whatsoever. So that's where Swamp Thing comes from. That's the connection that Poison Ivy has to controlling greenery. The black, which is like a related cousin to the green, and how fungi can actually relate to it, is rot. And their relationship to each other and how they can control fungi is very interesting when you look at it through that concept. So that's what I was thinking about. I'm like, DC Comics thing that I can barely explain, despite the fact I don't read DC Comics. I just happen to know about this.
Nice.
So if you want to know my opinion, yeah, there's a deep philosophical connection between life and death, and the rot and the growth, and the way they interconnect into each other to still create a new form of being consistently. And it doesn't work without both of those things being in harmony. And it's that perfect encapsulation for the balance of growth and rot.
Hell yeah. Good thoughts.
I don't know. Did I answer your question?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. I very, very open-ended there. So
I hope that's a good answer.
Yeah, I'm a huge mycophile. I've eaten like 40 wild species of mushrooms.
Nice.
A lot of medicinal and culinary interest in them. So it's like that's a lot of my passion outside of like the technological sphere. I'm out in the woods a lot. I'm staring at mushrooms growing out of logs.
Yeah. Have you had that? Have you encountered that's, was it called, steak mushroom out in the wild?
Fistulina hepatica. I think I've found it exactly once, and that is one that I did not eat. There's some conflicting reports about strange compounds in that one, and there's some regional variants in the like molecular like output of whatever they're cooking up. So I tend to avoid it because it's a little bit of a wild card. I have seen one. They're fucking bizarre. They are so deeply strange.
The reason I asked, ones for sure. Yeah, because the reason I asked about that, it is like, it's supposed to be, and go ahead, correct me as much as you need to, but this is like from only a handful of people who I've ever heard say anything about it, because I think it's like some queer, like some weird like query of like amalgamation of things that like, oh, vegans eat this because it tastes so much like meat, and that when meat eaters eat it, their like brains break for a second because it literally does taste like meat.
Yep. I've
Like,
heard a lot of people say it's like that. Yeah, it's very steaky in texture.
yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. I've also heard people say it's like lemony to an extent, like to a tin.
Mm,
I wish I had experienced this. Like this is just happens to be like one of the edible mushrooms that I haven't wrapped my
mm,
lips around. So
mm.
there are some that definitely taste like that. Like crazy. Like morel mushrooms taste like halfway between chicken and beef. And
Ooh.
they like melt in your mouth. They are exceptional. Morels are very, very good.
Ooh.
Um, lion's mane tastes like chicken and cheese had a baby, and I
Oh my
really like
god.
lion's mane. Lion's mane is very, very good.
I need to have some. I need to have some of that expeditiously.
Yeah, I make Alfredo with lion's mane, and it just absolutely fucking slams. It's so good.
That sounds good. I need to try it. I need to find my way to that right
There
now.
you go.
Okay. Penultimate questions.
Yeah.
I like asking this question. But if actually before I ask this question, do you have any experience commentating?
Very limited. Very limited. I'm not much of a commentator.
All right. Let's say someone said that, you know, they bust through your door, which is insane because they found out where you live.
Right, right.
And they say, we need you to commentate this event. And we hear you are extremely down to travel. The problem is it's so incredibly dangerous. What is the incredibly dangerous tournament that you would go to, knowing that they're going to just pay for the travel?
Wow. Incredible. So like, is this like can you elaborate on the danger? Like, because this is just like anyone inviting me to Florida. I'm not gonna lie. Like, straight up, I'm not even fucking kidding me. Yeah, that's like if someone's like, you need to go to this extremely dangerous tournament. The only thing that makes it dangerous is that it's in Florida.
It's like it's Florida,
and I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't be going because I'm not stepping foot in that state.
Yeah, no,
So
as you shouldn't.
I think the only thing that would actually get me to like take that danger was if the danger was not like societal. If it was like you have to literally hike the mountain to like you need to elevate 8,000 feet to get to this like mountaintop monastery tournament and commentate for us, and we'll pay for your travel expenses and shit. I would do that. That's fine. Like like yeah, you know, it's just like it's you know on same state, top of the mountain. Sure, I'll do that. If it's like you got to go to Georgia, I'm good. We're hosting in Texas. No, thank you.
Nah, that ain't happening.
No.
So I think I've had two questions. I've had this answered, I think, two different ways. One person said North Korea.
Mm.
Another one's like, I think I might be killed, but like the most dangerous part of Somalia is like, I don't think that's really how that works, but if that's where you think, then yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So if it's going to be the mountaintops, which mountaintop? What's the most dangerous mountaintop you can think of?
I would like the most dangerous thing that I would like scale.
Yeah, and that's where the tournament's going to be. Somehow they have amazing internet to stream the tournament.
Okay. I'd probably say like Mount Washington. That would be about the tip of my summiting ability. I think anything else would conquer me.
Nice. All right, your penultimate question.
All right, let's see.
Your question number 9.
All right. Interesting, but I'm not gonna. Dogs or cats?
I have 3 dogs, so
Dogs.
yeah, I have 3 of them. One's a little Shepherd Terrier mix. One is a American Bulldog and Golden Retriever mix, and the other one is a Blue Staffordshire. Yeah. In order,
Hell yeah.
they are Scrappy, Dobby, and Zelda.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love it.
You'd love Zelda. She's like a little chihuahua in the size of a Staffordshire Terrier body.
Fuck yeah.
She'll
Love it.
like if you're petting her head and you put your hand down, she'll like dig her nose into your palm so you can keep petting her, or she'll paw at you.
Oh.
Like if like there's a vague sense that you're petting another dog and she's around, she'll just like like hustle over. It's like I hear there's affection happening. How come I'm not involved? Yeah. So yeah, dogs. It's a little obvious. All right. Final question. Ooh. I'm trying to think if I should try to go deep or if I should try to go silly. This is that's always my never ending.
Whatever your heart desires.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know half the time. I don't know half the time.
That's really cool.
Yeah. If there was one project you could have saved, knowing you would never get the credit for it, would you have done it? And what project is it?
Ooh, that's a good one. Talking controllers, right?
Yeah.
I think
again, knowing
stick. I think the Smash Stick.
Knowing
I would have gone to bat. I would have gone to bat for the Smash Stick. If for no other reason, just to see it happen, because that was kind of my hedged bet back in the day for what we could do that was more fair and reasonable than a digital box.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would have been the one that I would have committed to, and it was the closest to my original vision for what should have existed.
Mm-hmm.
I really wish I could have seen it into a point where it would have worked. I just think that the actual physical deployment of the Smash Stick is not compatible with Melee. Like, I think that Melee is too fast of a game for like a 6-inch tall lever with an arm with that much momentum on the top. Like, I just don't think it's compatible, and I think that I could have absolutely saved that, and I could have done it in a way that like I wouldn't have cared from like a professional or even like egotism perspective at all if it got back to me or not. That's something I would have just rather seen swim than sink. And I'm kind of sad that it's 5 years later and the best I've seen is like a half working final version that just like feels like shit. I think that disappoints me the most. Every other project that's failed can rot in hell for various reasons.
It's like
anything else that I've had a finger in that I could have saved, quote unquote, I would have either needed complete control and credit in order to make that happen, or I wouldn't have been interested one fucking bit. So Smash Stick.
Yeah,
yep,
I remember when Terry first came out. That's what I first saw it for. People were demoing playing Terry on the Smash Stick.
Oh, that rips. That kind of rips, yeah.
That's the first thing I saw. So that was 21. No, that was 2020. Right. Yeah, I think that was 2020. Yeah, 2020. Yeah, oh damn, that is 5 years ago.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I bought in on that project when I was still with my ex-fiance. And we broke up in October 2020, and I've moved I think 3 or 4 times since then, and I've updated my backer kit every single time and it just doesn't show up.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah. $500 just flushed down the pooper straight up. Yeah.
Brutal.
But that's okay, because that was a point in time when I was so successful in controllers that I had $500 to just set on fire. So it didn't really hurt me. Plus, I believed in the project. I wanted to invest in it, and so like it didn't come to be. So be it. I could have saved that though. I know for a fact that if I was on that team, they would have had it working and out in a very short period of time. I know it. Like I can feel that in my fucking bones.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that would have been awesome. That would literally been the true one-stop shop for it could have been used for fighting games to this day.
Yep, absolutely.
So that way now you can electric with Kazuya Smash and electric with Kazuya Tekken.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that one still hurts. I think it could have been done better, but now because it failed, we have the Orca, and the Orca is better than any iteration of the Smash Stick. I think without like millions of dollars of R&D, and I'm talking like actual millions to get a stick box that works for that thing. Dude, good fucking luck.
Yeah.
But
was that venture capital as well?
No, that wasn't. That was like a team of 3 people with more passion than know-how. And they mostly got there, but they couldn't follow through, and the pandemic kind of just sunk them because they kickstarted before the pandemic. Then they were funded, and then the pandemic happened, and it shit on everything. So Brutal. It happens. It happens. That was one of the projects that failed for the least ridiculous reasons, in my opinion. But it still sucks 5 years later that they're kind of flailing instead of just admitting defeat and packing it up.
Yeah.
Either way.
Brutal. Okay. All right. Okay, the final question.
Yeah.
And it's all yours.
So, my tag these days, I don't play under Rienne anymore. I am weed lesbian.
Yes.
I've definitely been known in the scene as a fucking degenerate. I fucking drink, I smoke, I gamble.
Yeah.
I fucking chop it up with everyone at majors. You're hosting me on drug-free plays.
Yeah.
Your straight edge self, tell me why.
Yeah.
Are you making the decision every day to abstain? What keeps you straight edge? I would love to know.
Well, at this point, for real, it's just been for so long, right? But it's been for so long. Like this is what like people in high school and my local punk and ska scene, that's what they knew me as, right? As straight edge. And it was mostly because I was the only one that wasn't an asshole. I was this was like, I'm telling you, this was like peak MySpace era. Like I'm talking like Suicide Silence, The Cleansing just dropped. We're talking like 08, 07.
Okay, so you're like, you are my generation then. What year did you graduate high school?
I graduated in 09.
Yo, you are my generation. I'm also class of 09. Let's fucking go. Okay, anyway, sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
Yes. Like we're literally like right there on the same thing. So like I was in that time frame where like the immediate blow up of like metalcore and hardcore in that time frame, and all the people that were straight edge in there were all militant assholes, and that wasn't me, right? I just happened to be the one guy. I was just as degenerate as everyone around in the punk scene and the ska scene around me, but I was just the dude who wasn't an asshole about it. And because I was so chill, that was part of the reason why that became my tag. And that was part of the reason why they all knew me as that. It really just stems from I didn't do drugs. My dad like gave up smoking and drinking, which was probably one of the hardest things for him to have done, because by the time he had been doing it for 30 years, more than 30 years. He'd been doing it for like 40 plus years. So he gave up drinking when my brother got baptized. He gave up smoking for Lent one year, and then he forgot to pick it back up. He gave up smoking for Lent, then he forgot to pick it back up.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Which I think is really cool. And it kind of just stayed that way. And then by the time like I started getting really deeper into like punk, and like I started listening to like Minor Threat, and like, oh, so this is the terminology, I guess this is me. And like, granted, I didn't go down the like the rabbit hole of like listening to a bunch of like Youth of Today and Gorilla Biscuits and all that jazz.
Okay.
Like, despite the fact I didn't go down that rabbit hole, it was still part of who I am in that regard.
Mm.
And that kind of never changed.
Cool.
And it permeated. And it got to a point like, if I start now, that's kind of weird. Like, at least for me, like,
I respect
why
it. Yeah,
would,
no, I totally understand that. Yeah.
like, why would I suddenly pick up, like, you know, pick up
Terrible
drinking
vices.
at like,
Yeah.
at like in my 30s? Right? You know what I mean? Like, I can't, like, I just might as well not even do it anymore at this point. And plus, it's just like, it's just me at this point. That's just who I am. It's
Cool.
part of
Hell
my,
yeah.
all that shit. Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
kind of
'cause, like,
where all this stems.
You'll never hear me advocate for that shit. You'll be like, "Yeah, man, you should go fucking have a beer. Yeah, smoke this fucking joint." No, absolutely not. I'm happy for you. That's awesome. Good. Like, yeah, as degenerate as I am personally, like, people need to respect it because, like, I used to see a lot of my friends like pressure the shit out of other homies in the group to like, you know, do whatever and shit like that. It's so dumb.
I think the funny thing too is, this is how I know I got my degenerate credentials, because like people trusted me to like make sure they don't drink too much. And sometimes I took that over like with my advantage, so I control them. So like I'll put a little bit too much salt in their beer, and they're like, it's like, no man, trust me, I know you can do one more. And I put a little bit too much salt, knowing that it was a little bit too much salt for them. And they go, I was like, all right, man. And they'll like drink and they just spit it all up. And they're like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I trusted you. It's like, that was your problem. You trusted me. That was your problem.
Oh my God.
Those kinds of things. Yeah. So I had my degenerate credentials. There is my peak degenerate credential was probably when I went to a backyard show, and this band called Death Valley Meth Lab was playing. They were like an older analog punk band that like came back in the valley, and they had like a goat head, and they threw that into the crowd. But the first time I ever saw them, they did that, and like we're playing soccer with it. And they brought it back and put it like on a little spike, and they continued the rest of the show. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if it was theatrical blood that he poured all over himself. I'm just going to assume it was. I'm just going to assume.
Like,
I'm going to assume.
If it makes you more comfortable, you can definitely assume. I'll tell you, if I was in that position, sure as fuck wouldn't.
I know it probably wasn't, but I'm just going to assume.
Probably wasn't. Yeah.
So he does the same thing. The singer, his name's Shotgun Mike. The reason why he's called Shotgun Mike, he has a microphone that he takes to all of his shows, and that's what he uses for his mic. It's a 12-gauge double barrel shotgun that he modified so that it's safe. There's no internals in there. But he has a microphone at the end of it, and he's able to feed the cord through the barrel.
And he just sings into the gun.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to blow his head off.
Rips.
Yeah.
That fucking rips. I like it. That's hard.
Yeah, which funny enough, there's a podcast I listened to called This Is Rad. May they rest in peace. They finally ended a 10-year run.
Wow.
Me and one of the hosts, his name's Kyle Clark, comedian Kyle Clark. If you want to listen to one of his stand-up, there's this one right here, Absolute Terror. Go check that out. He also wrote this comic book right here, Tales of an Analog Future.
Nice.
He was actually kind of close with him because he was a little bit older than me. He's a little bit older than me. So he was in the punk scene. As I was coming in, he was getting out because he was going to college. But the same venue we're at, we would go there, and there's a chance we were at the same Death Valley Meth Lab shows sometimes, and never knew it. And he told me that like Shotgun Mike was a really cool dude, and him and his mom, the Kyle Clark's mom, would just chop it up for hours on end, and like
Okay.
so despite the fact they were horrifying monsters, it was pretty funny that they're at the end of the day normal people willing to chat it up with someone's mom.
It truly does not surprise me. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of thing out there. I feel
Yeah,
like.
exactly. So
That rules, though. People need an outlet.
yeah, so they're playing this backyard, and again they have the goat head. And I guess a lot of people there didn't realize who Death Valley Meth Lab was. And they throw the goat head into the crowd. And an explosion of happened in the pit. And like, I'm there and I'm like, why is that? So I pick up the goat head and I start running around with it. And I start doing this. So it's like Pac-Man going waka, 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 waka.
Oh my God.
As I'm running through the crowd, right? Like with this skinless goat head that he throws into the crowd.
God damn.
And I bring it up to the front. He's like, hey man, thanks or whatever. And and people were terrified of me. People were losing their mind because they were smoking weed, drinking. And then all of a sudden they see this random dude running around with the skinless goat head into the crowd. It's scaring the shit out of people.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. This is not a Halloween show. This happened in spring. So they didn't expect it at all.
It's called Death Valley Meth Lab. You gotta expect some shenanigans.
You gotta expect something.
Yeah,
right? And at that moment, as soon as I was done, and I reached, I had this like pouch that I turned, this back patch that I turned into a pouch, and then I reach into it and I get my hand sanitizer and I clean my hands because I may be a fucking degenerate, but I'm not a fucking barbarian, right? I gotta keep it cleanly. And like I'm like, good, sandy for the hands, nice and clean, back into the pit.
Hell yeah.
The next Monday, there's a guy who like I would see like at the bungalows. It's like, hey man, were you at that show that weekend? I was like, yeah, that was me. Bro, you scared the shit out of me. I didn't think anyone was going to run around with a goat head. I was like, hey man, it happens. Like, all right, man, we'll see you. We'll be seeing you around next time. Maybe we'll see you at another show. I was like, all right, for sure. And then I never saw that guy ever again.
Nice.
Yeah, so I have my DGen credentials for being someone who doesn't smoke and drink. And I think the fact that A, I wasn't an asshole, and B, I had additional DGen credentials along the lines. They're like, I don't think this person needs to smoke and drink because we cannot handle the kind of person he would be.
Nice, hell yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah. Thank you for the insight. That's awesome.
Again, thank you for your time. It's been awesome. I think we broke the record. I think I've been live for 5 hours. I want to say this is
much.
If this is not the longest, it is at least the second longest.
Professional yapper, yeah. I never shut up when you make me.
I mean, honestly, I should have like cut it off an hour ago, but I couldn't stop.
Okay. That's all right, yeah.
So it's been awesome. Again, thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, for real. This is fun.
Yeah, I mean, if part 2 needs to happen, so you can like, I don't know, spill all the tea, then
oh boy,
let that be.
If you want me back on to talk Zelda and also talk my shit about so many things and goings on in people, like I'll spill some tea for you next time.
Hell yeah,
I'm down.
When next time happens, I'll let you know, and then we can totally do it, and then people's feelings might get hurt, but I don't know. Hopefully not. I don't know.
As long as I don't catch a fucking suit from it, I'm good. But frankly, come at me, whatever.
Yeah, as long as you don't catch a suit or a bullet, it's fine, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah. No, I'm far enough removed that I'm not worried about what I say at this point. So we're
good. We're good.
Right. Thank you, everyone that's still watching and that watched at one point or another through this thing too. I really appreciate y'all listening to us. Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. Again, final shout outs, final calls to action or whatever before we call it.
Fucking buy an Orca. They're on sale. The Orca.gg. It ships in a fucking week because we are built different. You will love this fucking thing.
Literally built different.
Literally built different.
If
Throw
you've
it down a
seen-
flight of stairs, see if it cares.
If you've been in the Discord, you've seen the brass the brass pieces that keeps it together. It's literally built different than most controllers I've ever seen in my entire life.
Hell yeah.
It is linked in the description of the stream, which in turn, excuse me, will be that is linked in the description of the VOD. So
Perfect.
it'll be good. If you ever want to make a promo code that's exclusive to this particular VOD, let me know and I will link it in there as well.
I can do that. I can do that right now. If you order one tomorrow and you use the code drug-free plays, it will be an additional $25 off. It will not work until tomorrow. So you can cop an Orca for 200 big ones. And that's as low as it's getting for a minute. So get on it.
Snap! Anyone that I heard that, ooh, you're gonna get another. What did you say? $25 off.
$25. Yep.
Next year, $25 off. And promo code ends. Let's say 10 p.m. tomorrow. 10 p.m.
Starts tomorrow. No, it'll start tomorrow. If you're watching this video, it'll be up for yet another week. So yeah. Wait until tomorrow because I gotta put it up and I ain't fucking doing it tonight. Drug-free plays, one word, all caps. All right, cool. That's my piece for sure.
All right. That is the case. I would say wave, but you can imaginary wave if you want. But
yep, I'm imaginary wave. Next time I'll have a fucking camera too. I'll have a camera that works and doesn't suck.
For sure. Yeah. All right, we'll be seeing you. Thank you very much. Sweet. I'm about to hang up the call. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. That was awesome, gang. I gotta cut it super short because, like I said earlier, I should have cut this off at least an hour ago. I want to thank you, everyone who's been here. I want to thank Rienne. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having this conversation and closing that loop from that DM on Twitter from like 2 years ago. That's awesome. Didn't think that would ever happen. Everyone, if for some reason you caught this, head over to the site. It's linked in the description. Get that extra $25 off so you can get it for a really good price. We'll see when the next one happens. There's some stuff happening in the background of my life that like might prevent me from doing it in a little bit right away. I have a couple of people in mind who I can reach out to so that we can have the next Lex Knife session up and running. But that'll be it. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you again to our guests. We're good. It's been a pleasure having y'all. We'll be seeing you on the next one. Catch you on the next one. And yeah. We'll see you.